Until the Last Leaf Falls, a novella. When I Dream, poems and prose. Author David Kelton Starks. Until the Last Leaf Falls by David Kelton Starks. Copyright 2025 by David Kelton Starks. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions. No part of this book may be reproduced, translated in any form, by any means, including mechanical, electronic, photocopying, recording, or otherwise without prior written permission of the author. Published by P.S. Publishing. Manufactured in the United States of America. 979-890-1930151. Preface. As I began to assemble my second book of poetry, I wanted to share with readers my experience of love. Poetry, while often overlooked as a medium for introspection or inspiration, offers both in abundance. To bring the poetry alive in a way that felt more immediate and resonant, I decided to create a narrative vehicle for it. From that creative process, this novella was born. The characters in this story are, for the most part, fictional, yet they embody qualities and elements drawn from my own love experiences. As the story unfolded, however, it began to take on a life of its own. What emerged was not just a love story, but also a tale of resilience, the struggle with mortality, the gift of family, and the enduring power of love. My hope is that as you read, you'll find moments that inspire you to reflect on your own experiences and the role love has played in shaping your life. Life, I've come to understand, is rarely neat or tied up with clearly defined lines of demarcation. More often, it is incomplete, with blurred edges and open questions. This book offers a glimpse into such a life, one with challenges, beauty, and moments of grace. Yet it leaves the conclusion for you to draw. Please read with an open mind and heart. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my 4 children and 2 grandchildren, Kindle Elaine Jackson, Ove Kelton Jackson, Dakota Jackson, Kyla Annalise Starks, Kelsey Michelle Starks, David Kelton Starks. Each of you has opened my heart to a way of loving that would have been impossible to experience without you. I have often said that love is a field, existing with or without our acknowledgement. It flows through us, around us, and binds us together. I love each of you, not only because you are my children and grandchildren, but because you are extraordinary humans who offer the world grace and beauty wrapped in so much love. You are my greatest inspiration and my most profound joy. Oh, by the way, all of you are in this book. Big hug. Acknowledgements. I want to acknowledge everyone I have loved and everyone who has offered their love to me. To those who have loved me deeply, fearlessly, and with passion, and to those who have loved me in passing or from afar. To those I have wrapped in my arms and offered my heart, and to those who held me in moments when words were not enough. To all who have shared in the profound joy of finding one another and in the heartbreak of letting go. To each person who has offered a smile or a tear, a lingering hug, or a passion-filled kiss, you have all left your mark on my soul. This is a tribute to love in all its forms, boundless, infinite, and eternal. Contact the author, Starks Insights Therapeutic Coaching, The Kelton Chronicles, blog, Instagram @David K. Starks. Email davidkstarkssr@gmail.com. Follow me on FB, David Starks. Reading instructions. Before creating this novella, my original intention was to compile my collection of love poetry into a book titled When I Dream. Now, the lead character, Meryl, has become the author of that book, which you will find at the end of this story. Some of the poetry is woven into the narrative itself, acting as a thread that binds the story together and deepens the emotional resonance of its characters. The full collection, however, is offered as supplemental reading, a book within a book, providing a more comprehensive glimpse into the poet's journey. At the heart of this work is a poet attempting to make sense of life, to honor the world around him, and to capture it in ways that reflect not only his personal experiences, but the shared human experience of love. After finishing the story, I invite you to read When I Dream, Morel's account of his journey through love and the world. Let it remind you of the timeless, universal nature of love and the beauty that surrounds us all. Chapter 1. As Merrill unpacked his 2 suitcases, placing each item neatly into the tall, hand-carved chest of drawers, his mind drifted back to the conversation with his children. Part of him was grounded in the present, enveloped by the cedar and old wood scent of the room, yet he felt as though he were sitting in front of his children 6 months ago, feeling that hollow ache in his gut as he uttered those almost unreal words. "I have amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and I'm dying." He recounted the silence that had followed. His relationship with his children had always been open and direct, yet he could see the shock on their faces, the grief they tried to hide for his sake. Their concern about him taking a year apart from everyone to reconcile his life and write this last collection of poetry had been understandable. He had reluctantly agreed to a communication schedule and to allow unannounced visits if, for any reason, they felt the need to check on him. The sound of the phone ringing snapped him back into the present. It was Elaine, his oldest. "Hi, baby," he said, attempting to sound as upbeat as possible. "You checking on me?" "Yes, Bubba, I am," she replied, with the authority of the eldest child. "Well, baby, I'm just fine, putting things away and getting settled in." Their conversation ventured into an update on the grandchildren and the weather before ending with her gentle admonishment. "Don't forget our agreement, Bubba. You check in every week and you answer your phone if we call." "I will, baby," he replied. With that simple reassurance, her voice softened, taking on the almost childlike tone he often remembered when thinking of his children. "I love you, Bubba." "I love you too, little one." Merrill sat for a moment on the overstuffed mattress of the queen-size bed, letting the quiet of the moment settle around him after those words. Slowly, he became aware of the sounds of birds singing in their early spring choir outside. With a deep breath, he resumed unpacking. Merrill's goal was to keep it simple. He'd packed for the next 3 seasons, but brought only enough clothes for a week of each. If he had learned nothing else from his travels across Europe and India, it was to pack light. He packed heavy on underwear, though, because he hated running out. He went through about 2 pairs a day with his workouts. Even though he didn't expect to keep up his long-standing routine, given his increasing weakness, he planned to do as much as he could, and he expected to sweat. After stowing away all his personal gear, he made his way into the kitchen. The cabin was modest in size, but with 2 bedrooms, a loft, and a sleeper couch in the main room, it had been more than enough to accommodate their family of 6 over the years. He noticed the slightly dank smell as he moved through the main living space. Although the cabin underwent a monthly cleaning by Raven, the local woman whose small cleaning business had grown into a full management company over the 35 years his family had owned the place, it still had that closed-in, stale air smell. Morel decided to open the windows despite the chill of the evening. He could always put a log on the fire or light the pellet stove if it got too cold. As he reached the double window at the front of the cabin, his gaze fell on the carved initials on the windowsill. M.M., with a heart between them. He smiled, remembering his youngest daughter's face when he had first discovered the carving. She was 6 and had just received a Swiss Army pocket knife for her birthday. When he had first discovered the carving, he'd felt irritated, almost angry. But when he saw the fear written on her little face, he'd simply said, "Baby, can you add my initial beside yours?" Her fear had melted into a huge smile, and with great care, she'd carved the second M. Now he ran his fingers over the letters, letting himself drift back to that moment. Who would have known back then that she would grow up to become a graphic designer? He lingered there, thinking about how it's the little things we say and do, or choose not to, that can ultimately shape a child's world, either supporting or discouraging them at such a tender age. Merrill turned and made his way to the kitchen. It seemed larger than he remembered. Perhaps it was because this was his first time at the cabin without the family. In fact, it had been over 6 years since the divorce and their last vacation here. The kids were adults now, each with their own ideas about how they wanted to spend their time away from school and work. Merrill checked the refrigerator and stove. Raven had made sure everything was ready a week before his arrival, so the fridge was cold, and the gas was on for the stove and hot water tank. Satisfied, he sat down at the table with his pad and pen, beginning a list of things he needed from the trading post, the local market. At the top of the list was coffee. Funny, he'd been a tea guy most of his life. Earl Grey with cream, but after his time in India, he'd gradually transitioned to coffee. Now, he loved the ritual of drinking a large mug of black coffee each morning after his meditation, watching the sun rise as the world around him slowly came to life. With the list complete, Merrill made his way to the loft, where he planned to set up his writing space. It was a cozy area, with 2 overstuffed leather chairs that he and Sam had bought used on the day they purchased the cabin 13 years ago. He smiled as he sank into one of them, letting the soft leather consume him. Looking back now, he could see clearly that even then, he and Sam had been at the beginning of the end. 15 years of marriage, juggling careers and financial challenges, 4 kids, and all the demands that came with it, they had been a power couple until they weren't, and that had been difficult for them both. In the end, he had given up everything except the cabin, and now, sitting there with nearly 20 years of memories circling like ghosts, he was glad he hadn't. Morrell took a deep breath. The fresh air from the open windows below had circulated a crisp, clean scent throughout the house, and even the loft carried the fragrance of spring. The 2 leather chairs sat catty-cornered to each other, their thick arms almost touching. Straight ahead, a large floor-to-ceiling arched window stretched nearly the entire 10-foot width of the loft. Directly in the center sat his writing desk, a black walnut masterpiece, handcrafted by a local artisan. It had been a birthday gift from Sam and his kids 10 years ago, and he could still remember them blindfolding him, leading him up to the loft. It had truly been one of the most wonderful gifts he'd ever received. With its deep, rich brown color and stunning grain patterns, the desk seemed to call for his pad and pen, summoning his creativity. He'd written his first 2 books at that desk years ago, and now he hoped it would bring forth the magic one more time. Merrill pushed himself up from the depths of the leather chair and walked over to the desk. He didn't sit, but instead stood, looking down at its surface as the evening light illuminated the intricate patterns of the wood grain. It was darker now, richer with age, and he loved the warmth of its deeper color. He slowly shifted his attention from the desk to the vastness of the field stretching from the front porch some 600 yards to the edge of the forest. The only thing between the cabin and the tree line was a single sugar maple, standing bare, with its branches dark and skeletal against the cool sky. It had been a young, slender 15-footer when they moved in, and now it stood like a towering sentinel, keeping watch over the cabin. A beautiful guardian, holding back the shadows of the forest and offering both shade and beauty. That tree had been a focal point for the family, the site of countless picnics enjoyed beneath its branches. Merrill understood its life cycle, and though it stood bare now in the fading light of early spring, he knew the buds would soon emerge. This old friend would offer shade in the heat of summer and a brilliant display of color come fall. Merrill glanced at his watch. It was 6:15 p.m., and the trading post closed at 8. With a 25-minute drive into town, he didn't want to feel rushed while shopping. He made his way down from the loft, closed the windows, and grabbed his car keys and a light jacket before heading out. The drive into town was beautiful as the 2-lane road wound its way through the foothills. First, it led him through a stand of giant, aged oaks that reminded him of soldiers at attention, their strong, bare branches raised toward heaven. The oaks gave way to gently rolling farmland, neatly plowed into perfectly square patches, its rich soil holding the very essence of life. Red barns and simple L-shaped houses, mostly made from fieldstone, dotted the landscape. Many had large, wraparound porches, perfect for watching the sunset after a long day's work. There were also signs of modern, more prosperous times. Occasionally large, recently built homes popped into view. They were the symbols of wealth and the recent flight from the big cities. With more corporate workers able to work from home, it was becoming increasingly popular to buy up old farms and convert them into modern paradises. Red barns and simple L-shaped houses, mostly made from fieldstone, dotted the landscape. Many had large wraparound porches, perfect for watching the sunset after a long day's work. There were also signs of modern, more prosperous times. Occasionally large, recently built homes popped into view. They were the symbols of wealth and the recent flight from the big cities. With more corporate workers able to work from home, it was becoming increasingly popular to buy up old farms and convert them into modern paradises. Merrill found it striking to witness the stark contrast between the two ways of life. The farmers, still bending to the earth's will, measured their worth by the labor of the day. Meanwhile, sleek, expansive homes stood behind gated driveways with luxurious cars parked outside. He tried not to be judgmental, aware that he too was one of those city people who had bought his piece of paradise years ago. The people of the community had been polite but slow to warm to the families invading their town. Merrill and Samantha had worked hard over the years to be good neighbors, making very few changes to the property and almost no impact on the land around the cabin. Over time, the community came to appreciate their respect for a way of life that had endured for well over a century. The last 5 minutes of the drive took him within the city limits, where the country road transitioned into Main Street. The town was still small and rural, and driving from its outer edge toward downtown was like taking an architectural journey back in time. The bell above the trading post door chimed as Merrill entered, catching the attention of the young woman behind the counter. "Good evening," she greeted him with a welcoming smile. "Evening," Merrill replied, nodding politely. He managed to find everything on his list, though the trading post was far from how he remembered it. It had once been a simple store, stocked with only the basics. Now it was bright and modern, with sleek white formica flooring replacing the old wooden boards that used to creak beneath his feet. Upscale products lined the shelves, and there were so many varieties of coffee that he had a hard time finding one he recognized. At the checkout, the young woman chatted cheerfully as she scanned his items. Merrill remained pleasant but unengaged, feeling the day's toll beginning to settle in. All he wanted now was to go home and rest. The drive back felt shorter as dusk had given way to night, and the world outside his headlights was a blur of darkness. Only the illuminated double yellow line led him home. As he turned onto the dirt drive leading to the cabin, he passed the only other cabin between him and the road. Every light was on, and a black Jeep was parked in the driveway. The Wilsons had owned that cabin for years, and their families had been friendly, though he stopped short of calling them close. Ed and Linda had sold the place over 7 years ago, and the new owners had turned it into an Airbnb. Merrill didn't love the idea of strangers coming and going, not knowing who might be next door at any given time. But that was a worry for tomorrow. After putting everything away, Merrill readied himself for bed, his mind pleasantly blank, focused only on the promise of rest. That next morning, it took Merrill a moment to orient himself to his surroundings. He made his way from the bed and into the kitchen, where he began his ritual of preparing coffee in his Italian coffee pot. As he waited for the familiar gurgling sound signifying the completion of the process, he took in the beauty of the landscape in the dim light of the morning. With his first cup in hand, he made his way onto the front porch and settled into the Adirondack chair to witness the sun breaking above the tree line. He watched the steam drift from the rim of his cup, disappearing into the cool spring air. The coffee, still too hot to sip, kept his hands warm against the morning chill. This was his favorite part of the day. He enjoyed the quiet meditation hours spent before making his first cup. It centered him, helping to quiet the growing fear that had been with him since his diagnosis. But it was this moment, mind at peace and the day stretching out before him, when all things felt possible. Merrill had come to appreciate the silence, yet he couldn't deny that he missed the Saturday mornings he and Samantha had shared for almost 20 years, coffee in hand, conversation flowing easily. As Merrill held the empty coffee mug still warming his hands, his attention turned to thoughts of a morning's walk. A path ran from behind the house into the woods, where an old logging road that led up a steep incline and down to a small lake, which always seemed as still as glass, perfectly reflecting the trees crowding its banks like a polished mirror. Setting his empty mug on the small table beside him, Merrill pulled the collar of his heavy plaid jacket up around his neck and headed out. He felt strong this morning, almost like his old self. As he walked along the rough trail, he spotted a herd of deer moving through the brush, their ears twitching at every snap of a twig beneath his feet. He was surprised at how quickly he navigated the incline and found himself by the lake just as the sun crested the mountain's edge. He sat on a fallen tree, hands shoved deep into the wool-lined pockets of his jacket, letting the chill of the morning air settle on his face. Around the lake, the trees seemed bare, their thin, wispy branches arching perfectly against the sky. But as he allowed his eyes to adjust, he saw the faintest hints of color emerging, the first signs of spring. The large oaks and hickories were still bare, but the red and sugar maples displayed tiny reddish buds at their tips. Alone, each might go unnoticed, but together they offered a quiet reminder that life was emerging anew. Merrill closed his eyes and focused on the songs of the birds, eager for the coming season. He picked out the familiar call of the tufted titmouse, its rhythmic Peter, 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 echoing across the lake. Smiling, he remembered sitting here with his children, all of them with eyes closed, trying to distinguish each bird by its song. It had been Sam's idea to learn as much as they could about the natural world around the cabin. Then he heard a clear whistling note, close enough that he had to open his eyes. There, only a few feet away, perched on a bare branch, was a male cardinal. Its brilliant crimson feathers stood in stark contrast to the muted landscape, the black mask around its eyes framing a short, thick, orange-red beak. Merrill stayed perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. The cardinal seemed to look directly at him, whistling a reassuring song before lifting off with a flutter, disappearing into the woods. Merrill smiled as he stood to head back. What a gift, he thought. Arriving back at the cabin, Merrill felt a wave of fatigue settle over him. A quick glance at his watch confirmed that more time had slipped by than he'd realized, and part of his weakness stemmed from skipping breakfast. Quickly, he set the coffee pot over the open flame of the burner, then began frying eggs with onions and mushrooms. The rich aroma of the food mingled with the fresh air filtering in through the open kitchen window, blending with the earthy scent of the oak log crackling in the fireplace. As he sat at the table, Merrill ate slowly, savoring each bite. He watched the flames as he ate, their rhythmic dance punctuated by the occasional spark or sharp crackle, filling the cabin with life and warmth. Satisfied and full, he slid the dish into the sink, poured the last of the coffee into his mug, and made his way to the loft. Running his fingers across the desk, he felt the subtle resistance of the wood grain beneath his touch. The late morning sun filtered in gently, illuminating the loft completely with a warm, natural light. He opened his laptop, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to write. The words came as if a tap had been opened, one by one, then in a flood, his fingers barely able to keep pace with the flow. This was how it had been when he was younger, and he often joked about it with friends. Yeah, the muse used to visit me 3 to 5 times a day. She'd lay with me, make love to me, and leave me with more words that I knew what to do with, he'd say. Then I got old and bald with gray in my beard, and she stopped coming, stopped making love to me. And when she does come, it's just a pity call, leaving only a few words, sometimes just letters, that I have to cobble together into a meaningful poem. But today wasn't that. This was magical. When his fingers finally stopped typing, he took a deep breath, looked over the words, and then scrolled back to the top to type in the title, Robin's Song. He began to read it aloud. The robin, eager for spring, sings in the waning light of day, to clouds like curtains drawn against the sun, to raindrops falling one by one. March, still more like lion than like lamb, still holding tight to winter's hand, offers little to be cheered by song. Yet the robin sings, for she knows that March is sent by God to usher in the spring. Chapter 2. The next week, Merrill worked on establishing his routine, and for a while, things went well. He felt strong, and the morning walks seemed to give him more energy. The only thing he was unhappy with was his level of writing production. Now, he sat at the desk, staring at the empty screen in front of him, a blank, white expanse, the cursor blinking like a stoplight in the middle of blinding snow. It was maddening. That rush of creativity he'd experienced on his second day, after walking to the lake, had felt like the start of something big, an explosion waiting to happen. But since then, all he'd gotten was the cold reality that he was just as unproductive and blocked here at the cabin as he'd been in his office back home. He'd thought the change of space, fresh air, and solitude would be the magic, luring the muse into his honey trap. But as he sat there, empty of ideas, it seemed ridiculous. Still, he believed wholeheartedly that sticking to a schedule and routine was the way to go, that making himself available for inspiration would position him to recapture what he'd lost so many years ago. Damn, he muttered, pushing himself away from the desk. He glanced at his watch. 11:47 a.m., almost time for lunch. He made his way to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of cold water, and went out onto the porch. The day was unusually warm, and the sun was unabashed in painting the front of the house with a brilliance that practically called for sunglasses. He sank into the porch chair, set the glass on the small table, leaned back, and tilted his face up toward the sun. Wow, he thought, as the warmth spread across his cheeks. This feels good. Behind his closed lids, he could see a wash of pink from the brightness, as though some internal switch had been thrown, illuminating his entire body with the sun's pastel glow. He listened to the call and response of the birds, some as distant as a mile away, others just in the front yard. Slowly, Merrill opened his eyes, squinting as he adjusted to the light. As he did, he began to feel a presence, that sense that someone else was within his proximity. As his eyes adjusted, he found himself alone on the porch, but felt drawn to look out over the yard. He turned his gaze toward the other cabin, some 30 yards to his left. The cabins weren't perfectly aligned, but he could see a sliver of the neighboring front porch. And then, there she was, the woman staying at the cabin. She sat on the porch, leaning back in a large Adirondack chair, her face lifted to the sun, legs crossed, hands folded in her lap. Even from this distance, Morel could see she was beautiful. She wore a black, sleeveless shirt with a high crew neck, jeans, and dark running shoes. Her hair, just past shoulder length, was pulled back, exposing her entire face to the sunlight. Morel suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment, as though he'd intruded on a private moment. People were most vulnerable when asleep or with their eyes closed, and he felt like he was taking advantage of that momentary stillness. The feeling was so strong that he almost stood up to go back inside, yet he lingered a moment longer, taking in her slender frame and the look of complete contentment on her face. Just as he turned to head for the door, he was stopped in his tracks, feeling a jolt as if struck by a bullet. "Hi there!" Even given the distance between the cabins, the voice was strong, assured, and clear, yet almost musical. He turned, certain his abrupt movement had given away just how startled he was. "Hi there," he repeated back to her, like one of the birds engaged in a call and response. Morel felt slightly awkward and didn't quite know why. "I'm Maria," she called, shading her eyes with her hand to get a better look at him. He could see she was smiling, so he smiled back, trying to sound as assured as she did. "Morel," he replied, tipping his cap. "Did I just tip my cap?" he thought. That felt somehow weird, too. "Good to meet you, Morel," she said with a warm, genuine expression. "Same here," he managed, feeling a bit more grounded and ready to engage. "Have a great day," she called, giving a small wave as she turned and went back into her cabin. Merrill was left standing there, feeling much like he had that morning when he saw the cardinal, just starting to connect when, suddenly, she was gone. He entered the house, half smiling, and found himself with a flood of thoughts about the brief encounter. She seemed lovely, he thought, friendly too. I wonder how long she'll be staying at the cabin. I wonder if she's here alone. He stopped himself, realizing he was spinning out over a simple hello from a complete stranger. Why am I doing this? Perhaps it was her willingness to sit in silence, or the authentic warmth in her voice and words. Maybe it was because she was beautiful. It had been at least 3 years since Merrill had dated anyone. Sure, he'd had a few brief but pleasant encounters with women, some with real potential, but he hadn't felt ready to truly connect on a deep level. Being married for so long, he knew that getting to know someone took real work. Relationships were an investment, and Merrill was afraid of making the wrong one. Now that he knew his life had an expiration date, the thought seemed more impossible, unfair even. Whatever had opened in that exchange, he needed to close. He ate his lunch without much conscious thought of Maria, yet something felt slightly different in his chest. Over the next few days, Merrill fell into his usual routines, trying desperately to summon inspiration through structure. He theorized that if he carved out dedicated space after his morning walk, after lunch, perhaps new ideas would take root, the seedlings of poetry germinating in the fertile soil of discipline. But mostly, he was met with emptiness. He sat at his desk, waiting for lightning to strike, only to be met with silence. Frustration built with each passing day, punctuated by brief moments of reflection on his meeting with Maria. Their exchange had been short, casual even, yet something about it lingered. He found himself replaying it in his mind, as if searching for something he had missed. By the third day, still without a single poem to show for his efforts, Morel pushed himself up from the loft and made his way to the kitchen. "At least I can write a grocery list," he muttered, settling at the table to jot down the items he needed from the store. With the list complete, he grabbed his keys and jacket, ready to head out. The drive into town felt like a small adventure, and he found himself looking forward to it. The sun was strong enough to roll down the car windows, letting in the crisp country air as he made his way along the winding roads. The bell above the door of the trading post rang, but it wasn't enough to break Merrill's focus on his shopping list. Nor did he pay much mind to the voices of the two women exchanging pleasantries about the day and the weather. But when he heard his name called from the other end of the aisle, he snapped to attention. As he looked up, he felt the corners of his lips tugging into a smile, as if unseen fingers were gently pushing them upward. "Good afternoon," Maria's voice greeted him, softer and with a sweetness he hadn't caught before. It had been 3 days since their brief porch encounter, and Merrill found himself almost relieved to see her again. Before he could manage a hello, she continued, "Amazing day, isn't it?" She was close enough now to extend her hand. Merrill felt his own hand rise, almost as if pulled by invisible strings as he shook hers, feeling a bit awkward. "It sure is," he said, hearing his own voice as though he were a bystander. "And how are you?" Their hands met, fingers overlapping, palms warm against one another. Her grip was soft, yet firm, assured. He matched it, looking into her eyes. They were light brown, almost translucent, as if they held their own inner light. Though only a second or two passed, it felt as though time had stretched, as if they were studying one another, searching. "I'm wonderful, just in for provisions." She stepped a little closer, closing the usual distance of a first greeting, creating a sense of familiarity. She didn't rush to release his hand, letting it linger a moment longer as she added, "And you? Coffee, I see." Merrill let go slowly, almost reluctantly. "Oh yeah," he laughed, a warm vibration in his voice. "It's a must." "Me too. That's why I'm here. Coffee, bread, and eggs." She laughed softly, mirroring his warmth. "Looks like you're in for a bit more." She nodded at the list in his other hand. Merrill glanced at the list, almost surprised to see it. He'd been so focused on their handshake, he'd forgotten it was there. "Yep," he said, looking back at her. "If I don't make a list, I'll forget everything, and it's a bit of a drive back into town." He noticed the camera hanging around her neck and nodded toward it. "Are you a professional photographer?" "Oh, heavens, no," she replied, lifting the camera slightly. "Amateur. Well, that's not entirely true. I studied art with a focus on photography, if you'll pardon the pun." Merrill smiled broadly. He appreciated her quick wit. "So, what are you shooting today?" "I'm not sure," she said, shifting her weight as she lowered the camera. "I never go out without it. Most days I don't have a plan, but I've learned that if you're not ready when the moment presents itself, you miss it." Merle's face lit up. "Yes," he agreed, drawing out the S slightly for emphasis. "I feel exactly the same." "Are you a photographer too?" Her tone was playful but curious. "No, not at all," he said, feeling a twinge of excitement. "I'm a writer." "A writer?" Maria tilted her head with a look of approval, as if he'd said brain surgeon instead. "That's amazing. What do you write? Novels, short stories, articles for the Times?" Merle felt warmth flooding his cheeks, and he laughed. "I'm a poet." "A poet?" Her eyes softened, and she looked directly into his. "I didn't expect that." "Oh, really?" he teased. "And why is that, pray tell?" "Because there are so few people willing to slow down enough to feel what it takes to write a poem. I think it's beautiful." Silence fell between them, but it wasn't awkward. It lingered, deepened, as if words would only cheapen the moment. Merrill's voice softened to match hers. "Thank you. And yes, you're right. Poetry is the distillation of observation, experience, and emotion, a way to share those intersections of life with others." His words hovered in the aisle, and he suddenly wished they could sit down and talk right there, in the middle of the coffee section. But he felt the conversation reaching a natural end, so he smiled and extended his hand again. "I'll talk your ear off about poetry if you let me. I should let you get back to shopping." Maria took his hand, and this time it felt different. This small exchange had narrowed the distance between strangers. "See you around?" she said, a hint of a question in her voice. For sure, he affirmed. Maria turned and headed toward the register to check out. Merrill stood rooted for a moment, staring at his list, but struggling to focus. He would glance at it, then wander aimlessly toward unrelated shelves, his thoughts circling back to the brief exchange with Maria. Each time her face came to mind, another smile tugged at his lips. The memory itself seemed to carry a warmth he couldn't shake. Merrill didn't remember much of the drive back to the cabin. As he unpacked the paper bags, placing items in the cabinets, he couldn't think of anything except the feel of Maria's hand in his, her smile, and her voice, now lodged in his mind like an earworm, a song he couldn't stop hearing, no matter what else was going on. Chapter 3. Merrill found himself a bit out of breath as he reached the top of the logging road and started his descent to the lake. He'd been at the cabin for just over 2 weeks, feeling each day slowly stretching its hours, growing a bit warmer as it did. First light now broke around 6 a.m., and by 6:30 the sun was already up over the trees. Though most mornings held a lingering chill, the last gasps of winter, the angle of the spring sun could warm him enough to remove his jacket while hiking. At his favorite spot near the lake, Merrill paused to catch his breath. The crocuses and snowdrops were in full bloom now, filling every corner of the meadow with a carpet of purple, yellow, and white. He marveled at how such delicate blossoms could break through the stiff, cold forest floor, pushing past leaves and branches to be the first to worship the sun and herald spring. Every tree seemed pregnant with color, ready to give birth to tender newborn leaves that would soon fill the canopy. Merrill sat quietly, reverent, following his breath and letting the wonder of the place wash over him. A soft crunch of footsteps behind him made him turn quickly. Not expecting anyone, it took him a moment to register. It was Maria. "Wow," he laughed, clutching his chest with mock surprise. "You startled me." Maria smiled. "I'm so sorry. I wanted to call out, but you looked so peaceful, I didn't want to disturb you." "No worries. It's a pleasant distraction," he said, feeling a hint of flirtation in his voice. Maria gestured to the log he'd been sitting on. "May I?" "Of course. Please." He motioned for her to join him. "This is absolutely stunning," Maria said, lifting her camera to her eye. She panned from right to left, the crisp sound of the shutter capturing moments of beauty and the forest's awakening. "I decided to follow that old road this morning to see what I could see. I spotted you as I came over the rise. Got a great shot of you, too." Merrill looked surprised. "You did? Really? Of all things, I wasn't expecting that." "Well," Maria replied, her tone sincere, "I know some people don't like having their picture taken, so if that's you, I can delete it." She met his eyes, a slight seriousness in her gaze. "Are you kidding? I'm a ham. Take as many as you want. Make me famous." Merrill lifted his chin with a playful tilt, posing dramatically. "Mr. Mill, I'm ready for my close-up." Maria burst into laughter. "Well, that shows your age. Gloria Swanson, 1950, Sunset Boulevard," she said, each word a point of reference. "Now who's showing their age?" he teased, joining her laughter. She shook her head, still laughing. "Well, I have an excuse. As an art major, film history was part of what I had to study. The classics, you know? But honestly, I love old movies and watch them every chance I get." "Well, that makes 2 things we have in common," Merrill replied, a slight pause hinting he wanted her to guess the first. "Really?" she asked, her tone playful as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, giving him a smile full of curiosity. "Coffee and old movies," he added. "It seems we do, Mr. Merrill." They both laughed, the sound skipping across the lake like a smooth stone. They continued to talk and laugh, sometimes touching each other lightly on the arm, sometimes just exhaling in comfortable silence, taking in the view like a shared secret. Merrill lost track of time, captivated by the ease of their conversation. He was enchanted by her laughter, her smile, and the way she made him feel as if they'd known each other far longer than just a few moments on a hiking trail. He didn't want it to end. "Well," Maria said, slowly standing, "I should get back. I have a couple of work calls to deal with. Sabbatical or not, some things still have to get done." "I'll walk you back," Merrill offered, standing beside her. "I need to get to my desk and stay on schedule anyway." As they made their way back to the logging road, Maria glanced over at him. "How's the writing coming?" Merrill winced slightly, laughing at his own frustration. Not that great. Actually, not at all. I spend a lot of time just staring at the screen. That's tough. Maria's voice held genuine concern. Well, like you said back at the trading post, you just have to be ready when inspiration comes. They reached the cabins and shared a quiet goodbye. But as Merrill turned to head up his steps, Maria's voice broke the agreed-upon silence that follows a farewell. Hey, Merrill, how about dinner tomorrow night? I'm making my world-famous spaghetti. Yes, he answered, perhaps a bit too quickly, catching himself and smiling. Say 7:30-ish? Maria waved her hand playfully to emphasize the ish. You got it. Merrill turned back toward his cabin, feeling a boyish grin on his face and a lightness to his step. Chapter 4. The next morning, Merrill woke to the chill of the night air filling his room. The blanket felt heavy on his chest, and he realized he was short of breath. There was no light from the moon or stars. The darkness around him felt unusually thick, pressing against his senses. He lay on his back, eyes open, staring into the void. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye, cool against his cheek. His breath came suddenly, sharp and jagged, as if trying to catch his voice before it cried out. This was the first time since arriving at the cabin that he felt this profound sadness overtaking him. He'd known it was there, sitting just beneath the surface of every smile, every laugh, every morning's coffee or evening walk. Sometimes, as he sat lost in the observation of the lake, he imagined that beneath its serene surface lay a great turmoil. Beneath the beauty, the ugliness of death. That same turmoil now churned inside him, a hollow emptiness spreading from his stomach, immobilizing his arms and legs, sending his heart into a frantic rhythm. Just as he felt himself slipping, Morrell clenched his fists and forced the word out. Fuck. It was a panic attack. He sat up abruptly and reached for the lamp on the side table, snapping it on. The dim light pushed the darkness back into the corners of the room, carrying the tightness in his chest with it. He exhaled slowly, his breath shaky but steadying, as the panic began to loosen its grip. He managed to climb out of bed and into the shower in hopes the warm water would wash away the remnants of his restless night. Though revived by the shower, Morrell noticed a subtle undercurrent of anxiousness that grew stronger as the clock ticked closer to his dinner date with Maria. On his way back from his morning walk, he stopped to gather a handful of wildflowers. Their vibrant colors and delicate petals felt like an appropriate gesture for the evening ahead. Arranging them carefully in a jar when he returned, Merrill smiled at the thought of presenting them as a dinner gift. He was keenly aware of the romantic implications a bouquet of flowers could hold, and found himself enjoying the quiet duality of the gesture. A simple offering, but one laden with meaning. Merrill took a deep breath before raising his hand to knock on Maria's door. Gathering the flowers that morning had seemed like a romantic gesture, but now, standing at her door, he wasn't so sure. Before his fist could land on the door for the second time, it opened. "Merrill, come in," Maria said, her smile wide and her eyes bright with sincere excitement. Come in, come in." "These are for you," Merrill said, holding the mason jar out, feeling slightly self-conscious about the gesture. "They're beautiful, and I know just where to put them." Maria took the jar and walked to the table, already set for dinner, placing the flowers at its center. "Isn't that perfect?" Merrill smiled, feeling a bit more at ease. "Actually, they are perfect." "Let me take your jacket," Maria offered, reaching out. "Sure," Merrill said, shrugging it off. "Hey, I need to get back to the pasta. Would you mind getting the fire started?" "Not at all." Merrill moved toward the fireplace and couldn't help but admire it. Clearly a recent addition, it had been crafted with care and skill. The stones, likely from a local quarry, were expertly laid, and the base spanned at least 8 feet wide and 4 feet deep, providing plenty of space for logs and kindling. The flagstone mantel stretched the full length of the base and held framed photographs. Morrell leaned in to study them, pictures of what he assumed was Maria's family and friends, each more than a snapshot. They were artistic, deliberate. One in particular caught his attention, a haunting image of a woman standing on a beach at sunset, her hair lifted by the sea breeze, her eyes transfixed on the distant horizon. There was something powerful about the photograph, a bittersweet mixture of sadness and celebration, as if it captured the essence of a fleeting moment in a life somewhat undefined. He checked the flue, arranged the kindling and logs, struck a match, and watched as the fire grew from a flicker into a low, steady roar. Satisfied, he stood and turned toward the kitchen. Music drifted through the cabin, the warm, rich tones of a cello and piano playing Up Where We Belong. Morel paused in the doorway of the kitchen, unnoticed by Maria. The kitchen was rustic yet modern, with hardwood flooring, a deep stainless steel farmhouse sink, and countertops made of a harmonious mix of wood and granite. A small island stood at the center, its surface organized and purposeful despite the many ingredients scattered across it. Morel allowed his gaze to linger on Maria. She moved between the stove and sink with graceful ease, her brown shoulder-length hair swaying gently around her neck. She wore cream leggings that flared at the bottom, brushing the tops of her white sneakers, and her fitted black top accentuated her slender, athletic frame. Her arms, strong and purposeful, lifted the pot of spaghetti from the stove, pouring it slowly into a strainer in the sink. She was beautiful, Morel thought, but it wasn't just her appearance. There was an energy about her, a fullness of life that seemed to radiate from every movement she made. He felt himself drawn to it, to her, in a way that was as undeniable as it was unexpected. Maria turned suddenly, catching Morel's eyes on her. She smiled, brushing her hair behind her right ear. "Are you looking at me?" Morel, a bit flustered, felt his cheeks flush. "Yeah, I am. Just watching you move around the kitchen. You're a natural." "Am I now?" Maria's tone was playful as she continued to strain the pasta. "And what do you know about the kitchen?" "Really?" Morel's voice carried a hint of challenge. "You can't have 4 kids close in age and not know your way around a kitchen." "So you're telling me you can cook?" Maria pointed to a bowl on the island. Morel instinctively picked it up and brought it to the sink. "Oh, I can burn, and I can bake as well." "Bake? Really?" Maria's tone was laced with laughter as she turned back toward the sink, rinsing the strainer. She poured the steaming pasta into the bowl he was holding and gestured toward the dining room with a quick nod. "Just set that on the table, will you?" Morel complied, as Maria's voice followed him, light and teasing. "Come on, spill it. What's your specialty?" Morel turned to answer, but stopped short, noticing Maria standing in the archway, holding a bowl of sauce. She tilted her head, a teasing look in her eyes as she handed it to him. "Come on," she said again, as if urging him not to let the conversation lag while they worked. Morel appreciated her playful nature, the way she kept things light and unguarded. "Chocolate chip cookies, among other things," he said, taking the sauce into the dining room. Without missing a beat, he continued as he returned to meet her holding a gorgeous bowl of salad. "And sweet potato pie." Maria gasped, her voice rising with mock disbelief. "Oh, wow, you mean to tell me you can make a sweet potato pie? Cookies, fine, I'll give you that. Cakes? I'd need to see one. But pie? That's a sacred undertaking. You can't just go around saying, 'I make pie.'" Her laughter filled the space as she entered the dining room with a bottle of wine. Morel took the chilled Sauvignon Blanc from her hand, set it on the table, and in one fluid motion pulled out her chair. Maria smiled as she took her seat, the expression on her face one of unexpected delight. Morel twisted the first forkful of pasta, the rich, deep red sauce clinging to the strands as he wound them against his spoon. As if controlled by his autonomic system, his eyes closed, his nostrils flared as the savory sauce enveloped his tongue. A low moan escaped from his chest, rising into his closed mouth. He hummed. When he opened his eyes, Maria was smiling at him, her fork poised at her lips, clearly waiting for this very response. Morel raised his napkin to his lips, suppressing a grin as if to guard against any stray bit of food. As he began to speak, Maria took her own bite of pasta, her forkful disappearing behind her lips. "Oh my God," Morel finally said, shaking his head slightly in disbelief. "That is absolutely amazing." His eyes stayed fixed on hers. No, really, that might be the best pasta and sauce I've ever had. Morel swallowed, her smile widening. World famous? She teased, her voice rising with curiosity. Without question, Morel replied, though the words were muffled as the next forkful entered his mouth. The meal soon settled into a rhythm, each bite still an experience, but now balanced by the wine, salad, and bread. So, Morel began, tell me how you became this world-famous pasta diva. Pasta diva? I like that, Maria said with a chuckle. Well, I'll tell you, when you grow up with a heavy Italian influence, you learn a thing or two about cooking pasta. Morel raised a brow. Who was the Italian in your family? Actually, no one. My mom's best friend was Italian. She and my mom owned a small catering business. Rachel, my mom's partner, was an amazing cook, a chef, really. My mom wasn't a slouch either. She could cook up a storm and tear up a kitchen while she was at it. They both laughed. Mine too, Merrill added. So, where did you grow up? Merrill swirled his wine glass. Upstate New York, Cooperstown. Heard of it? Can't say that I have. Well, it was an amazing place to grow up. Safe, quiet, almost like a picture book. You know, the kind where summers are all green and there are flower pots on every lamppost. Autumn with hay bales and pumpkins everywhere. And the winters like living inside a snow globe. Sounds wonderful. It was. Maria's voice softened, a hint of nostalgia creeping in. I'm not going to say it was perfect, no place is, but it was as close to perfect as I've ever known. It's a small town, but it had a wonderful museum, and that's where I fell in love with art. My mom would take me every weekend. I could stand in front of the same painting week after week and still find something new. A detail I missed before. Colors and shapes that can only be seen by someone willing to take the time to look beyond the obvious into the artist's intentions. Her voice trailed off for a moment. I love the way you express yourself, Merrill said, his tone warm and genuine. Maria looked up, her eyes crinkling slightly as she smiled. Well, that makes me feel good coming from a poet. She took a sip of wine before leaning forward slightly. What about you? What about me? Merrill teased, leaning back in his chair. Tell me about you. Where did you grow up? Merrill swallowed and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Washington, D.C. Not exactly a big city, but not a small town either. I grew up on a street lined with huge oak trees that arched over the cars like a cathedral of green. In the fall, there would be so many acorns they'd crunch under your feet. My brother and I, along with the other kids on the block, would fill our pockets and rage full-on acorn battles, ducking behind garden walls, hiding behind trees, firing off round after round of acorns. Maria scrunched her nose. Sounds dangerous. Oh, it was. Billy Braxton lost an eye one summer. Maria gasped, nearly setting her wine glass down too hard. What? Are you serious? Nope, Merrill said, breaking into laughter, delighted he'd kept a straight face long enough to sell the story. Maria covered her mouth with a hand, a mix of shock and amusement in her eyes. You are awful. I totally believed you. Merrill grinned. Well, trust me, it was every mother's fear. Boy, you're gonna put somebody's eye out one of these days. If I heard that once, I heard it 1,000,000 times. As well you should have, Maria said, feigning sternness. Any mother worth her salt knows that sticks and stones, or in this case acorns, will put your eye out. They both burst into laughter, their voices mingling in a melody of shared amusement. Morel realized, with much pleasure, how effortless the conversation felt. Maria sipped the last of the wine in her glass. Seeing that Morel had also finished, she asked, Would you like some coffee? Sorry, I don't have dessert. By the time the words left her lips, she was already gathering the sauce and pasta bowls, heading to the kitchen. Morel stood and began collecting the cutlery and glasses. No worries about dessert. In fact, I've got it next time. I'll make pie. They both laughed, Maria turning sharply with a playful glint in her eye. Presumptuous! The word landed like a spark, her expression teasing. Perhaps, Merrill replied, matching her tone. I figured it's the neighborly thing to do, right? My mom always said to return kindness. So, next time, I'll cook and make pie. He joined Maria in the kitchen with the glasses and utensils. She pointed to the sink. Just leave those there, please, she said, already holding the coffee pot. We'll have the coffee in front of the fire. How do you like it? Merrill was halfway to the great room when he called back. In the morning, black, but in the evening, with a bit of milk. The words felt oddly intimate, and he immediately questioned if he had unintentionally implied something more, a lingering hopefulness that surprised even him. He shook the thought away as he turned his attention to the fire. The flames were now embers, and Merrill took the opportunity to poke at the logs and add 2 fresh pieces of wood. The fire roared back to life, shadows dancing against the walls like echoes of the evening. He found his eyes drawn again to the photo on the mantel, the haunting image of the woman on the beach. The woman's serene expression seemed both at peace and full of unspoken longing. He wanted to hold the photo, to study its details up close, but the act felt too personal, almost intrusive. Instead, he called out, "Need help?" Maria appeared in the doorway before he could say more, carrying 2 steaming mugs of coffee. She moved toward him with ease and in a way that felt majestic. They took their places on the couch in front of the fire. Maria handed Merrill his coffee with a soft warning. "Careful, it's hot," before settling beside him. She sat closer than he expected, her body angled toward him, her left leg tucked beneath her. As she let out a contented sigh, the room seemed to shrink, enveloped by the warmth of the fire and the soft notes of instrumental jazz drifting in from the other room. Maria broke the silence first. "So, you told me you're here to write. What made you choose this place?" Merrill turned his mug slowly in his hands, watching the steam rise. "I've owned the cabin for about 25 years, bought it just before the kids were born. We wanted a place to escape the craziness of the world and spend time as a family." He took a sip of the coffee, its richness grounding him. "It was the best decision we ever made, but like many good things, it served its purpose. Until it didn't. After the divorce, I kept the cabin. I try to come at least once a year, just for my own sanity." "To write?" Maria prompted. "Not always," he admitted. "Well, writing has always been part of what I do, but it's harder now. I think I've lost some of the wonder I used to have, the ability to see the world with fresh eyes. I was fortunate enough to get a couple of books published early on, but now," he trailed off, his voice quieter, "now I just want to finish one more." Maria tilted her head, her curiosity genuine. "Why just one more?" "For a lot of reasons," Morel replied, his voice tinged with sadness. "I'd love to write more, but as I've gotten older, I've realized that while time is endless, life isn't. Losing people teaches you that." Maria's expression softened, and she nodded. "I know what you mean. Living life in the moment, every moment, it's so important." Morel met her gaze, sensing a shared understanding between them, unspoken but profound. Maria's voice shifted, lighter now. "That's why I'm here. I needed to reset, to slow down. I was moving too fast, making decisions that felt rushed. Honestly, I threw a dart at a map, and here I am." Merrill smiled, but before he could ask more, Maria continued, her voice trembling slightly. "I lost my mom 8 months ago. It was sudden, violent, and abrupt." Her breath hitched, and she paused, steadying herself. "We were so close, best friends, really. The hardest part has been watching my daughter struggle. Ivy and her grandmother had their own bond. The things she couldn't talk to me about, she could always take to her grandma." Her voice broke slightly, and her eyes shifted toward the mantel. Merrill followed her gaze. "Is that her?" he asked gently, nodding toward the photo. Maria swallowed hard, her voice steadying. "Yes, I took that picture a week before she died. It was an amazing day. We went to the beach, explored the boardwalk, played in the surf, ate way too much junk food. As the sun was setting, I captured that shot." "It's beautiful," Morel said softly. "She looks so at peace." Maria smiled faintly. She was. After I took the picture, she turned to me, opened her arms, and said, "I love you," probably 20 times. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of Maria's story settling around them. Finally, Maria turned back to Morel, her voice lighter. "Tell me something about you." Morel wanted to tell her everything, the diagnosis, the fear, the reason he was here, but he held back, knowing it wasn't the right moment. Instead, he leaned into her question with a faint smile. "I'm a poet in search of a poem." "I seem to be stuck, uninspired, dismissed by the muse," Merrill said, his voice laced with frustration. "It's strange because I can see the wonder in the sunrise or spring. I can feel it in the wind or the rain, hear it in your laughter and smile." He paused for the briefest moment, his heart skipping as he realized what he'd said. Did I just say that? Quickly, he continued, trying to smooth over the moment by carrying the thought forward. Yet I can't seem to capture it in words. Whatever I think I have as I begin to write, it slips away. It's like waking after dreaming in vivid, colorful detail, only to have it fade into some muted, undefinable gray the moment I scramble to write it down. You know? He looked at Maria, whose expression was unreadable, yet warm. "I've been disciplined in my schedule," he went on, "keeping to my routine, staying at my desk, typing away at fragments of poems, pieces of ideas. But none of it has much poetic value. Good ideas, maybe, but no real poetry." "Wow," Maria said, echoing his earlier expression. Merrill waited, half expecting her to comment on his soliloquy. Instead, she scooted forward, placing her coffee mug on the table. Turning to face him fully, she looked straight into his eyes, her voice both serious and playful. "Can you really hear wonder in my laughter? See it in my smile?" The question hung in the air between them. Before Merrill could think, his stomach flipped, his heart raced, but his voice remained steady. "Yeah," he said, holding her gaze. "I noticed that in the first moment I met you." He felt the flush rise to his cheeks and neck as the words settled. They held each other's gaze, both smiling, the pull between them palpable. The moment stretched until Merrill, feeling the need to escape its intensity, shifted awkwardly on the couch. "So," he began, his voice slightly higher than usual, "it's getting late. I should head back." Maria, seemingly aware of his discomfort, supported his retreat with an easy smile. "Yes, it is getting a little late," she agreed, standing gracefully. "Hey." She stopped as if struck by a sudden idea while retrieving his jacket from the back of the chair. "I think I know how to get your poetic juices flowing. Are you free on Saturday?" Merrill raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Yeah, I'm free." "Perfect." She handed him his jacket with a playful grin. "Then Saturday, be ready to break your routine. We're going to shake things up a little." Merrill slid his arms into the sleeves, his curiosity piqued. "Like what?" "Don't worry about it," she replied with a mischievous sparkle in her eye, walking him to the door. "I've got you." He turned at the threshold, the night air cool against his face. "Thanks for an amazing evening." Maria lingered in the doorway, her head tilted slightly, one knee bent as she leaned against the frame. "Good night, Merrill," she said softly, her smile illuminated by the warm glow of the firelight spilling from the cabin. Merrill stepped onto the porch stairs, but paused when he realized the door hadn't shut. Glancing back, he saw Maria still standing there, her eyes following him, her smile steady. He waved once more, taking her in, the intelligence in her gaze, the way she carried herself, the warmth that seemed to emanate from her effortlessly. Beautiful and smart, a deadly combination, he thought. As she stepped back inside, the sound of the door closing was soft, yet it echoed in his chest as he walked toward the cabin and into the night. Chapter 5. Merle sat at his desk, fingers hovering over the keys, his gaze fixed on the tree in the distance. The sugar maple was in a delicate transition, caught between its flowering stage and the emergence of new leaves. Sparse compared to its summer fullness, small clusters of yellow-green blossoms clung to the branches, accented by vibrant young leaves unfurling like tiny hands reaching for the sun. Fallen buds and blossoms created a soft carpet around its base, glistening as the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shifting patterns that lent the scene an almost enchanted quality. His mind drifted to the dinner with Maria. Over the past 4 days, his sense of connection to her had deepened in ways he hadn't anticipated. She occupied his thoughts at the oddest moments, while brewing coffee, during his morning push-ups, even in the quiet of his evening walks. It wasn't just attraction. It was a haunting familiarity. It felt as though he had known her in another life, their paths somehow intertwined before. Merrill struggled with the idea. It wasn't foreign, but it wasn't something he had seriously considered before. His conservative Christian upbringing had shaped a worldview that left little room for notions of reincarnation or a continuation of life beyond the one he knew. Yet, as he sat at the precipice of his own mortality, those ideas now seemed less absurd, less foreign. Perhaps they were a way to quiet the fear of not existing, of becoming nothing. The familiarity he felt with Maria only deepened his contemplations. His thoughts were interrupted as his eyes caught movement. A bluebird launched from the sugar maple, its vibrant feathers a flash of life against the budding tree. Words pressed against his mind, swelling in disjointed fragments. Almost without realizing it, his fingers began moving across the keyboard. He typed, "Set in flight my spirit." Seconds later, he stopped, staring at the words. It was a poem. He read it aloud to himself. "Set in flight my spirit. Love me and give me wings. Let me soar where only dreams have whispered." His heart raced, the thrill of the moment surging through him. He scrolled back to the top and titled it Love and Flight. He barely had time to savor the magic of the moment before another swell of words pressed against him. Thoughts of past lives and continuation after death began to take shape. Feverishly, he typed again, his fingers rushing to keep pace with the flood of ideas. "In lives past, come to me again with your beauty and your grace, for surely I have known you in lives past. The essence of you is in the shape of me, and your laughter, the melody within my ear. Come to me again, and let me bathe in the familiar waters of your soul. Let me eat from your lips those words of passion that have fed my spirit for 10,000 years. Hold me in your arms, and let me travel back before the rivers and the streams, before the seasons and the stars, where time was still an infant and there was only love." He titled the second poem, In Lives Past, and leaned back in his chair, breathing deeply as he read both poems again and again. They felt like gifts, pieces of himself he had forgotten existed. As he reflected, an unsettling thought crept in. What had set this magic in motion? The answer seemed obvious. Maria. She had become the catalyst, the spark. But with that realization came a wave of doubt. Was he clinging to a fleeting connection as a way to combat his fear of death? Did Maria feel the same, or was he projecting his desires onto her? The weight of those questions pressed on him, and he felt his chest tighten. Embarrassment crept in, and he glanced at the poems on the screen, ashamed of the vulnerability they revealed. A tear slipped down his cheek, startling him. "Am I crying?" he whispered to himself. As if answering, his shoulders began to shake. Tears streamed freely now, dripping onto the dark wood of the desk, soaking into the grain. In that moment, Morel allowed himself to feel it all, the fear, the hope, the yearning, and the loss. Leaning forward, he cupped his face in his hands, allowing himself to cry unrestrained. He didn't know how long he had been crying when the vibration of his phone on the desk broke through his spiral of emotions. The sound jolted him, drawing his eyes to the screen. Annalise's name lit up, her call pulling him back to the present. Taking a deep breath, Morel attempted to steady himself, brushing his hands over his face in an effort to compose himself. He needed to sound strong, calm, needed her to believe all was well. With one more deep inhale, he pressed to answer, summoning as much energy as he could muster. "Hey, baby girl." His tone was bright. "Oh, nah." Her voice was full of jest. "Not you sounding all perky." She laughed as she spoke. Hey, it's spring, the weather's great, and best of all, guess what? He prodded her to take a guess. Bubba, you struck oil while putting in a garden? Her voice trailed up into a question. Oh, hell, I wish. No, silly, he continued, his grin audible. I'm writing. Really, Bubba? Her voice shifted to genuine support. That's great. So your time at the cabin is paying off? It is, little one. Her tone deepened slightly as she moved into a more serious vein. How are you feeling, Bubba? For the most part, really good. He spoke with confidence. And the other times? She probed. I'll be honest, baby. I feel great in the morning, but as the day goes on, I get tired. She paused, as if measuring her next words. Do you need anything? Not at this moment, baby. Okay, well, just be sure to rest when you need to. Her admonition carried a mix of care and concern. I promise I will, little one. His sincerity seemed to ease her worries enough for her to shift the conversation, excitedly telling him about her new job and the travel it would entail this summer. Meryl listened intently. Annalise had graduated from Howard University some time ago, but had struggled to find anything substantial. She'd worked as a barista while in college and had continued after graduation, but it wasn't enough to support her moving into her own place. While she appreciated her mother's willingness to let her re-nest, both women had started feeling the strain of living together. And Bubba, she added, her excitement unmistakable, my first trip with the new job is to Rome. What? Meryl's voice carried genuine surprise. He'd expected her to say St. Louis or maybe Flagstaff, somewhere domestic. Rome? He repeated. That's wild. Yup, I'm so excited. They continued talking for a full 45 minutes. She asked how the cabin looked and whether the tree in the front was still standing. The conversation felt refreshing, and as Meryl listened to her voice, he felt as though she was right there beside him, smiling and laughing with her entire body the way only she could. Well, Bubba, her tone signaled the impending end of the call. I'm gonna go. I've got a lot to do. Love you, little one. His voice still carried the joy from their conversation. Love you too, old man. Meryl smiled. He'd always liked it when she called him old man, a shared joke between them since she was 12. He hung up the phone, feeling revitalized. It had been a great morning, and he decided to celebrate with a little butter pecan ice cream from his freezer. Chapter 6. Meryl placed the Italian coffee pot on the open flame of the stove, the sound of the burner clicking before settling into a steady hum. He was still groggy, not fully awake. It was hours before dawn, but from the kitchen window, the field behind the cabin was illuminated by the soft light of a full moon. He could just make out the tree line 30 yards away and the deer curled up in the wild grass, asleep and undisturbed. Despite his lingering haze, a sense of excitement began to build in him, small at first, but growing steadily. Today was the day he'd spend with Maria. He had tried to play it cool, going about his daily routines as if unaffected, but the truth was that the anticipation made him feel almost childish. It was like being a schoolboy again, eagerly awaiting Monday for another chance to see the girl he'd spent the weekend dreaming about. Leaning against the counter, Meryl let the anticipation settle as he waited for the coffee. The Spotify meditation playlist, part of his morning ritual, played softly through the Bose speaker, filling the cabin with tranquil tones. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, catching the first robust notes of the coffee as it began to percolate into the top pot. The aroma stirred him fully awake, a quiet smile curling on his lips. He poured a full cup and made his way to the porch. Meryl lowered himself slowly into the Adirondack chair, careful not to spill his coffee. The hint of cinnamon in the steaming brew carried a comforting warmth, mingling with the cool, crisp air of the early morning. The sky was beginning to brighten, lit by a sun still hidden below the horizon, its light not yet strong enough to warm the lingering chill of the night. He sipped his coffee, letting the warmth spread through him, and noticed the lights on in Maria's cabin. He could see her shadow moving inside, to what he imagined was her morning ritual. As he drank, he thought back to the coffee they'd shared after dinner, their conversation flowing with ease. A small smile crept across his face as he let himself savor the quiet anticipation of spending the day with her. Then, like a weight dropped into his chest, doubt and fear returned, sharp and heavy. Damn, he thought, his lips forming the word, though no sound escaped. She has no idea that I'm sick, the thought churned. What if she's feeling the same excitement, this sense of connection? Is it fair? Should I tell her? Just start the day with, hey, I need to tell you, I'm dying. Another wave of grief rolled over him, settling deep in his chest. His mood shifted as he stared at the sugar maple in the field, its young green leaves seeming to grow fuller with each passing day. He sat there, lost in thought, the coffee cooling in his hand as the sun climbed higher, its light dimming the glow of Maria's cabin windows. Maria's voice broke through his reverie, like a hand pulling him back from the depths. "Good morning." Meryl blinked, bringing her smiling face into focus as she stood at the foot of the porch steps. "You dreamin'?" she asked, her tone a gentle mix of teasing and genuine curiosity. "Hey, good morning." Meryl's voice carried an undertone of surprise. "Yeah, I guess I was a little lost, thinking about life." He felt a tug of impulse to tell her about his illness, but her bright smile and lively eyes held him back. The starkness of his reality felt incompatible with the lightness of the morning, with the promise it seemed to hold. He pushed the thought aside, guilt flickering faintly, and gestured to the chair beside his. "Have you had coffee yet?" "Actually, no," Maria replied, stepping closer. "Well, you're in for a treat. Cinnamon-spiced," he said with a grin. As Maria climbed the steps, Meryl stood, extending his arms instinctively for a hug. Maria didn't hesitate, stepping into the embrace and wrapping her arms around him. Her body pressed firmly against his, and for a moment that felt timeless, they held each other. She smelled faintly of vanilla and cream, her warmth grounding him. Her embrace was steady and sure, a connection that felt both new and deeply familiar. Meryl closed his eyes, letting the moment linger, every detail etched into his memory. When they finally released each other, it was gradual, like a wave receding from the shore. Maria's smile came into view first, her eyes locking into his with an openness that seemed to see straight into his heart. "How are you this morning?" she asked softly. "Really good," he replied, his voice earnest. For that moment, it was true. "Let me get you that coffee." Maria sank into the chair beside his, settling in comfortably. "I can't wait." "Cream? Sugar?" he called over his shoulder as he disappeared through the screen door. "A little of both, please." Morel returned moments later with 2 steaming mugs, their steam curling upward and mingling like an ephemeral embrace. He handed Maria her cup, watching her reaction as she sipped. Maria's eyes widened in delight, peeking at him over the rim of the mug. "Oh my goodness, this is good." Her face lit up with a smile. "No, this is really good." Meryl grinned, pleased by her reaction. "I know, right?" Maria leaned forward, her eyes alight with purpose. "Okay, here's the deal, but before I tell you, I need to know you're all in." Meryl raised an eyebrow, amused. "Isn't it usually the other way around? You tell me what's up, and I decide if I'm in or not?" "Yes," she conceded, still smiling, "but this is different. I told you we'd be doing things outside of your norm, maybe even outside anyone's norm. So, I need a blind agreement. Are you in?" Meryl chuckled, her enthusiasm contagious. "Sure, let's do this. I ain't no chump. I'm in." "Great." Maria clapped her hands together like a coach before a game. "Here's the plan. You've said you're stuck with your writing, right? Even though you've dedicated yourself to a rigid schedule, it's just not happening. And maybe that worked in the past, but it's not working now." Her tone shifted to one of passionate conviction. Sometimes it's not about staying in the comfort zone. It's about stepping out of it, seeing things differently. You've got to look at the world with a fresh perspective. Maria's eyes lit up as she spoke, her voice gaining momentum. "When I was a kid, I told you how my mom used to take me to the museum almost every weekend. I'd stand in front of the same paintings week after week, and every single time I'd find something new, a detail I'd missed, a color or shape that suddenly stood out. It's about seeing what's already there in a different way." She paused for breath before delivering her conclusion. "So, I've decided you need to see the world around you through a new and different lens, literally. Today, we're going on a photography shoot. I've got a second camera, and all I want you to do is shoot. Don't think, just feel what you see and then capture it." She stopped and exhaled deeply, as if realizing she hadn't taken a single breath during her enthusiastic speech. Morel couldn't help but laugh, his admiration for her bubbling up. "I love it," he said simply. And he did. It was so clear, so perfect. It made all the sense in the world. "Great," Maria exclaimed, handing him her empty mug. "I've got everything ready, so grab a backpack, some water, and maybe a snack or two. We're heading out on an adventure." With that, she bounded down the steps and across the yard, her excitement palpable. Morel quickly stuffed items into his daypack when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and answered. "Kelton, what's up?" "You sound rushed, Pops. You good?" Morel detected a hint of concern in Kelton's voice. "Actually, really good. I'm heading out on a photography exploration with my neighbor." "Photography? Neighbor? Wait, what?" Kelton's tone shifted, concern giving way to teasing. "Man, what are you saying?" Morel realized he might have said more than he intended. "It's complicated, but everything's cool." "Complicated but cool? Sounds like a woman," Kelton jabbed. Morel burst out laughing. "What makes you say that? Come on, man, you sound like a schoolboy." Morel laughed even harder. "Do I?" He didn't wait for an answer. It was rhetorical. "Yup," Kelton said, amused. "So, schoolboy or not, what's going on?" "Well, you'll have to wait for the details," Morel said, glancing at his watch. "I've got to go. Can I hit you up later?" "No worries, Pops, but you better spill 'em beans when you do." "You got it. Love you, man." "Love you too," Kelton returned. Merrill ended the call, his smile lingering. He zipped up his pack, threw it over his shoulder, and headed out the door, already feeling the thrill of the day ahead. Chapter 7. Maria was waiting in the yard as Morel emerged from the cabin. "Ready?" she asked, holding up a second camera. "Here, put this around your neck." Morel took the camera, his brows lifting. "Okay, this looks expensive." His concern was genuine. "It is, so don't drop it. You don't have any butter on your fingers, do you?" Morel's face twisted in confusion. "What?" Maria burst out laughing. "Oh my God, you are slow." The joke landed, and Morel shook his head with a grin. "I might be a little slow, but come on, that was seriously corny." They both laughed, their voices mingling in the crisp morning air. "Okay, smarty pants," Maria shot back, still chuckling. "Here's what you need to know. I've set the camera on automatic, so it's basically a point and shoot. You've got a 22 200mm lens on it, so you'll get decent zoom." Merrill took the camera, his left hand cradling the body and his fingers naturally extending to the lens. His right hand steadied the side, his pointer finger instinctively resting above the shutter button. "Oh, look at you, Mr. Professional," Maria teased. "I usually have to explain how to hold a camera." Merrill grinned, lifting the camera to his eye. "I've had cameras over the years, just nothing like this," he said, adjusting his hold. "Wow, this is sweet. It's got a screen on the back too, so you don't always have to hold it to your eye. Go ahead," she encouraged. "Shoot." Merrill turned toward Maria's cabin, framed it in the viewfinder, and pressed the shutter button. The camera responded with a satisfying click and soft wind sound. He pivoted toward the sugar maple in the distance, turning the large zoom ring until the tree filled the viewfinder. "Wow," he whispered as he took the shot. Lowering the camera, he looked at Maria. "This is so cool." "Glad you think so," she replied, smiling. "And we're just getting started. You can take a quick peek at what you just shot by pushing the view button in the upper right corner on the back of the camera." Morel found the button and pressed it, the image of the tree appearing on the bright screen. "Now," Maria added, "use your finger to swipe back and see the picture you took before that." Morel swiped back to the photo of Maria's cabin. Somehow, it looked like a story frozen in time, vividly alive on the screen. Maria noticed the wonder on his face. "Cool, right?" "It really is," Morel said, looking up from the screen with a renewed sense of marvel. "All right then, the adventure begins," Maria said, her voice brimming with excitement. "Let's head up toward the lake and see what we see. Take as many pictures as you want. When we get back, we'll download them and pick the 10 best shots that represent the day." Both turned toward the logging road leading to the lake, Maria leading the way while Merrill followed closely behind, intermittently lifting the camera to his eye. The sound of the shutter punctuated their steps as they made their way up the rugged logging road. As they cleared the rise and began the gentle descent toward the lake, Maria broke the shared silence. "Here's what I want you to try, since you're a guy who meditates," she said. "Bring that same sense of presence into this experience. It's not about what you see as much as what you feel, about the world around you, an object, an animal, a moment. Be present and intentional as you capture what you capture. Don't analyze it after each shot. Let's save that for when we get back." "Got it," Morel replied, lifting the camera almost instinctively. He focused on the large fallen tree where he sat each morning, snapping a photo before fully realizing why he'd chosen it. Only after the shutter clicked did he become aware of a faint feeling of solitude in his chest. He resisted the urge to examine it further, leaning instead on his meditation practice to let the emotions simply be. The lake appeared as still and serene as always as they approached, but as Morel allowed himself the space to simply experience each moment without judgment or structure, his senses began to sharpen. The woods came alive in ways he hadn't noticed before. Birds sang solos, some in duet, engaged in a melodic call and response. Frogs croaked with low, rounded tones. Splashes and ripples at the lake's edge hinted at unseen creatures. The warming air caressed his skin, a soft, welcoming touch from nature herself, as if she were saying, "Welcome to the familiar yet unnoticed." They wandered and took photographs in silence, though Merrill occasionally felt Maria's eyes on him, observing, studying, maybe even enjoying him. When he turned his camera toward her, catching her in unguarded moments, it felt like capturing a secret kiss. Each click of the shutter felt intimate, a connection preserved in a frame. Their path circled the lake, leading them to a clearing on the far side. There, a herd of deer stood grazing on tender sprouts that dotted the forest floor. The adult deer raised their heads, ears twitching, alerted by the movement of Maria and Merrill as they came to an abrupt halt. The two instinctively raised their cameras, moving as if under the same unspoken command. Click after click, the shutters captured the scene. Heads tilted in curiosity, glossy eyes reflecting the sunlight, delicate legs poised to spring. The quiet rhythm of their cameras seemed to hold the moment still, but the deer's senses, heightened by the unfamiliar sound, soon gave way to caution. In a fluid motion, the herd bound into the forest, their retreat a ripple of life through the underbrush. Birds startled from their perches, their wings beating frantically as they took to the sky. The chaos was a symphony of sound, the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, and the fading drum of hoofbeats. Morel lowered his camera slowly, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He turned to Maria, who stood with her camera still raised, her eyes following the deer's retreat. Her lips curved into a soft smile, and Morel felt the weight of the shared moment settle between them, an unspoken understanding of the beauty they just witnessed, fleeting yet eternal in their minds and in their frames. Hunger pangs alerted Morel to the passage of time. He glanced at his watch, 2 p.m. He knew keeping consistent energy levels was important, and the awareness brought on a sudden shift in his body, as if someone had unplugged him. His legs felt weak beneath him. "Hey," he called to Maria, breaking her focus as she captured a photograph of a large web with a spider coiled in the corner, waiting for its unsuspecting prey. "I just realized I'm hungry." Maria glanced at her watch and let out a breath. "Whew, me too." Morel pointed to a large tree stump nearby, weathered and moss-covered, clearly felled years ago. "That looks like a good spot." They scooted onto the stump, Merrill carefully placing his camera behind him. Maria rifled through her backpack and, without looking up, asked, "What have you got?" Merrill pulled out 2 protein bars, some nuts, and a bottle of water, arranging them on his lap. "Nice," Maria remarked, a teasing element in her voice. She slid over slightly, creating more space between them. Then, like a magician pulling rabbits from a hat, she produced a large red and white checkered cloth, spreading it across the stump. Out came neatly packed baggies of grapes, cheese, crackers, 2 egg salad sandwiches, cookies, a chilled bottle of wine wrapped in a cooler sleeve, collapsible cups, hand wipes, napkins, and 2 more bottles of water. Merrill stared in amazement. "Really?" He looked at his modest offering and then back at her spread. "You called this nice?" He broke into laughter. "I thought you said to grab snacks. That looks like more than snacks." Maria smiled, clearly pleased with herself. Well, this way, you'll think I'm amazing and special. Morel took the sandwich and napkin she handed him. Well, to tell you the truth, you hit amazing in my book a long time ago. Maria looked up and met his eyes, her smile softening into a moment of silent acknowledgement. I feel the same way. Morel took a long, nervous breath, letting her words hang in the air without comment. Did that make you uncomfortable? Her voice was gentle, sensitive. And how? Morel admitted. But don't get it twisted. I'm straight up flirting with you, he said, a bashful smile spreading across his face. I guess I'm better at flirting than being flirted with. Oh, is that what you think I was doing? Maria's tone was even, almost serious. Well, Merrill felt his schoolboy awkwardness rising, but didn't need to find the words. Maria cut in directly. I was. Whew, Merrill exhaled, grinning. Glad you were, because if you weren't, I'd seriously have to reconsider my skills. Maria handed him a cup of wine, her smile widening. Your skills are just fine. Merrill shifted the conversation. Do you do this often, just ramble around taking pictures? Not as much as I'd like. Maria's gaze drifted into the distance. Honestly, I like what I do, but I don't love it. I did love it at one point. Photography is my way of getting back to my artistic roots. Maybe I'm also trying to see the world differently. Is that why you're on hiatus, trying to see things differently? Merrill sipped his wine and turned to look at her. Partly. I'm trying to see a lot of things differently. I feel like I'm at a crossroads, like I'm about to make choices that will set the trajectory for the rest of my life, and I'm terrified of making the wrong decision. She shifted her focus back to Merrill, her expression open and curious. What about you? Is it just the writing that brought you to the cabin? Mostly, Merrill said, feeling a rush of discomfort. He wanted to open up, to lay his truth out like another picnic offering, but it felt too raw, too much for this moment. I'm trying to figure some things out too. For me, it's less about what's next and more about how to make this moment count, and the moments that follow. Cryptic, Maria teased, drawing out the word. A little, Morel admitted. The wine loosened his inhibitions. Are you married? Maria's gaze flickered upward, her hesitation palpable. No. Cryptic? Morel volleyed back. A little, she said with a playful grin. They both laughed, the sound easy and warm. Well, Maria said, brushing crumbs from her lap, let's head back and see what we got. Morel nodded, and they gathered the remnants of their meal, packing everything away before starting back toward the cabins. The day had warmed considerably, and they were now in shirt sleeves, their jackets tied around their waists. The air was fresh and free of humidity, carrying the rich scent of spring with every gentle breeze. As they walked and chatted, a quiet, warm satisfaction buzzed between them. Maria would glance at Morel at times, her gaze lingering, and he could swear she saw straight into his soul. He wanted to tell her everything, about himself, his past, and his fears. He wanted to tell her that he might just be falling in love with her. By the time they reached the cabins, the sun was sinking low on the horizon, casting long shadows and leaving the shaded places around the cabins dark as the light receded. The air still carried the remnants of the day's heat, but the cool of the approaching night was beginning to creep along the ground, quietly displacing the warmth. Morel felt the physical toll of the day in his legs and back. He was fatigued, and having missed his afternoon nap, all he wanted was to put on some music and sink into the leather couch. Yet, the thought of letting go of the magic still lingering between him and Maria was almost unbearable. He wrestled with the decision: push through the evening or admit his need for rest and suggest connecting later. As he vacillated, Maria made the choice for him, her voice reflecting her own exhaustion. Do you mind if we do the download tomorrow afternoon? She asked. I'm feeling wiped out and honestly a bit grimy. I want to shower and give my daughter a call. Merrill immediately jumped in with his answer, though he felt a twinge of disappointment that he hadn't been as open about his own fatigue. Not at all. I was just thinking about how to tell you I was exhausted. How about lunch at 12? She suggested. We can eat and then take our time to download and review everything. Merrill nodded, removing the camera from around his neck and holding it out to her. Here, let me give this back to you. Maria shook her head, smiling. No, keep it. I want you to keep using it. What? No, I can't, Meryl started, overwhelmed by her generous gesture. Mariah interrupted him with a teasing smile. Are you leaving tonight? Or planning to rush into town to the pawn shop, if there even is a pawn shop? She laughed lightly. Keep it. Plus, it'll give me an excuse to see you again. Morel smiled, unsure of what to do next. She was close enough that he could reach for her, pull her into a hug, or kiss her cheek. He could also simply shake her hand. Instead, he reached out and placed his hand gently on her shoulder, steadying himself in the moment. Thank you for this, he said sincerely. It was beautiful, and you were an amazing teacher. Mariah took a small step closer, lifted onto her tiptoes, and kissed him on the cheek. You were a good student, she said softly. And with that, Mariah turned toward her cabin. Good evening, Mr. Morel, she said, lifting her hand in a casual wave. Good night, Miss Maria, Morel called after her, raising his hand in return, even though she was already walking away. The moment had passed so quickly that Morel didn't fully process it until he turned toward his cabin. Even then, the memory of her kiss lingered, the warmth and softness of her lips, the faint, wild scent of her hair, the coolness of her nose brushing his cheek. As he settled into the overstuffed leather couch, he could feel his heart still beating faster than usual, his breaths full and deep. His mind teemed with images of the day and the thrill of the adventure, and as he drifted off to sleep, he smiled. Chapter 8. Meryl woke with a start, momentarily disoriented. It was fully dark outside, and he had no idea of the time. Fumbling in the dark, he found his phone on the end table, dead. Words swirled in his mind, fragments pressing urgently against his consciousness. He knew this feeling, this undeniable sign of impending poetry. Scrambling off the couch, he switched on the loft light and made his way to his desk. He pressed the power button on his computer, the machine wheeling and groaning as it booted up. Rubbing his face briskly, Meryl tried to increase the blood flow and fully wake himself. His eyes caught the lock screen photo of his 4 children, with his oldest grandchild, Ove, nestled among them, just a few months old at the time it was taken. The image steadied him, offering a brief moment of warmth before he navigated to his Word document. His fingers hovered over the keys, and then, as if by magic, they began to move. Words flowed, and in 8 minutes he stopped, gazing at the poem he'd created. A smile spread across his face as he scrolled back to the top and typed the title, She Moves Me. She moves me. She moves like ice across a hot surface, like armies marching with a purpose. She moves towards me like a liberator coming to set me free, like a sailor navigating all 7 seas, like falling objects are pulled by beauty or gravity. She moves me. She moves me like the moon moves the tide, like the lion ready for dinner or for love moves his pride, like the net moves information worldwide. She moves me. She moves me like the sun from east to west, like Dr. Livingstone on an African quest, like a man trying to be better moves towards his best. She moves me. She moves me with her delicious smile and with the innocence of her inner child, with the passion in her eyes running wild. She moves me. She moves me with her sensual lips and with the way she swings those hips. With just one brush of her fingertips, she can move me. Yeah, that girl moves me. Morel smiled as he finished reading. It felt so good to write. No, it felt amazing. His mind raced as more words swirled, ideas bursting like stars. Again, he placed his fingers on the keys, closing his eyes briefly. He typed, "Come to me in silence." His lips moved as he wrote, the words forming another poem. It was like catching a perfect wave, and he didn't want to lose the momentum. Scrolling to the top, he titled this piece, "Another Quiet Chance." Another quiet chance. Come to me in silence, without the fanfare of word or song, without a parade of even one. For your eyes so full of what you are, need be your only preface, and your arms, moving towards, then around me, your only preparer of the way. Come to me in silence, as does the morning come to night with unheard explosion of warmth and light. Or as the spring to winter, Come to give me what I've needed most, another quiet chance at love. Merrill barely finished titling the poem before another surge of words pressed forward. He typed feverishly, pouring his thoughts into the computer, and titled the next piece, The Island. The Island. You spoke to me, and your voice came like a gentle rain against thirsty summer streets. It set a hypnotic beat, a rhythmic army of 10,000 feet marching towards my heart. Leading me to that part of the day when people struggle to find a way to explain the wonder of the morning and of the magic of a new day dawning, or of the splendor of the evening sky, or perhaps, as I struggle to say, that there is true good in all you do. You spoke to me, and your voice came like an ocean breeze that pushes gently against the outstretched arms of trees, or gracefully bends long blades of grass, or blows past my ear as I imagine your lips, whispering so softly that only I could hear the message from your heart, offering that quiet and secret part of you. You spoke to me, and I dreamt dreams only dreamt by men who have met angels and been brushed by their wings. Men who have learned the precious things of the universe, or speaks from their heart unrehearsed and unchecked, ready and willing to be shipwreck on an island of truth for two. I am that man, as long as the one beside him is you. But then, something shifted inside him, a pang of sadness, a heaviness creeping into his chest. This time, as his fingers moved across the keys, there was a weight to the act, an emotional gravity pulling at him. Tears began to well, first a trickle, then a steady stream, but he didn't stop typing. The words flowed, unstoppable, until at last he finished. Scrolling back to the top, he read the title aloud. Rule of Love. Rule of Love. If I love you in this life, I will love you in my next as a butterfly, or perhaps an eagle mating with you for a lifetime. In 1 or 1,000 years, I will always find your eyes within the flock or herd or school. For the rule of love is like matter. It cannot be created or destroyed. Merrill's voice trailed into silence as he finished reading. The tears slowed but did not stop. His chest was tight, and he felt as though he were carrying an invisible weight on his back. He leaned into his chair, taking a deep breath, and brought his hands up to cup his face, wiping away the tears. He was done for the night. Even though the last poem had been difficult to write, he knew it had been cathartic. This was his truth, all of it. He was falling in love, and he was dying. It was a harsh contrast, almost impossible to reconcile, yet undeniably his reality. Merrill stood, glancing at the time, midnight. He made his way out of the loft, turning off the lights as he moved toward his bed. Too tired to reflect on the day, too drained even to dream, he sank into the darkness of his room. Moonlight filtered gently through the window, casting faint patterns on the walls. In the quiet, he offered up a prayer, not for deliverance or healing, but for the strength to not let a moment pass without appreciation. With that, he drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 9. Merrill's eyes fluttered open to what seemed like sparkling light filling his room. From his bed, he could see the tops of the distant trees, their young, vibrant green leaves starkly contrasted against the brilliant blue sky. He lay there for a moment, scanning his body. Even the small movement of adjusting himself in bed had revealed stiffness in his legs and back. He vaguely remembered waking up while it was still dark, likely around his usual time of 4 or 4:30. He had pulled the covers tighter against the chill and thought, no way. Now, with so much light pouring through the window, he couldn't help but ask aloud, what time is it? Groaning, Merrill stretched to reach his phone. Damn, he muttered as his hand landed on the device, still dead. He grabbed the charging cord resting on the nightstand, plugged it in, and watched the phone flash a daunting 0%. Sinking back into his bed, he wedged his head deeper into the pillow and stared at the ceiling. He noticed a few cobwebs woven into the exposed, dark wooden trusses, their intricate patterns collecting dust like forgotten dream catchers. His thoughts turned to Maria, and with that, a jolt struck him. It could be afternoon. He grabbed his phone again, reading 5%. Switching it on, he waited impatiently as it booted up. See, this is the problem with depending on technology. Where's my old wind-up clock when I need it? The phone progressed through its waking screens until finally revealing the time, 9:52. Merrill sighed with relief, pushing the covers back and slowly swinging his legs to the side of the bed. His quads protested as he stood, and when the full weight of his body settled on his frame, he realized the soreness wasn't limited to his legs and back. He shuffled slowly to the bathroom, his bladder screaming for relief. First things first, he thought. Then ibuprofen. After washing his hands, he let the water run a moment longer, cupping his palms to catch enough to help swallow the pills. The cold water revived him a bit, and as he made his way to the kitchen, his body still stiff and aching, he found comfort in the certainty that relief was coming. With practiced efficiency, he prepared the coffee pot and lit the burner beneath it, listening as the flame caught. Soon, the rich aroma of brewing coffee filled the air. Morrel felt more awake just breathing in the deep, roasted scent, its dark magic coaxing him fully into the day. Carrying his mug carefully to the porch, he eased into the large, low chair, mindful not to spill the hot coffee. A low groan escaped as he settled, but already he could feel the ibuprofen beginning to work its way through his aching muscles. His eyes fell on the sugar maple. It seemed even fuller today, its leaves spreading vibrantly as though it had grown overnight. I really like that tree, he thought, sipping his coffee. The gentle warmth of the mug in his hands was grounding, but it couldn't quite contain the spark of excitement ignited by the memory of the night before. He hadn't felt that kind of creative surge in years. The intensity, the flow, it had been magical. The experience made him feel powerful and alive. He wanted to revisit the pieces he'd written, to fully immerse himself in the words again. Yes, he thought, I need to read them aloud. There was something about hearing his voice give breath to the poems that brought them to life, allowed them to take on a shape and reverberate outward like ripples on a pond stirred by unseen creatures quietly proclaiming their existence. A broad smile spread across his face as he thought of sharing the breakthrough with Maria. He was certain that her exercise, breaking his rigid routine and seeing the world through a new lens, had unlocked something deep within him, setting his creativity free. But the excitement was quickly tempered by darker thoughts. Revealing the poetry to her would expose him in ways he wasn't ready for, not yet. The words were infused with overtures of love, and the last one, how could he even begin to explain that? Morrel felt the familiar push and pull of vulnerability and fear. Part of him wanted to lay it all out, to speak freely, to let her see everything. But the thought of potentially derailing what was becoming more meaningful with each passing day made his chest tighten. His grip on the mug involuntarily stiffened, his neck tensed, and his gaze drifted, unfocused, into the distance. The faint sound of his phone ringing in the bedroom snapped him back. Setting the mug down, he rose quickly, unaware until then that the stiffness in his body had subsided. He made his way to the bedroom and glanced at the screen. It was Kelton, no doubt following up from their last conversation. "What's up, big man?" Morrel's voice carried a strength that even surprised himself. "You, Pops, you sound better than yesterday," Kelton replied, his tone teasing. "What are you saying? I sounded bad yesterday?" "Well, not bad exactly, but there was a lot going on. You know, sharing is caring." Kelton laughed, knowing full well how much his father hated that phrase. "Ugh," Merrill grunted, his usual response to that particular quip. "So, come on, old man, spill them beans," Kelton pressed, his amusement evident. Merrill sighed, knowing there was no avoiding Kelton's curiosity. "Look, it's really nothing much. There's a woman staying in the other cabin." "The old Wilson place? It's a dump," Kelton interrupted. "Nah, you should see it. It's been updated and everything. They put in a massive fireplace that takes up an entire wall." "Wait," Kelton's tone shifted. "You've been inside?" Merrill hesitated briefly, knowing exactly where his son was going. Yes, I met the woman staying there, and we had dinner. So, yeah, I got to see the inside of the cabin. Holy smoke! Are you— Merrill cut him off, his voice firm. Don't even go there. No, we've struck up a nice friendship, and she actually helped me get my first breakthrough with the poetry. Dude, this is rich, Kelton said, laughing. I could go in so many directions, but I won't. Okay, just a couple of questions. Is she cute, and how old is she? Merrill chuckled, shaking his head. She's absolutely beautiful. And as for her age, no idea. But she's younger than me, that's for sure. Ah, sucky sucky now, Kelton teased, drawing the words out in playful exaggeration. What you gonna do? Boy, you are so silly. What do you mean, what am I gonna do? You know, two adults, alone in the woods, fireplaces, wine, quiet evenings, candlelit dinners. I'm just saying, what you gonna do? Merrill laughed out loud, enjoying the banter despite himself. You need to stop. I'm going to do what any gentleman would do. Be a gentleman. Okay, Pops, but if something does go down, you gotta let me know. I mean, I'm your mans, right? That you are, but I ain't telling you nothing, 'cause ain't nothing happening. Merrill shot back with a grin. Got it. Kelton's voice softened. How you feeling? It's been a minute. Truthfully? Merrill paused, letting the honesty settle between them. I've been a little tired lately after activities. It's to be expected, but I'm good. What about you? Oh, you know, I'm grinding. Work's good, and my girl will be back from Dublin in a few weeks when the semester ends, so I'm cool. The two continued to chat for a while, covering life and daily challenges. The easy rhythm of their conversation reminded Merrill of how much he cherished this connection with his son. Look, I gotta get dressed. I'm having lunch with Maria in about 45 minutes. Hey, Pops, I've been ribbing you, but actually, I'm glad you've got someone there to spend time with. Love you, man, Kelton added, his voice warm and sincere. Thanks, son. That means a lot. Love you too. As Merrill ended the call, he felt a fullness in his chest, the warmth of his son's words settling deeply. He was proud of the open relationship they had built over the years. Critics once told him he wasn't a strict enough disciplinarian, especially with Kelton. But now, as his children had entered adulthood, it was clear that their bond had been built on mutual respect and love. It was the kind of relationship that mattered most. Chapter 10. Merrill knocked on the screen door, its faint creak announcing his arrival. Through the open main door, he could see into the cabin's inviting interior. Maria's voice carried from somewhere deeper inside. Come on in, I'll be right there. The screen door squeaked as he opened it, the coiled spring stretching taut, ready to pull it shut. Make yourself at home, Maria called again. Merrill made his way to the leather couch, placing the camera gently on the coffee table before scooting back to settle comfortably. His gaze fell on Maria's open laptop, where the screensaver displayed a photo of the woman from the mantel picture. Maria's mother, he assumed, and a younger woman who looked just like Maria. They stood outside an ice cream shop, each holding a large soft-serve cone and grinning widely. From the bright natural light and their summery outfits, it was clearly taken on a warm day. Maria's voice floated in from the kitchen. I hope you like quiche. I've got quiche and salad. Sounds great, Morel replied, standing instinctively. Following the aroma wafting from the kitchen, he found himself drawn to check if she needed help. The rich scent of baking bread enveloped him as he entered. It smells like my grandmother's kitchen, he declared, smiling. Like bread baking. Oh yeah, Maria said, bending to open the oven door. I forgot to mention there's cornbread too, and not from a mix. Morel chuckled. Why would you assume I think you made cornbread from a mix? Maria glanced at him with a playful smirk. Doesn't everyone? She leaned into the oven, pulling the pan free, and the room filled with the warm, sweet essence of fresh bread. Merrill's smile faltered slightly as he caught himself admiring the curve of her body as she bent. Her leggings and oversized sweatshirt rode up slightly, exposing her form in a way that made him glance away quickly, his cheeks heating in embarrassment. Maria spoke as she straightened, the steaming pan in her hands. Are you looking at my ass? Merrill froze, his heart skipping a beat. He felt the unmistakable flush of heat rising from his neck to his face. Meeting her eyes, he realized Maria was grinning widely, her tone light and teasing. "It's okay," she said, stepping past him to place the pan on a neatly folded cloth on the counter. Merrill exhaled slowly. "Okay," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "I was looking at your ass, and yeah, I feel pretty embarrassed right now." Maria didn't miss a beat. "Embarrassed for looking or for being caught looking?" "Well, technically, you didn't catch me. You just assumed you were so alluring that I couldn't resist looking. And?" She stepped closer, her voice dropping slightly, her tone equal parts playful and challenging. Merrill hesitated, then took a small step toward her. "You are." "I am what?" Her voice was soft, her gaze locked on his. "Alluring." Maria placed her hand gently on the center of his chest. The contact was electric, though the gesture felt ambiguous. Was it meant to hold him back, or simply to connect? She took a deep breath, her eyes never leaving his, before finally curling her fingers into her shirt and guiding him away. "Merrill, you're an interesting man," she said, turning him toward the living room. "Am I?" He smiled, feeling a youthful thrill he hadn't experienced in years. Her fingers were slender and smooth, with nails perfectly trimmed and painted a pale, translucent pink tipped in white, elongating the graceful lines of her hands. Morel broke the silence. "Can I ask you something?" "Anything." "This picture on your screensaver, is it of your mom and daughter?" "It is." Maria's smile softened. "I love this picture. I keep it as a screensaver because it makes me smile." "Your daughter is beautiful," Morel said, not realizing the double compliment his words carried. "She looks just like you." "She's my heart." Maria's gaze lingered on the image, her smile fixed in a moment of quiet reflection. "How old is she?" Morel asked. "She was 18 in this picture. She's 20 now. Is she with her father while you're here?" Morel hesitated, aware of the weight of his question. "She usually spends the second half of the summer with him in California, but she's out there now. She will be doing a university year abroad in Spain and wanted to visit her dad before the year begins. I figured this was a good time for me to reset, so voila." Maria gestured dramatically, her palms up as if to underscore the magic of her being here. "That's special," Morel acknowledged, nodding. "My kids never did a year abroad, but they've had the chance to travel quite a bit through Europe and Africa. Kelton, my youngest, just got back from visiting his girlfriend in Dublin. She's doing a year abroad there." Maria smiled, her eyes bright with agreement. It's great when young people learn early that the world is a big place, that America isn't the center of the universe, and that the thread of humanity connects us all. With that, the computer unlocked, revealing the prompt page. "Hand me the camera," Maria instructed. She popped the SD card from its slot and slid it into the laptop. A few clicks later, the screen filled with thumbnails of Merrill's photos. "Wow," Merrill said, leaning closer. "That's crazy. I didn't think I took that many pictures." Maria turned toward him, smiling. "It happens fast, and since you don't have to worry about film or running out of shots, you can go a little crazy. Don't worry, the more you shoot, the less you'll shoot aimlessly. For now, it's the best way to learn." She tilted the laptop toward him, her tone shifting into instructor mode. "Now comes the hard part. You'll go through and eliminate all the photos that are empty, without a clear subject or focal point. But keep in mind, just because you don't see a physical subject doesn't mean there isn't one. Sometimes the absence of a focal point conveys an emotion. The subject might be a feeling." Her passion was infectious, and Morel found himself captivated by the parallels to his poetry, holding fleeting emotions in a tangible form. "Scroll through," Maria continued, sliding the laptop fully in front of him. "Feel the picture and your relationship to it. Keep it or delete it. We're aiming for 10 shots that represent your experience or emotions from yesterday." Morel nodded, his focus sharpening. He began scrolling, deleting a shot of the cabin, but skipping over the one of the sugar maple. Somehow, he felt connected to it. He knew pictures of Maria were coming, but didn't feel the embarrassment he might have expected. Their connection today had shifted something in him. When he reached the pictures of the deer, he paused, awe lighting up his features. The images captured the wild elegance of the creatures, their alert ears, glossy eyes reflecting sunlight, and powerful legs brushing against tall grass. Then he saw it, a magnificent buck, frozen mid-motion, its eyes locked onto his lens, staring directly into him. "This is beautiful," Merrill whispered, his voice reverent. Maria's smile widened as the first picture of herself appeared. "You don't think I knew you were shooting me? Oh, trust me, I shot you too." Merrill laughed softly, turning back to the screen. He didn't want to delete any of her pictures, even the imperfect ones. "What if I want to keep all the pictures of you?" he asked directly. "Then keep them. They won't count against your 10, Maria said, her tone matter-of-fact but tinged with approval. It took Merrill an hour to sort through the images, narrowing them to 26. "Finally," with a tired voice, he announced. "Okay, I'm done. But I just can't get it down to 10. I want them all." "Then keep them all," Maria said, handing him a thumb drive. "Setting the bar at 10 forces you to make hard decisions. But you did great. 26 out of 278 is impressive." Merrill sighed in mock disappointment. "Wait, you mean I could have kept more?" Maria chuckled. "Sure, but why would you? Too many pictures and you lose the intimacy of the adventure." "You're right," Merrill admitted. Maria smiled warmly. "Now you can really experience them. You can't fully connect with 278 pictures the way you can with 26. They spent the rest of the afternoon discussing the experience, philosophizing, and munching on snacks Maria conjured from the kitchen: grapes, olives, cheese, and crackers. They laughed, fell into thoughtful silences, and watched the fire's shadows dance across the walls. "It's getting late," Merrill admitted reluctantly. "I should probably go." Maria leaned into him, her body fitting naturally into his as his arm rose instinctively to embrace her. Her hand rested lightly on his chest as she twisted slightly, nestling closer. They didn't speak. Merrill closed his eyes, letting the moment wash over him, trying to capture it like the photos he'd taken earlier, a perfect stillness, full of quiet wonder. Chapter 11. Morrell woke to a chill that seemed to have seeped deep into his body. For a moment, he wasn't sure where he was, but as he became aware of Maria's body nestled against him, he realized they had both fallen asleep. The fire had gone out, leaving the room cold, the night air creeping in through the partially open front door. "Hey," he whispered, giving Maria a gentle combination of a hug and a shake. "The fire's out, and it's cold." He brushed the back of his hand against her cheek. "Wow, you're freezing. You better get to bed, and I should head back." He truly didn't want to leave. The entire evening had built to this moment of quiet intimacy, and he longed to hold on to it. For the first time in a long while, Morrell felt completely seen, and in turn, he felt as though he was beginning to see himself in a new light. Everything about Maria felt right, from the way she smiled at him to the way her words came without hesitation or pretense. Maria groaned softly. "Do you have to go?" She didn't open her eyes but pressed herself further into his arms. Morrell struggled internally. He wanted nothing more than to keep holding her, maybe even to lie with her fully against him. The thought stirred feelings in him he hadn't allowed himself to entertain in years. Yet how could he move forward with this connection while holding on to his awful secret? If they were to explore what was happening between them, it had to be on honest and equal footing. And now, in this moment of warmth and closeness, it was definitely not the time to bring up death. He pulled her a little closer, and as he did, Maria, with sleep-laden yet romantic eyes, lifted her chin and found his lips. The kiss was soft and unhurried, filled with warmth and intention. Morrell brought his hand to her cheek, cradling her face gently as if to savor every second. When they finally pulled apart, his hand lingered on her cheek, his thumb brushing her skin lightly. "This has been an amazing evening," he said, his voice low. "And as much as I'd like to stay, I think I should go." Maria smiled, her eyes meeting his, her gaze both inviting and challenging. Then, with a deliberate movement, Morel leaned in again and kissed her, this time full and firm. The softness of her lips against his ignited something deeper, a connection that felt as natural as breathing. He felt her body respond, pressing toward him, closing the distance between them. His hand slid down her back, his fingertips tracing the curve of her spine until they rested at the top of her hips, just where the waistband of her leggings met a sliver of exposed skin. The warmth of her body beneath his touch sent a jolt of energy through him. As his fingers brushed the smoothness of her skin, Maria sighed softly, the sound barely audible yet undeniably intimate. Morel lingered there, his hand a whisper against her, a deliberate pause meant to convey the depth of his desire without rushing the moment. He wanted her to feel the fullness of his attention, the careful balance between restraint and longing. But as the kiss deepened, he became acutely aware of the pull between them, his strong arousal stirring a conflict between his instinct to stay and his decision to leave. Reluctantly, he brought his hand up to the safety of her back, then slowly up to her cheek once more. The kiss ended gently, leaving a breathless space between them that hummed with unspoken emotions. "Mr. Merrill," she said softly, her voice tinged with both humor and admiration, "you are indeed a gentleman." Merrill felt his chest tighten with emotion, a mix of joy and bittersweet yearning. He stood, helping Maria to her feet by taking her hand. Once she was up, he stepped closer, closing the distance between them completely. Her body relaxed against his, and as he held her, her head found its place against his shoulder and neck. In a voice soft and close, she said, "I'm free tomorrow if you want to spend the day together." Merrill leaned back slightly to meet her gaze. "I would love that, yes." Together they walked to the door, where they paused for one last embrace. Their lips met again, this time with the gentle understanding from an unstated promise of more to come. With a final look, Merrill stepped into the cool night, his heart full, carrying the warmth of her touch and the memory of her smile. As Merrill entered his cabin, he realized he wasn't sure of the time. He pulled his phone from his pocket. 11 p.m. It felt much later. A familiar tug of creativity began pulling at him, urging him toward his desk. He climbed the stairs to the loft, powered up his laptop, and, as it booted, remembered the flash drive in his pocket. Sliding it into the port, he watched as the thumbnails cascaded across his screen. Merrill went directly to the pictures of Maria. He hadn't reviewed them closely while they were together, but now, alone, he took his time with each one, studying them as if searching for secrets or committing every defining detail to memory. He noticed little things about her he hadn't caught before: the double piercings in her left ear, the freckles scattered across her cheeks, the tattoo on her right arm. The way the corners of her eyes crinkled when she smiled, the subtle hint of dimples that surfaced when she laughed. She wore a thin, delicate gold necklace adorned with stars and moons, resting lightly against her skin like celestial bodies orbiting a radiant sun. One image captured her with a broad smile, head tilted slightly, eyes looking directly into the camera. He lingered on it, thinking, she has no idea how amazing her smile really is. The thought stirred something deep within him, and almost reflexively, he opened his poetry document and began typing. Words poured out, one after another. He didn't stop to read them, didn't overthink. The past couple of days fueled him from a place he hadn't accessed in years, a place he thought was lost to him forever. Somehow, this woman, who had been in his life for only a few weeks, had unlocked it with her gentle kindness. He wrote feverishly, producing one poem after another, unaware, in lives past, what she is and something right. When his fingers finally stilled at the end of the fourth poem, Morel became aware of the stiffness in his neck and shoulders from sitting in the same position for nearly an hour. He rolled his head to relieve the tension, leaned back, and stretched his arms toward the ceiling, fingers interlocked, palms up, and exhaled deeply, a breath of pure satisfaction. Poem 1. Unaware. She doesn't know her smile could heal a heart, or with her glance ease its greatest pain. She's unaware her touch could start the red-hot burning of passion's flame. She's far too humble to admit her sweet voice can be a siren song, and in his quest no man would ever quit, even if that journey be a journey long. She cannot know. Her hands could rearrange the stars. Her lips kiss spring into full bloom. Or, with a blink, move Jupiter or Mars, and make long moments spent pass away too soon. If she wanted, the sun would stand and wait. The ocean would be still, and clocks would hesitate. The rose would forever bloom, and men would cross a desert or crowded room in hopes, by design or chance, she'd offer them a moment of true romance. In lives past, come to me again with your beauty and your grace, for surely I have known you in lives past. The essence of you is in the shape of me, and your laughter the melody within my ear. Come to me again, and let me bathe in the familiar waters of your soul. Let me eat from your lips those words of passion that have fed my spirit for 10,000 years. Hold me in your arms, and let me travel back before the rivers and the streams, before the seasons and the stars, where time was still an infant and there was only love. Poem 2. What She Is. She is passion, as pure and unfiltered as sunlight. She is mountain water, sweet and light. She is energy, direct from the source, a plotted course set straight and true, without departure or deviation. She is an entire nation of voices raised as one, a single planet orbiting a single sun. She is a song sung for the first time, a poem with new meter and new rhyme. She is the dream dreamt while wide awake, the antidote that lonely men long to take. She is that kind word offered on a crowded train, the stranger's umbrella shared in the pouring rain. She is the inspiration inspiring the smile, the motivation that motivates the runner that final mile. She is as easy as Sunday morning, the crack that dawn creates for dawning. She is a brilliant sun leaning against the western sky. Within life's raging storm, she is the peace, she is the eye. She is and will always be my hope and prayer, the reason I do not doubt that God is there. She is the promise of heaven above, and why I once again believe in love. Poem 3. Something Right. My left sock matches my right. My day begins at 8, and at 8 begins my night. For the first time in my life, I must be doing something right. I found my keys, first place I looked. That worm didn't squirm off my hook. I didn't need a bookmark to mark my book. I must be doing something right. I caught all green lights on my way uptown. Everything I ever lost was in the lost and found. Asked for a few ounces and got served a pound. I must be doing something right. I met a woman whose smile is bright, who makes me confuse day with night. She set my earthbound spirit to flight. I must be doing something right. Never kissed her or held her hand. Never stepped to her like a man. I don't even have a plan. But I must be doing something right, 'cause she's agreed to stick out her chin. Let me get under her skin. Decided to take down her walls and let me in. I must be doing something right. Morel leaned back, a deep satisfaction settling over him. This creative surge was what he wanted. No, what he needed. There was a power in creation, a vitality that he had desperately missed. But tonight, he had reclaimed it. Spent from the rush of inspiration and the long day behind him, his body felt heavy, the kind of exhaustion that came not just from effort, but from fulfillment. He barely had the energy to make it to bed. Sleep took him almost instantly, wrapping him in the quiet comfort of one of the most beautiful days he had known in a very long time. Merrill sat bolt upright in bed, his heart racing, fists clenched. The soft morning light filtering through the window only partially lit the room, leaving the corner shadowed and unfamiliar. For a moment, he struggled to recognize his surroundings. Placing a trembling hand on his chest, he tried to breathe, but his lungs felt tight as though bound by an unseen force. Each breath came shallow and strained. Fragments of the nightmare lingered, disjointed images, voices calling from nowhere, faces both familiar and strange. The tangible details of the dream were gone, yet its emotional imprint remained strong, cascading through him in waves of dread and fear. Slowly, as awareness of time and place crept back, so did his breath. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and focused on steadying himself. Still, the dream's haunting remnants seemed to whisper at the edges of his mind, refusing to fully release him. The familiar tug of creativity, sharp and insistent, began to pull at him. It felt like a summons. Without hesitation, he climbed out of bed and made his way to the loft, his body moving as though guided by something beyond his control. He powered up his laptop, the hum of the machine grounding him momentarily. As it booted, the thumbnails cascaded across the screen, but he barely glanced at them. The pull to write was urgent. Sitting at the desk, he placed his fingers on the keys. The words seemed to come from somewhere deep within, as if prearranged in the shadows of his subconscious. His fingers moved feverishly, unearthing truths he hadn't dared to confront. The first title came unbidden. Poem 4. Death's been chasing me. Death been chasing me like a lion ready to kill. Since I've been born, Reaper been breathing down my back. Hotter than the sun in June, hotter than the tip of unfiltered's burning. Bright as lips and lungs inhale, hotter than hell. Hell. Hell, you ever seen death coming careening down some country road 16 and drunk as shit, or bent over in an alley for one more piece of the rock? Hell, you ever seen death coming changing passions, fluids into killer cocktails? Emaciated frames. Who's to blame for big diseases with small names? Hell, you ever seen death coming on clean, crisp sheets, tight and taut with IV drips? Praying, lips white coats, doctor's notes out of time, flat line? Morrell paused, his chest heaving as if the act of writing had pulled the air from his lungs. But the pull wasn't done with him. He could feel the weight of another poem pressing against his mind. He began to type again, this time slower, the words heavy with grief. By the time he finished the last verse, his cheeks were wet with tears. Poem 5. Lay me by the river's bend, where the waters come and go, or on a bed of pure white flakes in the shape of drifting snow. Lay me on a mountain top with vistas far and wide, or in a field of bright spring flowers, lay me on my side. Lay me in the deep, cold waters of an ocean full of rage. Lay me on the desert sands with tall cactus and smell of sage. Lay me on the flats and sharps of notes played by Gabriel's horn. Lay me in the gentle twilight before a new day is born. Lay me in my loved one's tears and beneath fresh dug sod. But first of all, please lay me before the throne of God. Morrell's fingers trembled as he typed the title of the third poem, Ghosts of Sleep. Each word seemed to draw the apparitions from his mind, giving them form and substance. As the last line appeared on the screen, the tension in his body began to ease, the tight grip of fear loosening its hold. Poem 6. Ghosts of Sleep. Who are the people in my dreams? The dead? The living? The imagined? The hoped for? They knock at my mind's door when I am defenseless and alone. They bring the unreal and the unknown. They speak to me with familiarity, with knowledge that only I have but do not understand. They comfort me, they hold my hand. They rise against me, in me. They are a stand of dark forests blocking the moon and sun. They come one by one into the privacy of my sleep. With their voices keep me awake while in my dreams. With the coming of the morning light, they melt back into the night, into my skin, beneath the cover of my thin veil of awareness. This masquerade, this parade of fantasy and fear, of desire and despair, leaves me lost at dawn, or so it seems. Please, who are the people in my dreams? Merrill slumped back in the chair, his body drained of energy. The flickering cursor on the screen seemed to ask him to review what he had written, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Not yet. The weight of the words, their truth, was too much to face. He leaned forward, cradling his face in his hands, the tears still flowing. He didn't know if they came from the release of the writing or the dread that had fueled it. What he did know was this: he was no longer running from death. He was facing it, one line at a time. Chapter 12. Merrill collected himself, the agreed plan with Maria to spend the day together becoming his focal point of thought. He tried to shake the morning's haunting experience by stepping into his routine. A long hot shower seemed like a good place to start, but the vivid flashes of fragmented images refused to fade, weaving in and out of his consciousness with unnerving persistence. He practiced his meditation, but the usual calm evaded him. His mind kept circling back, unbidden, to the unsettling weight of the morning. By the time he poured his first cup of coffee, he felt no closer to relief, the tension humming just beneath his skin. The sound of footsteps on the front porch startled him. Before Maria could knock, he called out, "It's open, come on in." Her cheerful voice preceded her, cutting through the squeak of the screen door. "Good morning! Is that coffee I smell?" Merrill, anticipating her arrival, had brewed enough for them both. He turned to meet her, holding 2 mugs. "It is, and here's yours." Maria stepped into the room, her smile bright and warm. Without hesitation, she closed the distance between them, slipping her arms around him in a firm, unexpected hug. The sudden intimacy caught Merrill off guard, and he carefully adjusted his grip on the mugs to avoid spilling. "And good morning to you too," he said, his tone light but tinged with surprise. Maria stepped back, reaching for the coffee he extended. As she studied him, her expression shifted to one of quiet concern. "Hey," she said, softly, her voice cautious. "Are you okay?" Mary blinked, startled by her question. "Yes. Why?" She tilted her head slightly, her eyes searching his face. "Honestly, you look like you've seen a ghost." The comment struck him. Her perceptiveness, her ability to see through his surface, made him feel momentarily exposed. He scrambled for a plausible explanation. "I just didn't sleep well, that's all. Tossing and turning, a lot on my mind." Maria lingered for a moment, as if weighing his words. Her eyes softened, and she offered a small smile, a gesture of understanding. "Yes, I've certainly had those kinds of nights." Relieved by her shift in tone, Morel relaxed slightly. Together, they eased into their usual rhythm, talking about photography and their plans for the day. They discussed driving into town for a new photography excursion, brainstorming locations and subjects. Their conversation ebbed and flowed easily, filled with laughter and musings, but Morel struggled to stay present. The events of the morning remained a shadow at the edge of his thoughts, tugging at him. He needed to talk about it, to purge it by giving voice to the dream, the poetry, the fear. But not now, not yet. Instead, he carried it with him, letting it settle into the quiet spaces between moments. And moments, there were plenty. As the day stretched longer and the air grew warmer, June arrived in a flurry of interactions, walks by the lake, lingering meals, laughter that carried well into the night. Morel was unmistakably falling in love with Maria, and as far as he could tell, she with him. Yet both of them kept this reality private, no matter how much evidence was mounting between them. Equally mounting, however, was the guilt Morel carried as he continued to withhold his secret from Maria. This was never clearer than during one of their morning photography outings in town. Morel found himself growing fatigued more quickly than before. He stopped frequently, disguising his weariness by pointing out something interesting to shoot or suggesting they take a seat on a bench to soak in the moment. He often took deep, slow breaths through his nose, hoping Maria wouldn't notice his effort to mask being out of breath. The fatigue also brought tremors, slight and mostly confined to the hands. To conceal them, he gripped his camera more firmly or shoved his hands into his pockets. Sometimes he would hold Maria's hand, ostensibly as a gesture of affection, but in truth it helped steady the involuntary trembling.
This mingling of sincerity and concealment felt at times like a kindness, and at other times like a lie.
Still, their relationship blossomed in ways that neither of them fully acknowledged. Over dinner one evening, Maria shared how much she loved the jazz Merrill often played during their evenings together. When Merrill admitted that he had a playlist titled Dinner with Maria, she was visibly flattered. This sparked an idea. They began exchanging music from their playlists as a way of getting to know each other better. Maria claimed you could learn everything about a person by listening to their private playlists. Soon, the practice evolved into a secret language between them. Merrill sent her 1 in a Million by Jessie Gold, hoping the lyrics, "You're 1 in a million, you give me that feeling, I want it all day," would convey how special she was to him. In turn, Maria sent him Islands in the Stream by Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers, offering the message that all this love we feel needs no conversation. Each day became an adventure of discovery. They wandered deep into the forest, uncovering treasures brought to life by changing seasons. One particularly memorable hike led them to a meadow bursting with daisies and black-eyed Susans. Mariah insisted they take turns standing among the blooms, arms outstretched like flower children of the 60s. The photo Merrill captured of Mariah in that moment, head tilted back to drink in the sun, arms wide open, became his favorite. She looked timeless, free from worry, free from consequence, and filled with an unbridled joy that resonated deeply within him. One evening, as they sat on the porch of Mariah's cabin, Mariah rested her head on Mariah's shoulder. They watched fireflies dance against the darkness, their glow punctuating the stillness. "There's never been a more perfect moment," Mariah murmured. Her words struck a chord so profound within Merrill that he held on to them like an irreplaceable treasure. Their outings weren't limited to nature. One day, they discovered a small, locally owned coffee house on the edge of town. Called Cup of Dreams, it was a converted farmhouse filled with warmth and character. With its original hardwood floors, time-worn doors, and antique decor, the cafe felt authentic and inviting. A large fireplace surrounded by overstuffed couches and chairs made the space, as Maria described it, super cozy. It quickly became their spot. Twice a week, they would make their way to the cafe, order coffee, and talk for hours. In the background, train tracks a quarter-mile away sent low rumbles through the walls whenever a train passed. The sound, deep and resonant like the lowest note of an upright bass, inspired them to close their eyes and imagine themselves aboard, traveling to unknown destinations. It became a game of shared fantasy, one that even inspired a poem. Train Ride 1. Each time I ride the train, it's never far enough. That distance, not marked by miles, but by the knowledge that I arrived, is all too elusive. I believe, each time out, one more station down the line would get me there, and yet it never does. One day, I'll be bold and ride to where the tracks meet the horizon, and maybe me. Chapter 13. Merle sat at his desk, scrolling through his growing collection of poetry. Each piece brought with it a flood of memories. He relived every moment captured within the words, the way Maria's smile lit up her face, the gentle cadence of her laugh, and the elegant way she moved. But as he read through poems about death, fear, and the absence of hope, he felt a cold chill settle in his chest. His emotions ranged from joy to dread, oscillating between the beauty of love and the harsh reality of his illness. From the loft, Merle glanced out the window and saw Maria by the sugar maple. She was spreading the bright yellow and green picnic blanket they used every Sunday for lunch. It was a tradition Merle cherished, reminding him of times when he, Sam, and the kids would sit under the tree's young branches for their midday meals. The connection between past and present filled him with a bittersweet warmth. He exhaled deeply and closed his laptop, feeling the weight of the manuscript in the desk drawer. The title page read, "When I Dream." For the third Sunday in a row, he planned to take the manuscript out with him. For the third Sunday, he wondered if he could summon the courage to share it with Maria, to let her fully into his world, his fears, and his love for her.
He slipped the manuscript into his worn leather satchel and headed downstairs. In the kitchen, he grabbed the charcuterie board he had prepared, along with a chilled bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. As he stepped onto the porch, he saw Maria smiling at him from under the maple tree. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as though she were greeting him after a long absence. He slipped the manuscript into his worn leather satchel and headed downstairs. Merrill kicked off his shoes as he reached the blanket, bending down to meet Maria's tilted head and waiting lips. "Hi, babe," she said, her voice soft and warm. "Hello, love," Merrill replied, his words low and tender. Her calling him babe still startled him in the most delightful way, even after weeks of hearing it. He had responded with his own term of endearment shortly after, and it felt like they were settling into a rhythm that neither had expected but both deeply cherished. "Sit down," Maria said, patting the blanket. "I'm starving." Merrill carefully placed the charcuterie board on the blanket and set down the wicker basket containing the wine, glasses, and speaker. He took his place beside Maria, close enough to feel the warmth of her presence. She wore a white sundress adorned with small yellow flowers that danced around the graceful crew neckline like tiny stars orbiting a radiant sun. The modest design of the dress accented her figure, making her seem effortlessly elegant. Maria had already laid out a spread: pasta salad, deviled eggs, and sandwiches made with sliced tomatoes, sharp cheddar, and whole wheat bread. Together with Merrill's board of plump grapes, apple slices, crudités, and a creamy homemade dip, the picnic felt like a feast. Merrill poured the wine and raised his glass. "To us." Maria lifted hers with a radiant smile. "To us." Their glasses clinked gently, the sound carried away on the soft breeze that rustled the leaves of the maple tree. She hesitated for a beat, swirling the wine in her glass before speaking. "Hey, I talked to Ivy last night. She wants me to be there when she leaves for Spain. She's flying out from New York, and she asked if I'd come home for the 2 weeks she will be there to spend time with her and to see her off." Her eyes held a flicker of hesitation, a silent question lingering in the space between them. Maybe it was guilt for leaving just when their relationship was deepening, or maybe it was fear that distance might shift something between them. Merrill didn't need time to think. He understood the weight of showing up for your children, how being present in those pivotal moments mattered more than words. "That's wonderful," he said, his voice steady with support. "Of course he should be there for Ivy. I'll be right here when you get back." Almost as an afterthought, he asked, "When do you leave?" Maria hesitated, shifting slightly, as if bracing for his reaction. "Tomorrow," she said, her voice lifting at the end, almost like a question. "Wow, okay." Merrill didn't mask his surprise, but he let it settle quickly, his expression softening. "But you know what? It doesn't matter. These are the things that shape our relationships with our children, the moments they carry into adulthood." He smiled, reassuring and unwavering. "I'm going to miss the hell out of you, but I wouldn't have it any other way." Maria exhaled, a quiet release of tension, her relief almost imperceptible. She didn't say anything, but the gratitude in her eyes spoke louder than words. They ate and laughed, occasionally falling into quiet moments where the music from Merrill's playlist blended with the rustling leaves, creating a symphony of peace. Maria asked about the progress of his writing, her tone light but tinged with curiosity. "So," she began hesitantly, "how's the writing going?" Merrill paused, sensing the weight of her question. He had been waiting for her to ask, yet he wasn't sure he was ready to answer fully. He turned to her, setting down his glass. "Maria, there's something I need to tell you." Her expression shifted from curiosity to concern as she reached for his hand. "You can tell me anything," she said softly. Morrell knew he couldn't delay any longer. He took a deep breath and pulled the worn satchel onto his lap, placing his right hand on it as if to swear to tell the truth. He cleared his throat and began, his voice trembling. "I didn't come here just to write a book," he said, his gaze fixed on their intertwined hands. "I came here because I have ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and I'm dying. The doctors gave me 2 years, and that was 6 months ago. Maria's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't look away. She tightened her grip on his hands, her silence inviting him to continue.
I came here to be alone, Merrill said, his voice breaking. To write, to figure things out, maybe even talk to God. What I didn't plan for, what I couldn't have imagined, was you. I've fallen in love with you, Maria, and I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how to deal with the fact that I'm falling in love while I'm dying. The tears came freely now, falling onto their joined hands. Maria reached up, cupping his face with both hands and guiding his gaze to meet hers. "Oh, Merrill," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I love you too. I can't pretend to understand what you're going through, but I know this. I'm here, and I'll walk with you as far as you let me." Merrill leaned into her embrace, his head resting on her shoulder as his tears soaked into her dress. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he felt truly unburdened.
Maria's words didn't erase his fear or the reality of his illness, but they gave him something he hadn't realized he needed: permission to hope, to love, and to face whatever time he had left without a sense of foreboding. They stayed like that for a long while, neither rushing to fill the silence nor moving to break the fragile magic between them. Eventually, Maria guided him inside, her fingers laced with his, as if anchoring him to the moment. They set a fire, casting the room in flickering amber light. They spoke softly, about nothing, about everything, until the weight of the day settled upon them, drawing them into the quiet pull of sleep. Merrill awoke naturally, the early morning light filtering into the room from an unfamiliar angle. For a moment, he hesitated in disbelief, afraid the stillness might dissolve into a dream. Slowly, he turned his head and saw Maria lying next to him, her hair tangled across the pillow like a cascade of dark brown silk. Her face was serene, peaceful, and content, as though the world outside could not touch her. Merrill drew in a deep, quiet breath, holding it as if the sound might disturb the tranquility of the moment. On the exhale, he realized something remarkable. There was no tightness in his chest, no lingering ghosts from the nightmares, no fog of anxiety swirling in his mind. For the first time in a long while, he felt weightless, free. He lay there, his gaze tracing the lines of her face, remembering the sanctity of the night before. They had moved toward one another, slowly, deliberately, as though pulled by some unseen force that neither resisted. Their fingertips had explored each other's bodies like mapmakers charting undiscovered lands, each curve leading to new places of ecstasy. Even now, he could almost feel her skin against his, warm and smooth, her weight on him and his on her. He remembered how his arms, still strong enough to hold him up, had hovered just close enough to feel her breath, yet far enough to let their eyes meet, her gaze holding him, seeing him, in a way no one ever had. There had been no awkwardness, none of the hesitations that often mark a first time. They moved as though they had danced this dance 1,000 times before, their rhythm in perfect sync, two partners complementing each other at every turn. Every moment felt effortless, guided not by thought but by instinct, as though their bodies knew what their hearts had long been whispering. Morel took another quiet breath, still afraid to wake her. He was overwhelmed not only by the beauty of the night, but by what it meant for both of them. And as the soft light wrapped around their stillness, Morel understood this was more than intimacy. It was the moment where love and trust had erased the space between them. Morel quietly slipped out of the bed, pausing for a moment to take Maria in once more. She lay peacefully, her chest rising and falling in a gentle rhythmic cadence. A wave of gratitude washed over him, not just for the intimacy they had shared, but for how her love had lifted him out of the shadow of dying and into the light of truly living. He marveled at how far he had come emotionally, finding a connection that anchored him to the present despite the uncertainty his illness brought. There were still unknowns to confront, still fears to face, But this connection, in this moment, with this woman, was undeniable. As the coffee began to brew, its rich, familiar aroma filled the air. Merrill felt the unmistakable pull of poetry, a tug that after so many years of being absent was feeling like the return of an old friend, and he welcomed it with open arms. He knew the past 12 hours with Maria would yield inspiration, but now the floodgates had opened, and the muse was relentless. Grabbing a pen from the counter, he remembered the pad of legal paper on Maria's coffee table and hurried over. He sank into the couch, letting the soft morning light guide his hand as he began to write. The words poured out as if from a well he could only access in these rare, transcendent moments, an unseen force pulling his hand across the page. The ink flowed like a rolling sea, pulled by some celestial gravity. It was a rare thing now, writing poetry by hand. As a young poet, he had insisted it was the only way to write, penned gliding across the page, the tactile connection revealing the words like magic. He smiled at the memory as he paused between poems, reflecting on how he had shifted to typing in recent years. His fingers moved far faster on a keyboard, allowing him to keep pace with the rainstorm of inspiration when it came. But there was something sacred about this return to the pen and paper. By the third poem, his hand began to tremble. A faint, familiar fear crept in, reminding him of his reality. It was the tremor he had been working so hard to conceal, the quiet herald of his illness. But he refused to linger in fear. The poems pressed on him with too much force, demanding to be written. He kept going, letting the words pull him forward.
Oops, did I let it slip? That I love you, girl. Like stupid love. Like threw your hands up in church love. Like crossing desert sands love. Like I'll do anything for your love. Just ask and I'll gather up the sea like Moses. Just ask and I will move mountains, or like Jordan walk on air. I don't care, for your passion rushes over me, courses through me, giving birth to wings. And with all these things, I can fly. Keeping love. Hold on to me till Io spills her morning onto the moonlight, or until the lanterns held by fireflies are paled by the sun. Let me stay within your arms, within you, till there is need to draw the curtains against the dawn, keeping for just a little longer the safety of the night. Whisper to me those sweet words which are both melody and poem, that I might know without question, I love you.
The measurement. I cannot measure us in centimeters or in inches, in kilometers or in miles. I cannot measure us in minutes or in days, in years or even lifetimes. I cannot measure us by things accomplished or past performance, by failure or future plans. I can only measure us with smiles and with laughter, in poetry and in song. I can only measure us in hugs and held hands, in kisses and in the silence we so comfortably share. I can only measure us in kindness and in respect, in support and in empathy, and in the hope we offer as generous as sunshine. I can only measure us by the music our bodies create when close enough to touch, and by the magic that we have come to call love. Midnight conversation. Whisper my name from the other side of the bed, or from across town, and I will not mistake its sound for anything except a call to love. Whisper my name from great heights above, or from the depths of the Mariana Trench, and I will not waver or flinch in my resolve to find you, for you are the glue that binds these thin fibers of my soul. You are the story untold, until now, the why and the how of this mystery we call life. The knife to dissect hope from fear, the hand to wipe away the tear of every sorrow that has stained my cheek. You are the solution I seek, the mountain peak from which I can see my life in panoramic view. My hope is not to make you more than you are, but to ensure your place among stars, for you are that angel that brushed me with her wings, that angel that sings to me when there is only the silence of loneliness. That angel that offers me rest and wakes me early to witness the sun dress the dawn in glorious light. So whisper my name tonight. Coming to know you. I've come to know your smile as I've come to know the evening sky, warm and giving. I've come to read your eyes as tribesmen the stars, guiding them from myth to truth. I've come to learn your voice, to be that peace that holds the night in reverent stillness. I've come to know your arms as that circle to which returning fills me with completeness. Yet, most of all, I've come to know your love as so sweet and safe a place that I might offer up my heart. Merle stood and made his way into the kitchen. He put the coffee on and waited for it to brew. When the pot gurgled, signifying its completion, he poured a full mug of fresh coffee, made his way back into the living area, and stood looking at the yellow papers on the table with a feeling of complete satisfaction. He slowly turned his attention to the coffee and the emerging day. From the front window, he could see the sugar maple holding their spot until the next picnic. He sat the empty cup on the table and moved to begin to tidy up the remains of their picnic piled by the front door. Lost in thought, he didn't hear Maria enter the room until her arms wrapped around his neck. She leaned into him, her cheek pressing against his as she swayed gently, resting her weight against him. He turned slightly to meet her lips with his. "Good morning." "Good morning." Maria smiled as she pulled back. "How'd you sleep?" "I didn't want to disturb you," he said softly. "You looked like an angel." Maria laughed, tussling her hair as she headed to the kitchen. "How many angels do you know with bedhead?" Merrill grinned. "Just one, and I'm looking at her." "Boy, you're a charmer. I think I'll keep you around." Maria emerged from the kitchen with a steaming mug, her hands wrapped around it as though drawing warmth from its surface. "So, are you writing?" Morel gestured to the scattered pages. "I guess you could say I was inspired this morning." Maria's eyes lit up. "You know, I'm dying to actually know what kind of poet you are." Morel didn't hesitate. "Do you want me to read them to you, or would you rather read them yourself?" Maria took a seat close to him, her mug cradled in her hands. "I've got the poet and author right here. No, I want your voice." Morel picked up the yellow pad and began with passion. As he read, Maria's smile widened, and when he reached the line, "Oops, did I let it slip that I love you, girl?" she laughed out loud. As Merrill began to read the next piece, Maria broke in. Wait, she interrupted, setting her mug aside. "You can't just read a poem like that and move on to the next one without giving me a chance to say something." "Okay," Merrill teased, "say something." "Oh my God, Merrill, that was amazing. And it's about me, about us. I didn't expect that. I mean, I don't know what I expected, but I didn't think you'd read a poem about our lovemaking," she said with a hint of embarrassment. "And in a way that makes me smile, laugh, and, okay, maybe blush a little." Her genuine delight filled Merrill with pride and relief. He leaned in to kiss the corner of her mouth. "There's more." As he continued reading, Maria's excitement grew. She marveled at how he captured their connection with such clarity and honesty, insisting she'd never heard poetry like his before. When he finished Coming to Know You, Maria couldn't hold back her tears. She set her coffee on the table and reached for him, pulling him into a tight embrace. "Thank you, my love," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Thank you for letting me see this part of you. These words touch my soul." Merle buried his face in her sweatshirt, his own tears mixing with hers. He was overwhelmed by the moment, by her acceptance, by their love. "Oh my goodness," Maria said suddenly, pulling back and glancing at the clock. "Baby, I have to get ready to go. Ivy's flight lands in 6 hours." She kissed him lovingly before disappearing into the bathroom to shower. As Merle gathered the remains of the picnic, he spotted the leather satchel. He hesitated, then made a decision, pulling out the manuscript, When I Dream, from the bag. He held it for a moment before gently pushing it back into the safety of the case and placed it on the table. He would give it to her, a piece of himself to keep while they were apart, It felt right. It felt like love. Maria emerged from the bedroom with a carry-on in tow, her hair still damp from her shower. Seeing that Meryl had neatly tidied up everything from their picnic, she smiled warmly. "You work fast, and thank you." Meryl returned the smile. "I don't like leaving a mess behind, and after all, I helped create it." For a moment, they lingered in each other's gaze, holding on to the sweetness of their love and the looming bitterness of their separation, even if it would only be for 2 weeks. Meryl broke the silence, his voice soft but steady. "Look," he began, breaking eye contact as he moved toward the table. His hand rose instinctively, reaching for the worn leather satchel. "I have something for you." Maria tilted her head, offering an inquisitive look. "Really?" Morel picked up the bag with almost reverent care, holding it firmly in his grasp. His heart raced as he prepared to offer her something more than a gift, his full vulnerability. His words came slowly, drawn from a place deep within. "I want to give you this," he said, pulling the spiral-bound pages from the satchel. He held them out like an offering to something sacred. Maria's eyes widened as understanding dawned. She raised both hands to accept the manuscript, cradling it with the same reverence he had shown. "It's everything I've written so far," he said, his voice steady but full of emotion. "All but one poem, the one about the eagle, were written after I met you." "Maria, you offered me a kind of genuine, honest warmth that I didn't even realize I needed. You created a space where I felt safe and inspired." He hesitated, then continued, his fear of vulnerability fading as he spoke. "Isn't that what love is? Creating a space for the other person to just be? Before I even told you I loved you, I was writing about the love we were building from the first moment we spoke." Maria held the pages tightly to her chest, wrapping her arms around them as though cradling something precious. "Babe," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Morel pressed on. "I've been trying to find the courage to share these with you. It felt like keeping them to myself was keeping a part of us hidden. I didn't want to risk upsetting the delicate balance of what we have. But now..." He took a deep breath. "Now feels right." Maria stepped forward and wrapped him in an embrace. "This just might be the most beautiful thing I've ever received. I'll read every word 100 times. Morel smiled, his heart lighter than it had been in months. "I'm going to hold you to that." They both chuckled as they kissed, their emotions mingling in the quiet moment. "You should get going," Morel said gently, though he wished the moment could last forever. Maria nodded reluctantly. "Yipes! Yes, I need to scoot." She kissed him again, quick but full of affection, before heading to the door with Morel following close behind. Outside, Maria unlocked the Jeep, and Morel placed her carry-on bag in the back seat. As he closed the door, he glanced down at the satchel still in his hand. He hesitated, then held it out to her. "Take this," he said. "I've always kept my writings in this bag. Those poems have lived in here for weeks." He smiled, his voice light with playful sarcasm. "Plus, this will make sure you come back." Maria laughed softly, taking the bag. "You're right. I couldn't possibly keep the satchel that holds your creative energy and just disappear." She shifted in her seat, turning toward him. "Kiss me," she whispered, her voice betraying her sadness. Meryl bent to kiss her, his eyes closed, and didn't see her hand rise to grab his shirt just below the collar. She held him there, ensuring the kiss lingered, enough to sustain her until their next meeting. Without further words, Meryl stepped back, tapped the roof of the Jeep 3 times, and watched as Maria drove away. He stood at the end of the gravel driveway long after her taillights disappeared onto the country road. He couldn't reconcile the immense joy of the moment with the sadness that enveloped him in the warmth of the June morning. Turning toward his cabin, hands in his pockets, he made his way back. Taking up his usual seat in the Adirondack chair, he let his gaze fall on the sugar maple, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze. It stood like an old friend, able to sustain the weight of his emotions and to sit patiently with him in this quiet place. Chapter 14. Morel didn't expect to communicate with Maria while she was gone. They had made no promises except for her return. Yet, he found himself unable to settle back into his old routine. Her presence had permanently altered the way he saw each day. Sure, some things remained the same. His early wake-up time, morning coffee, calisthenics, and stretching. But now, he sometimes found himself writing first, the words coming to him unbidden and urgent. Writing had become a necessity, not an obligation, and it was filled with a love he hadn't known he could feel. He no longer had to chain himself to his desk, trying to force the words to come. They came on their own. And when they didn't, he packed a snack and headed out with the camera. It was in those moments, as he wandered with the lens, that he felt closest to Maria. Every time he looked through the viewfinder, he could almost see her there, smiling, focused, her face with the joy of capturing the perfect shot. Yet, even as he moved through these days, he wrestled with the fear growing inside him. Thoughts, half-formed and elusive, floated just out of reach, keeping him in a state of low-grade unease. He missed Maria desperately. He spent long hours revisiting the photos he had taken of her, tracing every detail in his mind, the curve of her jaw, the warmth of her cheek, the way her thumb brushed the back of his hand when she held it. But as much as he clung to those memories, they couldn't fully dispel the haunting awareness of his mortality. The idea of not feeling the sun's warmth or the chill of winter against his face, not smelling fresh coffee or hearing the first notes of a bird's song gnawed at him, even in moments of peace. It was during one of these reflective spells, while sitting on a log overlooking the lake lost in thought, when his phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, his heart leaping at Maria's name on the screen. A warmth spread through him as he opened the message, though fear also was creeping in. What if she was writing to say she wouldn't return? The text read, "Morel, I find myself overwhelmed with emotion. I can't shake thoughts of you from my mind. I can smell your cologne, taste your kiss. I miss you in ways I've never known before. Everything is fine here, and I'm so happy to spend this time with Ivy. I wish you could meet her. She's amazing. It's funny, she asked me straight away what was going on, because, as she put it, you look different. My love, I am different. It's because I feel our love, even at this distance. Please take care of yourself and take lots of pictures. See you in 11 days. Merrill let out a long breath as he slid the phone back into his pocket. The lake sparkled before him, and suddenly he could hear every sound the forest offered. He felt the pull of his poetry calling from his desk. Words were waiting. The lake before him seemed even more serene, and for a moment he felt as though he could hear every sound of the forest all at once. He made his way back to the cabin, and though he was a bit spent from the trek, the urge to write bolstered him. He found himself back at his desk just in time as the words began to flow. They came urgently, without pause, and he welcomed them, pouring his emotions onto the page. Without love, alone we are in the things we wish to share. We must keep to ourselves the gentle kiss, the telling of a secret, and the whisper of I love you. Like a well-dressed man, with no affair to attend, we adorn ourselves with so much love and sit alone. As he finished the last line, he leaned back and rubbed his wrist, his fingers trembling slightly. He thought of Maria's message and how her absence filled him with both hope and sorrow, a paradox he could only resolve through poetry. The words for the second poem came softer, more hesitantly, but they came nonetheless. Without you. Awake, yet muddled by my dreams, I stumble through another day, as far from reality as I am from you, and in that away from myself. Time doesn't separate itself by seconds or even hours, but fuses together as this emptiness, in which I, in anticipation, wait for your smile and my salvation. As the final line fell into place, Merrill sat in the silence of the loft, letting the weight of his emotions settle. The words on the page captured his longing, his love, and the quiet ache of waiting. He lifted his fingers from the keys, feeling the faint trembling in his hand again, but he didn't let it take away from the satisfaction of what he had created. Merrill didn't answer the text that evening. He couldn't find the words, which seemed odd to him as a writer. Somehow, he saw the text as carrying more immediate weight. A text is without context, he was known to say. It offers no voice inflection, no facial expression or body language to accompany the words to give texture to the meaning. There had been many times in the past when he thought he was sending a clear message and the receiver was completely confused. Plus, as a writer and a poet, shouldn't the text be exquisite? He knew this was an absolutely silly idea, yet he waited until the next morning and his coffee. Morrell sat on the porch in the cool of the morning air, coffee beside him with his phone in hand. It had been about 10 hours, and he was now feeling as if he was about to miss the window of respectful and acceptable time to respond. He looked out at the sugar maple for inspiration. He began. Maria, I wanted to write my thoughts before bed last evening and could not find the words I wanted to use to convey my heart. I know this sounds almost idiotic, given that I am a writer. Yet writing this text seems somehow more like speaking to you through a filter, almost as if I need to be clearer so that my meaning doesn't get lost or misinterpreted. What best express what I feel are the simplest words I can line end to end. I love you desperately and miss you with all of me. His first impression was to delete the entire text and start again, but he knew if he did, he would simply be trying to craft the perfect text all day. So, before his doubt could get the better of him, he hit send and shoved the phone back into his pocket. Saturday marked 7 days without Maria, and Merrill busied himself in an attempt to distract from the slow crawl of hours and days. Yet, nothing felt the same. His time with Maria had altered him, and there was a shift in how he moved through his days. The joy of writing came more freely now. Still, there were moments of ache. He missed her desperately. At night, he continued to pore over the photos of her, remembering, wishing. Merrill wrestled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was writing the best poetry of his life. On the other, he was writing the best poetry of his life because of the sharpened awareness that came with Maria, and the bittersweet knowledge of his own mortality. He scribbled the thought on a pad and left it on his desk. I am living the best moments of my life while confronting its end. Chapter 15. The days passed with a strange mixture of speed and maddening slowness. Some moments seemed to vanish. He'd look up to find he'd been at his desk for hours, time slipping away unnoticed. Other times, minutes dragged on, as if defying the mechanics of the clock, lingering just to torment him. On the Thursday before Maria's return, Morrell found himself at the trading post, shopping for the dinner he would prepare to celebrate her homecoming. He decided on twice-baked potatoes stuffed with sautéed vegan ground burger and mushrooms, glazed carrots, broccoli, a fresh-tossed salad, and a nice wine. For dessert, he planned a pound cake topped with fresh strawberries and whipped cream. It had to be special, something worth celebrating. At the checkout, the cashier commented on his collected items. "Looks like someone's cooking a delicious meal tonight," she said, her tone warm and curious. "I sure am," Morrell replied with a wide grin. "Food is the best way to celebrate all life's beautiful things." Arriving back at the cabin, Morrell unpacked the groceries, carefully stowing everything away except for the cake ingredients. He wanted to bake it now. Pound cake was always better after sitting for at least 12 hours. He lined up the mixer, measuring cups, and ingredients on the counter like soldiers preparing for battle when his phone buzzed on the table. Annalise's voice burst through the line, full of her trademark energy. "Hey, Bubba, what you doing?" "Hey, baby girl, actually, I'm making a cake." "What? You're baking an entire cake just for yourself?" she teased suspiciously. "Well, not exactly just for me." She cut him off with a laugh. "Oh, you're trying to impress that woman. Yeah, Kelton told us you were up there just trying to get your groove back." "That boy," Morrell said, shaking his head, his own laughter spilling out. "I'll have you know I am not trying to get my groove back, because I never lost it." He emphasized never with mock seriousness. "Aw, Suki now," she teased back. Morel laughed even harder. "What, are you from the 60s? What do you know about Suki?" They both dissolved into laughter. When it finally ebbed, Annalise got to the point. "Listen, Bubs, we're coming up the last weekend in July to check on you and spend a couple of days at the cabin. Plus, we want to meet this person you're baking cakes for." Morel felt a rush of excitement mixed with apprehension. On one hand, the idea of having all 4 of his children and the 2 grandchildren at the cabin at once filled him with joy. It would be just like old times. On the other hand, the thought of introducing Maria to them, or them to her, filled him with uncertainty. Still, he didn't let his inner conflict show. "Oh, wow, that's fantastic. It'll be so nice to have all of you here at once, like old times." His voice softened, the sincerity unmistakable. "It means everything to me to have all of you here." Annalise heard the love in his voice. "We love you, Bubs. We'll be there that Friday night." "Okay, baby, that's perfect. Can't wait." After they hung up, Merle returned to his baking, his mind momentarily swirling with questions and concerns about the upcoming visit. How would Maria and his children receive one another? Could he manage the delicate balance of these 2 parts of his life? Yet, as he began to mix the batter, the familiar rhythm of baking brought him peace. The scent of butter, vanilla, and sugar filled the kitchen, quieting his mind and lifting his heart. Merrill glanced at his watch. 11:47. 5 hours still stretched ahead of him before Maria's return. He felt the anxious energy bouncing around inside him like a super ball, ricocheting off the walls of his chest and stomach. He'd already prepared dinner. The twice-baked potatoes, glazed carrots, and fresh strawberries were tucked neatly in the fridge. The cake sat cooling on the counter, and a bouquet of wildflowers graced the table. Yet, despite all this, he couldn't shake the restless excitement coursing through him. The cabin felt alive, almost buzzing with anticipation. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting soft golden patterns on the floorboards, while a light breeze carried the faint scent of pine through the open porch door. Merrill sipped his coffee and paced to the window, then back to his seat on the porch. He closed his eyes, letting the memory of Maria wash over him. He could almost feel her body pressed against him in a hug, the way her arms wrapped tightly around him, her warmth seeping into his chest. He imagined the scent of her hair, a mix of floral and sun-kissed citrus, and the way she nestled perfectly into his embrace, as if they were puzzle pieces designed to fit. Smiling, he pictured them spending the weekend together doing nothing but being in each other's presence. No early mornings trekking to the lake, no coffeehouse visits or photography expeditions. Just the 2 of them, marooned in the cabin like castaways on an island. He imagined waking to her laughter, spending lazy hours tangled in each other, and dining on love rather than food. The thought made him laugh softly, shaking his head at the romantic fool he'd become. Then the words came. Merrill's smile faded as the familiar pull gripped him, a rush of urgency that demanded his full attention. He bolted up, coffee momentarily forgotten, and hurried to the loft. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, and then, like a dam breaking, the words spilled out in a torrent. He typed feverishly, the imagery forming almost faster than he could capture it. Weekend. Let me have the weekend, marooned with you on that island of solitude we call love. Let me explore your body beneath the warmth of its tropic sun. Find those places no man has yet discovered, where joy and ecstasy coexist, where tears and laughter run together like a mighty waterfall. Let's tie ourselves together with legs and arms that the possibility of escape is beyond even Houdini's magical powers. Let's wear nothing more than each other's eyes and eat only of the fruit offered up in the form of love words and passionate sighs. Give me the weekend, and I will give you all of me, without delay, without reserve. Chapter 16. The crunch of gravel under the wheels of Maria's car brought Merrill to the porch in a near sprint. He hurried down the steps, his excitement radiating through every step, utterly unconcerned with how transparent his eagerness might seem. "Hey, baby," he said, his voice warm and full even before the car door was fully open. "It's so good to see you." Maria didn't respond with words. Instead, she unfolded herself from the front seat in one fluid motion and stepped directly into his arms. She sighed audibly, pressing her face close to his. Her lips brushed his ear as she whispered, her voice soft and filled with relief. "I can't tell you how much I missed you and how much I just wanted to be right here." Their kiss was unlike any they had shared before, deeper, charged with emotions that words had yet to capture. It was an expression of everything they had felt and everything they had held back, spilling over in a way that only their bodies could articulate. Merrill was the first to speak, his tone gentle. "What do you need?" "A shower," Maria replied with an exasperated yet playful tone. "I've got you." He reached for her carry-on bag, already moving with purpose. "I'll take this to your cabin and get things ready for dinner. Everything's set." He had barely taken a few steps when her voice stopped him in his tracks. "Baby," she called softly, her words deliberate. "Can you take the bag to your cabin, please?" He froze, her request sinking in. When he turned back to her, his voice carried a mixture of boyish embarrassment and unmistakable excitement. "Oh, sure." With that, he adjusted his course, heading to his cabin instead. Inside, he set the bag on the bed, his mind catching up with the moment. "There are fresh towels on the shelf," he offered, his voice calm despite the flutter in his chest. "And an assortment of soaps. Use anything you want." Maria stepped closer, her presence filling the small space with unspoken intent. "Come with me," she said, her words not a request but a quiet declaration. She stepped into the bathroom and started the shower. Morel drew in a deep breath as he followed, anticipation thick in the air. When she turned to him, he stepped forward, his hands finding the back of her head, fingers threading into her hair as he pulled her closer. His body pressed fully against hers, his arousal undeniable. Maria met him with equal urgency, pushing into him, their heat merging even before the water had a chance to touch their skin. With his free hand, he guided them carefully into the shower, his fingers trailing along the cool, slick shower surface as steam curled around them, blurring the world beyond the glass. Maria tilted her head back into the cascade of water, lifting her hands to push her hair away from her face. To Merrill, she was a study in sexual perfection, effortless and radiant, every movement fluid. Their bodies pressed so tightly together until not even the droplets of water could find room to pass. In that moment, with her against him, Merrill felt the weight of certainty. Together, they were flawless. Together, they felt infinite. Chapter 17. Maria held the stem of her wine glass as Merrill poured. "Honestly, Merrill, this was amazing. I've only ever had twice-baked potatoes in restaurants, and these are better than any I've tasted. I love the way you season, never too much, but always an experience for my palate." "You know," Merrill said, his face lighting up with her praise, "I sometimes wish I'd gone off with my friend Terrell to France to become a chef. I remember our last conversation before he left. We were 23, standing in the kitchen of the family home I'd just taken over. I had dreams of becoming a great writer, so I stayed behind." "Did he become a chef?" Maria asked, intrigued. "Oh yeah, a really good one. At one point, he had a couple of restaurants." "And now?" she pressed. "Not sure. I know he moved on from that. Last I spoke with him, he was almost done with a PhD in something or other." Merrill's eyes drifted to a distance, searching for a memory that refused to fully surface. Eager to shift the conversation, he grinned. "You ready for dessert?" "I am." Her eyes sparkled with a bit of childish excitement. "Perfect. Let's have it on the porch. It's a beautiful evening, almost a full moon. I'll get the cake. Do you want whipped cream on top of your strawberries?" he asked, already heading to the kitchen. "Oh, for sure." Maria smiled, following him. "Should I make some coffee?" "Yes, but make it decaf, please. It's late." Merrill pointed to the coffee pouch on top of the fridge. "Gotcha. I don't need the caffeine either," she said, pulling it down and preparing the pot. The two of them settled side by side on the porch, coffee on the table between them and cake in their laps.
Maria hummed contentedly as she took a forkful of cake. The evening was warm, but not humid. The field in front of the cabins awash in silver moonlight. The fireflies rivaled the stars in number, and a symphony of crickets and frogs scored the night. They chatted about their time apart. Maria recounted the emotional goodbye with her daughter at the airport and her concerns about Ivy spending a year abroad. Merrill shared his excitement over his poetry and the joy of writing prolifically again. Their rhythm, the natural flow between them, was as strong as ever. It all felt so right. As they lingered in the warmth of their conversation, a thought suddenly struck Merrill. "Baby, I totally forgot to tell you, I got a call from Annalise today. The kids are coming up for the last weekend in July. They want to check on me." He hesitated, then added, "And, well, check on the mystery woman I've been spending time with." He scrunched his face slightly, bracing for her reaction. Maria's brows lifted, and for a split second he couldn't read her expression. Then she smiled. "Merrill, that's wonderful. Terrifying for me, but still wonderful." Merrill rushed to reassure her. "Look, I completely understand if you don't want to be here that weekend. I mean, it's a lot." "Merrill," she cut him off, her tone tinged with affectionate exasperation. "Sure, I'm nervous to meet your kids, but there's no way I'm going to run from them. I love their father, and they love you. That's a great place to start." He felt a flush of embarrassment. He had underestimated her strength, her kindness, her willingness to stand beside him. "I'm sorry. I just—" She squeezed his hand, cutting him off again, this time with a soft smile. "I know you were thinking of me, of my comfort, and I love that about you." She exhaled deeply, locking eyes with him. "Baby, I'm all in." Speechless, Morel pulled her to him. His lips brushed her ear as he whispered, "I love you desperately." Later, they moved inside to the worn leather couch. Morel lit 5 large candles in front of the hearth. It was too warm for a fire, but the multi-wick candles cast a gentle, romantic glow. Maria melted into him, her breath deep and steady, her head resting on his shoulder, her open hand on his chest. They sat in comfortable silence, the kind that spoke volumes. Maria broke the stillness first, her voice slow and measured. "Morel, do you remember when you told me, under the maple, that you didn't just come here to write?" "Yes." Merrill could feel her body tense ever so slightly. "I need to tell you that I didn't just come here for a sabbatical." "What do you mean?" His tone remained gentle, offering her the emotional space to speak freely. He rubbed her arm reassuringly. Maria took a deep breath, as if summoning the courage to continue. "There is someone, a man, in my life. He asked me to marry him about a month before I came here." "Okay," Merrill said slowly, attempting to mask his shock, hoping his steady demeanor would encourage her to continue. Still, he could feel a knot of anticipation tightening in his chest. Maria sat up, unfolding herself from his arm to face him fully. Her eyes locked onto his, shadowed with sadness. "I've been in a relationship for the past 1.5 years with a great guy, Sean. I met him on a dating app, and he turned out to be wonderful. Things have been good between us, and I knew we were getting to a point where we needed to decide what's next. When I told him I was taking a sabbatical, he said it was a great idea, that I needed it. Then he asked me to marry him." Morel felt his chest tighten further. "What did you say?" His voice was free of judgment, his hand steady as he held hers. "I panicked. I told him I didn't know if I wanted to be married, that I couldn't answer him in that moment. I needed time to think about my life," she said, her voice faltering. "I thought 7 months alone, unplugging and stopping all the noise, would help me reset. But I don't know what I want." Maria squeezed his hand, her voice trembling. "I know I must sound like a fool to you, saying I love Sean while clearly falling in love with you." Merrill shifted, leaning forward to face her. "You know," he began carefully, "so many people think of love the way they think of time, linear. But it's not.
We know from quantum physics that time isn't linear, and I believe love isn't either. Sometimes, more than one love can exist at the same point, and when that happens, we find ourselves loving more than one person. I fully believe you love Sean, and I know you love me, and that's enough. I can be okay with loving you in the present, in the moments we have right now. He took both of her hands, his voice low and serious. Maria, I can't offer you a future. I can only offer you the now of me, but I offer it fully and completely. That you have someone to love beyond us brings me comfort, because you deserve to be loved deeply. Tears streamed down Maria's cheeks. Who are you? She whispered with a soft smile, her voice shaking. Someone who's learning the value of living in the present, of cherishing what I have now, not what I don't or won't have, he said, his own tears glistening. If you're willing, I will love you with all my heart, here and now. Maria leaned in to kiss him. I love you, and yes, I'm willing to let you love me with all your heart, if you're willing to accept mine. Meryl brushed the tears from her cheeks. I am.
Chapter 18. June eased into July as seamlessly as evening gives way to morning, and Maria and Meryl filled every moment with as much meaning as they could. There were the treks and photo shoots, afternoons at the coffee house in town, and the weekly picnics under the sugar maple, each culminating in hours spent sifting through countless photos to decide on the 10 best to represent the day. Yet, there were also countless quieter moments. Sunsets taken in silence, wine sipped on the porch while fireflies lit up the field, or the simple stillness of cuddling on the couch or meditating together. Maria had joined Meryl's morning meditation ritual, and it had quickly become a shared practice, deepening their connection. Neither of them took any of it for granted. They showed up for each moment, whether together or alone, with the full intention of being completely present. The more they practiced, the better they became at recognizing and cherishing the gifts of now. The 4th of July found them lying on their backs in the small town square, watching fireworks light up the night sky while a local band played God Bless America. Though the display was simpler than those in D.C. or New York, it thrilled them all the same, the intimacy of the experience making it even more special. On a hot afternoon in mid-July, during one of their picnics under the sugar maple, Maria broke the easy rhythm of their day with a question. Are you afraid to die? She asked, her tone direct yet gentle. Merle was a bit startled by the bluntness, but not by the question itself. He sat up, spun around, and lay back down with his head in her lap. Staring up at the bright blue sky, he began, You know, I've always felt like death was stalking me. That feeling only grew when I lost my brothers, Bernard, the youngest, and Paris, the oldest. Bernard died first, after a long battle with sarcoidosis. He was only 20. When you're 18, watching your brother slowly die, it's hard. I dealt with it by staying busy. Too busy, honestly. I remember my mom coming to me and saying, without blaming or criticizing, the hardest thing for a young person to do is accept the death of another young person because it forces you to confront your own mortality. Maria's voice was soft. Wow. Yeah, deep, right? Meryl continued. And then there was Paris. He was amazing, a big man with this beautiful tenor voice. He served in war, but carried a gentleness about him. One day, my mom asked me to check on him. He hadn't called her in a few days, which wasn't like him. I felt something was off and called my brother Arthur. He was only 17 months younger than Paris. We found him, dead in his apartment. He'd been gone for 5 days. Oh my God, Meryl, that's awful. It was. I can't describe the horror of it. The smells stayed in my clothes, and the anxiety of that experience lingered for months. I had difficulty sleeping for almost a full year. It was a lot. He paused, his voice quieter. So, because I've always felt death close, I told myself I wouldn't fear it. If or when it came, I'd face it head on. Really? Maria's tone held both admiration and curiosity. Well, Morel admitted,
That was when death was more of a theory, something to talk about philosophically. Now that I'm staring it in the face, yeah, I feel fear. It's not the fear most people talk about. Bernard, for instance, was terrified he'd be buried alive. My fear? My fear is of no longer existing and of being forgotten. Maria sighed deeply. I understand that. After my mother died, I felt like her energy was everywhere. Her memory seemed indelible, but life moves on, and before I knew it, I couldn't remember her smile without looking at a picture. That terrified me. Merrill nodded. Exactly. We're designed to forget, the good and the bad. All those details blur and fade. It's unsettling. He lay quietly for a moment, then reached up to touch her face. I don't know what I believe about death anymore. My religion says my spirit will return to God, and maybe it will, but sometimes I wonder, could my energy, my spirit, be reused, reconstituted? Einstein said energy cannot be created or destroyed, right? Merrill cupped her face with one hand, his voice soft. I know one thing for sure. If it's possible to miss someone after I'm gone, I'll miss you. Maria leaned forward, her hair brushing his face as she kissed him. I'd miss you too. It was conversations like this that made Merrill realize if it were possible to fall in love over and over again, he had discovered how. Most mornings, he still woke before Maria. Sometimes he would lie quietly, watching her sleep, taking her in as if it were both the first and the last time. He would trace the delicate curve of her ear, admire the shape of her nose, and notice how the sheet lay softly across her body, caressing every curve as if it too were in awe of her. In those moments, love would well up inside him, each time with a newness, as if his heart were rediscovering its capacity to feel. But there were other mornings when his gaze lingered too long, and the ache of loss rose to meet the beauty of what he saw. He didn't only mourn for himself. He grieved for the pain Maria would inevitably endure. He saw it in her eyes, the raw tenderness of her affection, the unguarded honesty of her emotions. He felt it in the way she surrendered all barriers between them when they kissed or made love, when their fingers intertwined, or when they whispered, I love you. In those moments, fear coiled and twisted in his chest and gut, and silent tears slipped down his cheeks, unnoticed and unaccounted. He would whisper softly, as if speaking to the universe itself. If there is an afterlife, a place where energy can wait, where it must wait because it is bound by love, I will wait for you. Waiting. I will wait for you in crowded cafes and on busy city streets, on trains crisscrossing the countryside and urban landscapes, in shipyards where great vessels are born and come to die, on runways built to lift our hearts and dreams into the sky. I will wait for you, on open western plains where buffalo and wild horses run, on launch pads where rockets point toward our destiny and the sun, in forests and on mountaintops, in oceans and in lakes. I will wait until you come to me, no matter what it takes. I will wait for you in glorious cathedrals and in chapels, small, in Olympic stadiums and in learned lecture halls, on the tundra and the Serengeti, in vast deserts and on the oasis edge. I will wait for you in the evening shadows and in the brilliance of the morning light, and in that place where day and night hang like pearls on the necklace of time, in that place where I have come to know your love, and you, my love, know mine. On the Friday of the kids' arrival, Merrill and Maria found themselves bustling around the cabin, tidying up and making small adjustments as if the right arrangement of pillows and neatly stacked books could somehow ease their nerves. Merrill, should I take all my stuff back to my cabin? Maria's voice carried a note of nervousness as she called from the kitchen. Huh? Merrill, laying out clean towels in the bathroom, was caught off guard. What do you mean? Your kids. Maria turned from the sink, finding him standing in the doorway. I'm asking how your kids will take me being here. Meryl smiled, realizing she was thinking about him. "My kids are full-grown adults," he said, his grin reassuring. "They'd probably think it strange if we weren't taking advantage of the chance to be together as much as possible." Maria returned his smile, but still looked unsure. "I guess what I'm really asking is, do you think they'll like me?" Meryl stepped closer, leaning against the counter and gently pulling her toward him. "How could they not? You're amazing." Maria blushed. "I'm being serious. Sometimes kids, no matter how grown they are, can feel some kind of way about their parent moving on, even if it's not really about moving on from them." "True that," he nodded thoughtfully. "But I honestly believe they'll like you. Still, you're right. We won't really know until they meet you. Tell you what, if you feel even a little uncomfortable in those first few hours, I'll support whatever you want to do. If that means going back to your cabin, I'll back you 100%. He kissed her softly, his grin returning. "Just know I'll be sneaking in through your window in the middle of the night." Maria laughed, pushing him away playfully. "You're ridiculous." Morel laughed along, then headed back to finish tidying the bathroom. As he worked, Maria's question lingered in his mind. She had brought up a good point. He truly believed his kids would like her, but maybe that was because he needed that to be true. Under normal circumstances, he'd feel confident, but these weren't normal circumstances. His children were protective of him, especially now, with the ever-present shadow of his illness looming over them all. What if they felt slighted or worried that he was prioritizing this relationship over his time with them? He pulled off his cleaning gloves, exhaling slowly. One thing he knew for sure, he and his kids had always been open and honest with each other. Speaking freely was a cornerstone of their relationship, and it would serve them now as it always had. Maria's voice brought him back from his thoughts. "You hungry?" she called. "Yup," he answered. "Come on, I made us a snack to hold us till brunch with the kids." Chapter 19. "Hey, baby, let's go sit on the porch," Morel said, his voice soft but firm as he noticed Maria cleaning an already spotless counter for the third time. "I just need to finish up the kitchen a bit more," Maria replied, her hands moving with nervous energy. "They'll be here any minute, and we want the place neat, right?" Morel smiled. "Maria, it's already perfect." The sound of tires crunching gravel pulled them both to attention. Maria froze, her hands instinctively brushing down her apron before she removed it. She tucked her hair behind her ear and took a deep breath. Morel stepped beside her and gently took her hand. "You're beautiful," he said, his voice low and reassuring. They stepped onto the porch just as the SUV doors swung open, unleashing a wave of noise and motion. Voices layered over one another, and an explosion of greetings and instructions about car seats, bags, and snacks. Elaine was the first to reach Meryl, pulling him into a tight hug. "We missed you, Bubba, and all your grandson could talk about on the way here was, 'We're going to Bubba's house.'" As if on cue, 3-year-old Ove launched himself at Meryl's leg like a pint-sized linebacker. Laughing, Meryl scooped him up, holding him high as if inspecting him. "You've gotten so big, little man," he said, shifting him to one arm just as Annalise reached him for her hug. "Hey, old man, you're looking good," Annalise teased, kissing his cheek with a lipstick print. Meryl barely had a moment to respond before Kelton rounded the car and Michelle carefully lifted a still-sleeping Dakota from her car seat. "Hey, everyone, this is Maria," Morel announced, placing a hand on Maria's back as if introducing her on stage. "Hi, guys," Maria began, but before she could say more, Elaine enveloped her in a warm hug. "It's so good to meet you. Just so you know, Bubba's told us absolutely nothing about you. He's been keeping you a secret," Elaine teased. Maria laughed. The ice broken, Michelle stepped forward with Dakota. "Hey, Bubs," Michelle greeted Morel, maneuvering carefully to hug him without waking the baby. "Oh my goodness," Morel said, looking at Dakota. "This child has grown so much." Maria leaned closer. "She's gorgeous," she said softly, glancing at Elaine, who beamed with pride. "And you, sir," Maria said, turning her attention to Ove, still in Morel's arms, "are as handsome as they come." Ove grinned, more at her tone than her words. "Okay, boy, Kelton interrupted, pulling Merrill into a firm handshake before embracing him. "What's up, old man?" His tone was warm, his hug lingering long enough to convey his love. Turning to Maria, he added, "You must be the reason this guy looks so good." Maria blushed slightly. "I don't know if I can take all the credit." "Oh, yes, you can," Kelton teased, looking at Merrill. "Right, Dad?" "She most definitely can," Merrill replied with a grin, pulling Maria closer. Annalise stepped past the SUV and stopped, her eyes widening as she took in the full view of the sugar maple. "Damn, that tree is big now." Merrill looked over at her, a small smile playing on his lips. "Yeah, I know. I felt the same way when I saw it. Crazy, right? How much time has passed?" Kelton chimed in with a grin. "The tree might be bigger, but the cabin shrank." Michelle shoved him playfully. "Boy, you just got big." She turned to Merrill with a laugh. "But Bubs, it is kinda small. Can we all fit?" They all laughed together, the sound blending with the natural ambiance around the cabin. "Come on, let's get the bags inside," Merrill suggested, heading toward the back of the SUV where Elaine was unloading an impressive amount of luggage. "You staying for the rest of the summer?" he teased. Kelton laughed, pointing to his own medium-sized backpack. "That's exactly what I asked her when I picked her up. This is all I've got." "Boy, that's because, first, you're a man, and secondly—" Elaine turned toward Merrill with a playful furrow of her brow. "You had 4 children. Have you forgotten what it takes to bring everything they need?" Annalise chimed in, hoisting her matching bags and heading toward the cabin. "Children or not, I need things." Maria stepped away from Merrill with a smile. "Let me help you, Elaine." She picked up 3 of the bags with ease. "Thanks, Maria." "Hey, I get it. I'm a mom too," Maria replied warmly as the two made their way inside. Still holding Dakota, Merrill turned to Michelle. "Need help with your bags, baby girl?" "Nah, I'm like Kelton," she said with a smirk, gesturing to her own modest backpack. "I've got it. Plus, you've got the baby." The 3 of them followed the others toward the cabin, their laughter and voices blending into a lively cacophony as everyone talked at once. The energy spilled over, filling the small space with warmth and excitement as they settled in. "Brunch is ready when you guys are," Merrill called, his voice carrying easily through the cabin. Michelle was already in the kitchen, peeking into the oven. "Oh no, not the home fries and quiche," she said with mock dramatics, her excitement unmistakable. Kelton jogged in, feigning exaggerated enthusiasm. "Where?" He craned his neck to look into the oven. "Oh yeah, we're about to get our grub on." "Give me a minute. Let me put the baby down," Elaine called from the loft, where she was setting up the portable crib. Maria and Annalise were setting the table, chatting softly as they moved. Before long, everyone was gathered, the table laden with steaming dishes. Kelton turned to Merrill, a playful gleam in his eye. "Are you saying grace, or am I?" Merrill paused, a wave of emotion catching him off guard. His son, now a man, was sitting at the table where he once sat as a child. It felt fitting to pass the honor. "Why don't you do the honors?" he said, his voice warm. Everyone joined hands. Elaine, seated beside Maria, took her hand with a smile, sensing the newness of this ritual for her. On Maria's other side, Merle gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, their connection unspoken but deeply felt. Kelton's voice was steady and heartfelt. "Lord, thank you for bringing us together as a family. Please bless this food and the hands that prepared it for the nourishment of our bodies. Amen." "Amen," they echoed, and as hands unclasped, Maria glanced at Merle, her grip having tightened just slightly during the prayer. Their eyes met briefly, a look of quiet closeness passing between them. Elaine turned to her son, Ove, who was eagerly eyeing the food. "Ove, these are Bubba's famous home-fried potatoes." "Home-fried!" Ove repeated with glee, earning a round of giggles. Maria couldn't help but join in. "You are just too cute," she said, her voice soft with affection. The conversation naturally shifted to compliments about the meal, and, soon enough, nostalgic stories about their time in the cabin. Michelle pointed toward the fireplace, already laughing. "Do you all remember the time we were practicing our cheer routine?" Elaine groaned. "And y'all dropped me on my knee." Kelton raised a hand, distancing himself. Before my time. Michelle rolled her eyes. Boy, you were Ove-size, clueless. Oh man, that was bad, Annalise said, shaking her head. You fell hard. Wait, what? Morel's brow furrowed. What happened? Annalise launched into a rapid-fire confession. You and Mom had gone out and told us not to horseplay. We decided to toss Elaine in the air and catch her. Morel's voice was incredulous. Elaine? She was the biggest one. Why would you toss her? I know, Annalise admitted, laughing. We couldn't catch her, and she fell. Elaine cut in, her tone mock indignant. I didn't fall. I was dropped. There's a difference. Kelton quipped, What's the difference? The difference is it wasn't my fault, Elaine retorted, bursting into laughter. Bubba, I cried so hard. It hurts so bad. Morel stared at them in disbelief. So, all those hours in physical therapy, when we thought it was because you were growing too fast and the basketball and the soccer, were actually because of this? Yup, Elaine confirmed with a shrug. How many other secrets are you all keeping? Morel asked, feigning exasperation. Michelle raised her orange juice, acknowledging unspoken secrecy. I'll never tell. Maria grinned. And you probably don't want to know. The laughter rippled through the room, weaving into the easy flow of conversation as they swapped memories both heartfelt and hilarious. As the meal wound down, Maria stood to gather the dishes, but Kelton raised a hand. Nope, y'all cooked, we've got this. Sit down, he said, pointing firmly to her chair. Maria blushed and sat back down, leaning into Merrill, who draped his arm around her shoulders. Boy, Michelle teased her brother, don't be volunteering me for extra work. Kelton called from the kitchen. Hey, can we hike up to the lake later? Annalise chimed in eagerly. Yeah, I want to see it too. Merrill grinned. Only if there are no stories about almost drowning. Kelton poked his head out of the kitchen with a mischievous smile. Nope, but there was an almost forest fire. What? Morel's voice pitched higher than usual. I told you, Maria teased. You don't want to know, so stop asking. The room erupted in laughter once again, the warmth of family filling every corner of the cabin. Maria stood from the table, her voice just loud enough to carry through the cabin, but tinged with a hint of shyness. Do you guys mind if I take pictures during the weekend? Kelton couldn't resist. What, you some kind of undercover journalist? His attempt at keeping a straight tone failed as his grin broke through. Boy, the lady knows beauty when she sees it, Michelle fired back, placing one hand on her hip and tilting her head like a runway model. And I'm always ready for my close-up. Annalise, her hands full of dishes, bumped her sister out of her pose with her hip as she passed. Move, diva, she teased, earning a mock glare from Michelle. Elaine spoke up, her tone warm and sincere, cutting through the playful banter. We don't mind. That would actually be really nice. She made direct eye contact with Maria, her words carrying an unspoken weight. Maria held Elaine's gaze, feeling the subtle shift in the moment. Elaine's appreciation for having this weekend preserved was palpable, and Maria sensed something deeper, a shared understanding of time and its fleeting nature. A quiet acknowledgement passed between them, heavy with emotions left unsaid. Maria swallowed the lump rising in her throat, offering Elaine a small, grateful smile. Thank you, she said softly, her voice barely audible over the clatter of dishes and laughter echoing around the cabin. For a moment, the cabin fell into a natural rhythm, filled with light-hearted teasing and the kind of quiet understanding that only family, and those welcomed into it, can share. Chapter 20. The air was thick with humidity as they headed out for the lake. Kelton, with Ove perched atop his shoulders, led the way, his long, lanky strides matching every two of his sister's steps. Dakota, snug in a carrier strapped to Elaine's chest, seemed content to be outside despite the heat. Her tiny, wide-brimmed hat shielded her face from the sun, but her curious eyes remained wide, taking in the world with wonder. Beauty surrounded them, and Morel felt as though he was seeing it all anew through a portal to the past. Watching his children move through the landscape, their joy and energy unchanged from childhood, stirred a deep sense of nostalgia. He and Maria walked at their own pace, fingers interlocked, palms warm and flush against each other. Maria steadied her camera with her free hand, their silence as much an agreement as it was a shared appreciation of the moment. The forest and fields were alive, vibrant with the deep greens of late summer. The tall, golden spires of goldenrod dotted the landscape, their clustered blossoms swaying gently in the warm breeze. Queen Anne's lace added delicate white accents, while milkweed displayed dusky pinks and soft lavender hues, their colors blending into a tableau reminiscent of Cézanne's watercolors. The air buzzed with life. Songbirds called from hidden perches, cicadas hummed in intermittent waves, and butterflies danced between blooms. Gnats swarmed but were easy to wave away in the gentle breeze. The scene was alive with both motion and stillness, a perfect balance of nature's choreography. Merrill smiled as they walked, but Maria, attuned to his rhythms, sensed his fatigue. She paused occasionally to capture the kids ahead of them, their silhouettes framed by the subtle hues of the landscape. The air buzzed with life. Songbirds called from hidden perches, cicadas hummed in intermittent waves, and butterflies danced between blooms. Gnats swarmed, but were easy to wave away in the gentle breeze. The scene was alive with both motion and stillness, a perfect balance of nature's choreography. Merrill smiled as they walked, but Maria, attuned to his rhythms, sensed his fatigue. She paused occasionally to capture the kids ahead of them, their silhouettes framed by the subtle hues of the landscape. These brief stops gave Merrill the chance to catch his breath, though he said nothing of it. When they arrived at the lake, Kelton was sitting on the familiar log, while the girls and the little ones explored the water's edge. Merrill sank down beside his son with a heavy breath, his tired body grateful for the rest. Maria, sensing a moment of connection between father and son, seized her camera. "I need to get pictures of Ove by the water," she said, already moving toward the others, her eagerness leaving no room for acknowledgement. Merrill let out a deep exhale, as if trying to reset his lungs. "You tired?" Kelton asked, his tone direct but filled with care. "Yeah, a bit. It's frustrating, getting worn out just walking to the lake." Merrill's voice carried the weight of his frustration. "I'm starting to experience more serious symptoms." "Like what?" Kelton's question was simple but filled with compassion. Merrill looked at his son, seeing not just the young man he had raised, but a peer, someone strong and thoughtful, with emotional intelligence that made him wise beyond his years. "My hands shake sometimes, especially after writing or typing too much. My balance is off now and then, too. But the worst part isn't how it ends. It's what happens before the end. Not being able to do for myself. That's what worries me most." Kelton broke a twig in his hands, tossing one half into the tall grass before speaking. His words were deliberate, carefully chosen. "That's gotta be hard, Dad. You've always been the rock. I mean, as far back as I can remember, you were working out, riding your bike crazy distances. But I'll tell you this, I know you won't let it take you without a fight." "You're damn right about that," Merrill chuckled. "I'm not going down easy. It's gonna have to take me kicking and screaming." "Ove?" Kelton asked with a grin. "Yep, just like Ove." They laughed together, their shared humor lightening the heaviness of the moment. For a brief instant, the weight of illness and uncertainty was lifted, leaving only the connection between a father and his son. Kelton looked toward the lake, then back at his father. "She's hot, Dad." "What?" Merrill laughed, half in disbelief that his son would be that direct. "She is, though," Kelton grinned. "And she's also an amazing and loving person. I can see that in the way she looks at you, bro. But she's also hot." The two men laughed, their shared humor lightening the moment. Merrill nodded, his expression softening. "She's helped me in ways I didn't even know I needed, especially with my writing." "You tell her?" Kelton asked, his tone shifting to something more serious. Merrill understood the question's deeper meaning. "Yeah, I finally did. It was hard and emotional, but I'm glad I told her. She's helped me see each day without the shadow of fear. That's a gift I didn't think I'd get." Kelton tossed the other half of his broken stick into the grass, letting his father's words settle. After a moment, he prompted, And, Merrill paused, his voice steady, we've decided to take the time we have here at the cabins to love each other. Then what? Kelton pressed gently. If you're asking whether I intend to stay with her for however much time I have left, the answer is no. I don't want to take her down that road. Kelton lingered on his father's words before speaking, his brow furrowed slightly. Look, Dad, I'm no expert on relationships, but I'm pretty good at reading people. That beautiful woman is in love with you, and she'd be your ride or die in a heartbeat. Morrell felt a pang of anxiety rise in his chest. Kelton's words brought a consideration he hadn't fully allowed himself to entertain. He and Maria hadn't discussed what would come next after their time at the cabins. He'd assumed she would return to her life, her family, her love, but now Kelton's insight cast a new light. Morrell knew Maria had the strength and resolve to go the distance, but deep in his heart, he didn't want that for her, or for himself. As Morrell mulled over how to respond, the distant sound of voices broke through their moment. All 4 women stood at the water's edge, waving and calling out for them to join. Their words were a mix of teasing and summoning, and though Merrill couldn't make out all of it, the urgency and joy were unmistakable. Kelton slapped his father on the shoulder with a warm grin. Looks like we're being summoned. The 2 men stood, leaving their conversation hanging poignantly in the air as they headed toward the lake. Together, they walked into the embrace of laughter, sunlight, and the love of their family, the weight of their unspoken thoughts momentarily set aside. When they reached the water's edge, Elaine spoke for all of them. Ove wants Bubba to take a picture with him and all of us. Merrill bent and hoisted Ove into the air, lifting him toward the sky before bringing him back to his chest. Bubba would love to take a picture with you. Maria positioned them at an angle that caught the lake and took advantage of the softer light as evening approached. She then arranged the family into different clusters and groups. Some photos with everyone together, some one-on-one with Merrill, some of just the kids, and others of the grandchildren. She worked tirelessly until every possible combination was exhausted. Merrill watched her closely. He could see that Maria was capturing more than just the moment. She was creating a lasting gift for his children and grandchildren, a way to return to this place and time when they could no longer remember his smile or feel the energy of his love. He loved her for this. When Michelle announced she was tired and ready to head back, the group agreed. They all could use a little rest before dinner and made their way back to the cabin together. Annalise fell into step beside Merrill as the group aligned in pairs, with Kelton carrying Ove on his shoulders and leading the way alongside Michelle. Maria and Elaine followed closely, with Dakota strapped to Elaine's chest, fast asleep. Elaine broke the comfortable silence. I just want to say thank you for everything. We've been super worried about our father. She paused, carefully stepping over some underbrush. We wanted to come up and make sure he was doing okay. We call him almost every day to check in, and honestly, he sounded good. Kelton told us what he knew about you, but that wasn't much, so She hesitated, clearly unsure how to tactfully finish her thoughts. Maria sensed the awkwardness and stepped in. Decided to come check out this woman spending time with your father. Elaine laughed, her whole body moving as she placed a hand on the back of Dakota to steady her in the carrier. Oh, I like you. That was awkward, and you just stepped right into it. Maria smiled, sensing Elaine's warmth and underlying concern. Can I speak candidly? Always, Elaine said firmly. I didn't come here expecting to meet anyone. I came here to figure out some things in my life. Meeting your dad was maybe one of the most amazing things that's ever happened to me. One of the first things he noticed in my cabin was a picture of my mom. I lost her about a year ago, so I know the pain of losing a parent, the difficulty of keeping their love alive inside of you and regaining your footing afterward. So I get it. You don't want anything to take away the precious moments you have left with him. And you know what? You're right. Maria paused, unsure how to continue. Elaine took it from there. You're right, and what's clear is that you've given him something he really needed. What do you see? Maria asked,
her tone earnest, seeking confirmation. "I see my dad loving life again. I see my dad being fully present with us, and I know that's because of what he's found in you." Maria's voice cracked slightly with emotion. "Thank you, Elaine. Your dad is an amazing person and one of the most emotionally available men I've ever known. He let me get close to him at a time when I know he was trying to reconcile cutting ties with the world." The two women walked the rest of the way back with only a few unrelated words exchanged, but a shared respect had been created between them.
Annalise and Meryl walked side by side, her voice animated as she shared details about her new job. Meryl listened intently, genuinely happy for his daughter's achievement. Changing schools during COVID and finishing her degree at Howard University had been no small feat. She hadn't immediately sought work in her field after graduation, instead settled into a barista job that was both a source of comfort and frustration. But this new position, as she explained with growing excitement, was the real deal. Excellent pay, solid benefits, and a sense of purpose. As they talked, Meryl could feel the subtle undercurrent of her words, an attempt to assure him she was in a good and stable place. He knew that of all his children, Annalise struggled the most with expressing the painful or deeply personal truths. Yet, their connection made it unnecessary for her to spell things out. She knew he could read her, that her love and concern for him came through in the best way she could offer. As they neared the cabin, Morel placed an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "I love you, baby girl, and I am super proud of you," he said, his voice warm and steady. He stopped, gently turning her to face him. Her eyes were glassy, unfallen tears hovering just on the brink. "You have the ability to do whatever you want to do. I've always known that about you." Annalise turned back toward the cabin, brushing at her cheek in an effort to hold her emotions in check. "Thanks, Bubba." Chapter 21. The cabin buzzed with conversation and laughter, a lively continuation of the day's events, until gradually it softened to a gentle hum. One by one, the kids found their quiet corners, their phones casting faint glows in the dimming light as shadows crept across the room. Meryl sank into the deep leather corner of the couch, exhaustion pressing against him like a familiar weight, both physical and emotional. Maria leaned against him, her hand resting on his knee, her eyes closed as she listened to his breaths grow deeper and more rhythmic. He was drifting into a light sleep. From the loft above, Elaine's soothing voice filtered down as she coaxed Ove to lie still, and Maria's thoughts wandered back to moments with her own daughter. A flicker of memory tugged at her heart, bittersweet in its vividness. Meryl stirred beside her, shifting to find a more comfortable position. "You asleep?" he whispered, his voice rough but warm. "No," she murmured back, matching his tone. "Just thinking." "Do you want to share?" He tilted his head to touch hers, a small gesture of affection. "Just about how beautiful your family is." She paused, squeezing his knee lightly. "I sometimes wonder what it would have been like to have more than one child. Now I know." She gave a soft laugh. "Crazy!" Meryl chuckled quietly. "You don't know the half of it. You think it's crazy now?" His voice lifted with a playful edge. "You should have seen us when the girls were under 7. They're so close in age, it was nonstop chaos. There was always noise, arguments over toys, television shows, you name it. I don't think I slept more than 4 hours a night for years. Someone always needed something. Nightmares, water, the bathroom, or just the classic, 'I can't sleep.'" Maria laughed, her shoulders shaking gently. "Sounds wonderful." Meryl sighed deeply, the kind that came from a place of fond reflection. "It was a crazy, busy time raising these kids, but I wouldn't trade 1 second of it." He paused, a thoughtful stillness settling over him. "You know, I never missed a single recital, game, or event, not one. I even worked the night shift for years just to make sure I could be there for them during the day." Maria tilted her head back, her eyes meeting his. "I can see all that time was well invested. These kids adore you. The way you're with them, so open and honest, I really admire that, baby." Her voice softened, a hint of vulnerability creeping in. "I don't know if I have that with Ivy. We have a wonderful relationship, but there are times when it feels like we're destined to be at odds." "Hey," Merrill said, his tone gentle but steady, "that's just the nature of growing up. A little rebellion is good. It's how they start building their own personalities and beliefs. The trick is finding the balance, letting them explore their independence while keeping them safe, giving them space but staying close enough to guide them when they need it. And you are doing exactly that with Ivy, as she is headed for a year abroad." Maria smiled faintly, her gaze thoughtful. "Well, you did a good job." Merrill shifted slightly, comforted by her words, a warmth settling over him that had nothing to do with the humid evening air. The two of them fell into a shared silence, the kind that felt less like the absence of sound and more like the presence of understanding. Chapter 22. "Hey, Bubs." Michelle's voice pulled Merrill and Maria out of their light sleep, her familiar tone cutting through the evening stillness. She stood before him with that same look she used to have as a little girl, waiting for him to make her a sandwich. "What's for dinner, bruh?" Merrill spoke without moving, his voice thick with lingering grogginess. "What time is it?" "Dinner time," Michelle quipped with her usual quick, sassy edge. "Silly. The time," he insisted, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "About 6:30. "Okay, you're right, it's dinner time." "That's what I said, Bubs." She tossed her head playfully and smiled. Maria shifted gently out of Merrill's arms, sensing his need to move and fully wake. "I hadn't really thought about it," he admitted, stretching his arms, "but we could do pasta." Annalise chimed in from the kitchen, her voice hopeful. "Is there a good pizza place in town? Maybe we could just order pizza and no one has to cook." Kelton leaned back in his chair, nodding. "I'm good with that." Morrell laughed, shaking his head. "That actually sounds great, but we'll have to pick it up. No delivery out here in the middle of nowhere." Before anyone else could speak, Maria broke in. "Look, you and the kids stay here and have some family time. I'll go get the pizza." Morrell looked at her, sensing the thoughtfulness behind her offer. "Okay, that could work," he agreed, appreciating her gesture. Morrell pushed herself off the couch and disappeared into the bedroom. When she returned, her keys, purse, and phone were in hand. "All right," she said, her voice full of purpose. "What kind of pizza am I ordering?" The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, everyone shouting their preferences at once. Maria's eyes widened as she tried to capture the flurry of orders on her phone, typing furiously like a court stenographer. Merrill watched the scene unfold, smiling to himself. This was one of those moments he'd described to Maria. Chaos, love, and laughter all rolled into one. Finally, Maria read the list back to the group. Pepperoni, cheese, veggie, black olive and mushroom, and one plain? Kelton broke in again, his face slightly twisted in mock confusion. "Who said anything about pepperoni?" Maria answered without missing a beat, her voice tinged with laughter and a clear sign that she could mix it up with them just as easily. "That's for me." "Respect," Kelton said, laughing. Elaine called down from the loft, her voice clear. "You're good." Merrill pushed himself up. "Let me grab my wallet. I'll give you my card." "Nonsense," Maria said, cutting him off with a wave of her hand. "This is my treat." Without waiting for him to insist, she headed for the door. Her departure was punctuated by the sound of it closing behind her, leaving Merrill and his kids in a brief silence. Kelton spoke first. "The lady sure knows how to make an exit." "Okay," he continued, taking on a sergeant-at-arms tone. "Family meeting." It was clear this had been planned in advance. There were no protests or surprised reactions to Kelton's call to gather. Elaine made her way down from the loft with the kids in tow, settling onto the couch next to Merrill. Kelton arranged dining chairs into a loose circle, signaling this was meant to be a focused discussion. Merrill chuckled. "This feels like an intervention," he said, only half joking. Kelton took charge again, his tone serious as he handed the floor to Elaine. "Elaine, you want to start?" Elaine began without hesitation, her eyes already shimmering with unshed tears.
Bubba, we love you, and we're having a hard time with you being away from us for so long. We know you need to write, and we support that, but we also know that we need you. And honestly, Annalise broke in, her voice quiet but resolute. You need us, too. Michelle, always the one to cut straight to the point, leaned forward. Bubs, what we're saying is that you need to come home. Kelton softened the moment, his tone aiming for balance. We're not saying you have to get in the car right now and come back with us. He paused for effect. Now, after meeting your girl, I can see why you'd want to stay here a while longer. Merrill sat silently, his face calm, his posture attentive. This was the way he had taught his children to handle difficult conversations, bring out the hard truths, speak directly, and deal with them respectfully. He could see how much they had absorbed that lesson. Elaine took the lead again. All we're asking is that you think about how long you stay. I know you plan to be here until spring, but honestly, Bubba, that's too much time away. Part of me feels like you're hiding. She placed a hand gently on his arm, her voice softening. And we get it, but are you hiding from us or from yourself? The room fell into a brief silence. Annalise wiped away tears that had silently begun to fall. Kelton leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, his hands clasped, waiting. Michelle slouched in her chair, twisting a lock of hair between her fingers as she stared at the floor. Elaine broke the silence, her voice trembling with emotion. We need you, Bubba. Ove, sensitive to his mother's feelings, echoed her declaration. Need you, Bubba. Merrill couldn't hold back his tears. They streamed down his cheeks as he spoke, his voice thick with emotion. I have been hiding, he admitted. He cleared his throat and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. I don't know how to die. I came here to write, but in truth, I came because I was... He paused, searching for the words. I am afraid to die in front of you. Michelle, always quick to voice her thoughts, interrupted with a blend of humor and exasperation. So you're just going to come up here and die by yourself? Kelton seized the moment to lighten the tension. Obviously, he ain't by himself, Merrill cut in, holding up a hand. Let's deal with one thing at a time. Like I said, I've been hiding in a way, but I've learned a lot these past few months, and you're right, it's selfish of me to take away whatever time we have left together. Dying is never easy, and it's even harder when you're leaving behind the people you love most. I love the four of you with everything I am. He scooped Ove onto his lap, holding him close. Looking at each of his children in turn, he made sure to meet their eyes, letting his love show without words. I won't stay until spring, but I'd like to stay until the fall, just to see the colors. Annalise spoke, her tone laced with sarcasm. What about your girlfriend? Merrill knew Annalise was the most skeptical of his relationship with Maria. Her protectiveness often manifested as skepticism toward anyone she thought might take advantage of him. Still, her question carried no malice, just concern. He shifted slightly, his tone soft but firm, revealing the depth of his feelings. Maria and I will work it out. She has a life, a daughter, and I don't want her to go through the protracted process of me dying. Kelton posed a question he already knew the answer to, perhaps to help Morel clarify his feelings. Are you in love with her? I really am, Morel said, his voice steady and resolute. Michelle, never one to hold back, added with a smirk. How old is she? Because, honestly, she's kind of fly. Annalise chimed in. Right, I'd wear those boots she was rockin'. Their laughter bubbled up, lightening the mood. Michelle, leaning into her dry humor, restated her question. No, really, how old? Merle laughed. Baby, I actually don't know. We've never asked each other. Well, I'm gonna say 45, Kelton guessed. Bubba, Elaine teased, you cradle robbing. I like her, though, Michelle said. She's real people. True that, Kelton agreed. The conversation oscillated between the heavy emotions surrounding Merrill's illness and the lighthearted teasing about his relationship with Maria. Finally, Elaine, ever the organizer, brought them back to the heart of the matter.
Okay, so is it settled? Sometime this fall, after the leaves change, you'll come home? Merle, still wrestling with his feelings for Maria and the plan they'd outlined, nodded in agreement. The room collectively exhaled, and the conversation shifted to shared memories from their youth. As they laughed and reminisced, Merle felt both the warmth of their bond and the weight of the decisions still ahead.
Chapter 23. The sound of Maria's Jeep pulling onto the gravel driveway sent Kelton out the door at a trot to help with the pizzas. Michelle and Annalise hustled to grab dining chairs, arranging them around the table, while Merrill grabbed plates and glasses from the kitchen. He reached the table just as Kelton came through the door, his arms loaded down with pizza boxes. "Over here." Merrill directed him to set the boxes on the kitchen island. "That smells so good," Elaine commented, catching a whiff as Kelton passed. Maria followed him inside, her voice light with humor. "That's legitimate pizza, not any of that franchise stuff." Everyone naturally fell into line in the kitchen like kids in a school lunchroom. At the head of the line, Annalise picked up 2 plates. "Elaine," she asked, "do you want me to make a plate?" Elaine, clearly grateful, nodded. "Can you put enough on there for me too? I'm going to feed Dakota." Before long, the table was full of laughter and conversation, with remarks flying about how delicious the pies were and the virtues of independent pizza parlors over chain restaurants. The evening unfolded in a warm, easy rhythm. As the conversation ebbed and the energy began to wane, Elaine excused herself to the loft to put the children down for the night. One by one, the others settled in, and the cabin fell into a gentle hush. Maria curled into Merrill's arms as the cool night air filtered through the screened window. The ceiling fan spun above them, spreading a comforting breeze. "I just want to thank you for giving us that time to talk," Merrill said softly, acknowledging Maria's earlier gesture to pick up the pizza. "I just thought it was a good moment for you and the kids," she replied, her voice calm, steady. She didn't look for his eyes in the dimly lit room, but spoke with quiet understanding. "I know if there were sensitive things you needed to work through, you wouldn't get to them with me there." Morrell let her words linger in the air before answering. "It was really powerful," he admitted, though his tone suggested he wasn't ready to delve into the details. There were things he still hadn't fully processed, words that felt too raw and unformed to share yet. For now, the quiet acknowledgement was enough. As the evening settled into night, a slow stillness fell over the cabin. One by one, each of them found their places to rest. Elaine took the loft with the kids, their soft murmurs fading into sleep. Annalise and Michelle claimed the second bedroom, grumbling a bit as always about sharing a bed. Kelton stretched out on the long leather couch, shifting until he found a comfortable spot. Merle and Maria, exhausted from the long, emotional day, found solace in each other. Wrapped in the warmth of their embrace, they let sleep take them, their breathing falling into an unspoken rhythm, their bodies tangled in quiet understanding. A deep sleep came to Merle without his awareness of its arrival, yet it was a sleep that offered neither the assuredness of rest nor the comfort from worry. He woke earlier than usual and glanced at his watch. 4:10. Hearing the heaviness in Maria's rhythmic breathing, he decided to slip out of bed and head to the front porch to think and watch the sunrise. As Merle entered the living space, he noticed Michelle's silhouette against the large window overlooking the sugar maple. Hearing his footsteps, she turned slightly, saving her greeting until he was close enough to hear her whisper, an effort not to disturb the others still sleeping. "Good morning, Bubs," she said softly, her voice barely audible. Morrell hugged her gently from the side. "Good morning, little one. What in the world are you doing up this early?" "Just couldn't sleep," she admitted, leaning her head on his shoulder. "I have such a crazy schedule, and I find it's best to get up early if I want to be creative before the day gets away from me." Morrell smiled, knowing all too well the pull of creating during the stillness of early morning, free from the demands of life. He looked down and noticed her fingers running back and forth over the carving she had made as a little girl. "Do you remember the day you did that?" he asked, placing his fingers next to hers to feel the familiar grooves. Michelle laughed lightly. "I thought you were going to spank me." "When did I ever spank you? Why would you even think that?" Morrell asked, his surprise genuine. Spanking had never been a part of the way he and Sam raised their children.
You know, when you're a kid, you just think that's something parents might do, even if they never have. I mean, it's always an option if they're angry enough. She smiled, her reassurance clear that she didn't see it that way now. I guess I can see that, Morel replied. Michelle moved her hand completely from the ledge. Look, she said, directing his attention to the carving. For a moment, he didn't understand. Everything appeared as it always had. Then he noticed the shavings of a fresh carving. A second heart. Another M. For Maria, she said simply. You really love her, and I want you to know that I know you do. Merrill stood frozen, letting the moonlight wash over the carving. He allowed himself a moment to fully digest the incredible power of her gesture. When he finally spoke, his voice was tinged with emotions that barely fit into a whisper. This might be the best thing I've ever received. The night after you carved this, I stood right here, so happy that you left your mark in the one place that represents our family's love so perfectly. And now, this. Thank you, Michelle. He hugged her, and they stood for a few minutes in the quiet, savoring their closeness. Merrill gave her another hug, pulling her close one last time. I'm going to make some coffee and sit outside on the porch. Want some? Nah, Michelle replied with a yawn. I think I'm going to lay down for a little longer. Okay, Morel said, turning toward the kitchen. I'll try to be really quiet. He prepared the coffee almost without a sound, moving in the dim light with practiced care. Soon he was on the porch, the only sound announcing his presence, the soft groan of the screen door spring stretching open. Morel settled into a chair, cradling his mug. The soft light of dawn began to push back the shadows, signaling the choir of night creatures to quiet their symphony. He sat still, surrounded by the gentle transition from night to day. For the first time in what felt like forever, his thoughts weren't consumed by the kids, Maria, or even his mortality. He simply was. Maybe an hour had passed, or perhaps more, when the soft creak of the screen door announced Maria's arrival onto the porch. She stepped out with a steaming mug in hand, her voice gentle. Mind if I join you? Please. Merrill motioned to the chair beside him. God, it's a beautiful day, she said as she settled in, her eyes drifting past the sugar maple to the tree line now bathed in the early light. There's nothing quite like the day when it's still young enough to be called morning, he replied, his eyes fixed on some distant, undefined point. Maria glanced at him, her lips curving into a soft smile. That sounds like a line from one of your poems. Merrill's response came slowly, as though he was thumbing through status of pages to locate the exact words. It might be, he said with a faint chuckle, and if it isn't, I probably need to write that poem. Maria turned to look at him fully, her eyes brimming with love and quiet understanding. She reached for his hand, and he took hers in return. Together, they watched the sun rise above the stand of trees, its warmth spilling onto the porch like a blessing. Neither spoke. In truth, they both knew that no words could capture the beauty of what was unfolding, out there in the eastern sky and within their hearts. Understood. If you ask me if I love you, I will not answer, but place my hand in yours to feel your fingers locked with mine. If you ask if I love you, I will not answer, but will pull you towards me like the land, the ocean, beneath a giving moon, for you to feel the power of us. If you ask me if I love you, I will not answer, but lay beside you, silent, my chest rising and falling with yours, the evidence of being one. If you ask me if I love you, I will not answer, but will find your eyes in a room of 1 or 100, for when I look at you, only you exist. If you ask if I love you, I will not answer, as fish do not ask of the water in which they swim, nor the bird of the sky or wind. The night does not inquire of the stars, nor the morning of the sun. Each knows just what they are. Each knows together they are one. Chapter 24. By 8:30, the cabin was alive with the familiar sounds of a big family morning. Merrill stood in the kitchen mixing waffle batter while Elaine prepared a warm bottle for Dakota. He almost wanted to close his eyes and simply absorb all the voices overlapping in a jumbled conversation that filled the space with love and life. It was a sound he deeply missed and cherished. Annalise popped her head into the kitchen. "Is there anywhere to get good coffee? You're out, and honestly, Bubba," she smirked mischievously, "your coffee wasn't that great." Elaine chimed in teasingly, "You're just a coffee snob." "I prefer to think of myself as a discerning coffee connoisseur." Annalise lifted her chin with exaggerated poise. "There's a really nice coffee shop just outside town," Merrill offered, amused. "Near where the train tracks cross Main Street. We usually go there once a week. They have great coffee, and they'll grind fresh roasted beans for you, too." "Now that's what I'm talking about." Annalise's face lit up. By then, Kelton had appeared behind her, keys in hand. "I gotcha. Let's go. I could use a good cup." He glanced around. "Anyone else want anything?" A chorus of "no thanks" came back in unison. "What about Maria?" he asked. "She's in the shower, but I think she's good," Morel replied. "Cool," Kelton said as he and Annalise made their way to the truck. As the screen door swung open, Michelle walked in, arms overflowing with a massive bundle of wildflowers. "Whoa!" Kelton exclaimed, stepping aside to avoid a collision. "Did you pick every flower out there?" Without waiting for an answer, he and Annalise hurried out, the screen door slamming behind them. "Hey, Bubs," Michelle called, slightly out of breath. "You got something I can put these in?" Morel turned, taking in the explosion of colorful blooms in her arms. "Okay," he said slowly, clearly impressed. "That's a lot. Let's see." He opened a lower cabinet and pulled out 4 mason jars. "Will these work?" "Yup," she said with a smile. "We need some color in here. I'll put one in here, one on the table, one on the mantel, and one on your desk." Morel watched as she claimed a spot at the far end of the counter, carefully laying the flowers down and sorting them into clusters. Her eye for color and composition was impeccable, and within minutes, the first jar looked like something out of an upscale florist's shop. "Wow, Michelle, that's beautiful," he said, walking over to admire her work. She grabbed a ball of twine from the windowsill, cut a length, and tied it neatly around the neck of the jar. "There," she said with satisfaction, like an artist adding the final stroke to a masterpiece. Maria entered the kitchen just in time to see the finished arrangement. "Michelle," she said, her voice tinged with awe, "that's amazing. Do you mind if I take a few pictures?" Michelle grinned. "You want to immortalize my art?" "Absolutely," Maria said, laughing as she reached for her camera. Michelle carried the bouquet into the great room and placed it on the mantel. "There," she said, stepping back to admire her work. "That should give you good lighting." Maria, noting Michelle's artistic instinct, remarked, "Oh, you really have an eye for this. That's perfect." She snapped several photos, then gestured for Michelle to join the frame. Michelle struck a playful pose, flipping the hem of her oversized shirt. "Wearing this old thing?" she teased, moving with a dancer's grace. Maria laughed and captured the moment, taking several more shots. Lowering the camera, Maria asked, "Do you know what kind of flowers those are?" "Oh, nah," Michelle replied. "Pretty flowers." She struck another pose with a smirk. "They are that," Maria agreed, before identifying the blooms. "The bright yellow ones are wild sunflowers. They represent loyalty and happiness. The tall purple ones are blazing star, which symbolize joy and gratitude. The delicate white flowers are Queen Anne's lace. I'm pretty sure they stand for sanctuary or protection. And the pinkish ones are milkweed. They're my favorite because they attract monarch butterflies. They symbolize transformation and rebirth." By the time Maria had finished, Merrill had stepped into the doorway, leaning against the frame. "Wow," he said, grinning. "So you've been holding out on me. I didn't know you were a botanist." Maria turned, startled to see him. "Hardly," she laughed. "That's what I'm saying, dropping knowledge," Michelle added. Maria smiled and explained, "My mom loved flowers. She planted a wildflower garden when I was a kid. It wasn't anything fancy, no perfectly spaced rows or manicured beds. She just scattered seeds and let them grow where they wanted. Her voice softened, tinged with nostalgia. She'd always bring them inside, no matter how small the bloom or how short the stem. Our house would be filled with vases in every room, even on the kitchen windowsill. She'd tell me that flowers reminded her of the seasons of life, how they grew and thrived, then faded, only to come back again. I think that garden was her way of teaching me about resilience, about finding beauty even in the wild, unpredictable mess of life. Maria glanced at Michelle, who was carefully arranging another jar of flowers. But I've never seen them arranged as beautifully as you've done, Michelle. You've got a real gift. Maria walked over to Merle, who was clearly moved by the connection between the two women and the story of her mom's garden. She hugged him tightly before walking with him to the kitchen to help finish preparing breakfast. The table was set, and the smell of breakfast filled the cabin when the door swung open. Kelton and Annalise entered with arms full, Kelton carrying a cardboard tray of steaming lidded coffees, and Annalise balancing 2 more cups and 2 bags of freshly ground beans. She announced, "I know y'all said you didn't want any, but me and Kelton figured by the time we got back, all y'all coffee drinkers would be eyeing ours, so here you go." Kelton cut in, "Okay, whatever's cooking smells amazing, and I'm starving." He began placing the cups down methodically. "We got coffee for everyone." "Bubba, you were so right. This is good coffee." Annalise held up one of the bags. "I got one for you and one for me to take home." Elaine chimed in from the couch where she was feeding Dakota. "Wait, why didn't you get me a bag?" "You don't drink coffee like that," Annalise replied nonchalantly, disappearing into the kitchen with her prize. "Don't pay any attention to her, Elaine," Kelton soothed, his tone mockingly sweet. "We got bags for everyone. They're in the truck." "Ew, Kelton, why are you talking like that?" Michelle quipped as she placed a bowl of fresh fruit on the table. Maria caught herself laughing louder than the others, but she couldn't help it. She found Michelle's quick wit delightful. As everyone gathered around the table, Morel held out his hands, prompting them to join. He closed his eyes and began a heartfelt grace. "For this bounty we thank you. For this family we thank you. And for the opportunity to share this moment we thank you. Sustain us with your love and grace. Amen." A collective, reverent amen followed, the words rippling softly around the table. Hands lingered for a beat before the family fell into the warm, familiar rhythm of passing food and sharing laughter. Morel sat quietly for a moment, observing each of his children. They were beautiful adults with lives of their own, yet, in this moment, as they shared in the intimacy of this meal, he still saw them as the little ones he had raised, full of wonder, hope, and promise. Maria's hand rested gently on his knee beneath the table, grounding him in the moment. When he turned to her, her smile reflected her understanding of the emotions swirling within him. Later, as twilight draped the porch, Merrill leaned back in his chair. "Where did the day go?" he mused, his tone tinged with disbelief. "They leave tomorrow morning, and it feels like they just got here." "They did just get here," Maria replied, her voice warm. "It would have been nice if they could stay longer." "Yeah, but I know they have to get back." He lifted his glass of wine in a small toast. "Thank you for everything." "They really like you." Maria was about to respond when the screen door creaked open. Annalise poked her head out. "You guys having a private moment?" "No." Merrill and Maria answered in unison, eliciting a chuckle from Annalise. Soon, all 4 children joined them on the porch, each with a glass of wine. Kelton brought a newly opened bottle, setting it on the table between Merrill and Maria. Elaine and Annalise claimed the Adirondack chairs, while Michelle and Kelton settled on the steps, backs against the railings. The fireflies began their nightly dance, and the chorus of night creatures rose to greet the stars. Their conversation softened, laughter hushed as they honored the quiet majesty of day giving way to night. After a time, Kelton stood, brushing off the back of his pants. "We've got an early start tomorrow, and since I'm driving, I'm heading to bed." Maria spoke to the group as she addressed Kelton. "I wish you could stay longer."
So do I, Kelton admitted, but I have work tomorrow at noon, so I have to get back. He made his way to Merrill and leaned down for a hug. Good night, old man. Merrill wrapped his son in both arms. Good night, young man. Without hesitation, Kelton pivoted to hug Maria, catching her by surprise. Good night, Maria. Good night, Kelton, Maria replied, masking her surprise with warmth. Slowly, each child bid their good nights with sincere hugs, leaving Merrill and Maria alone once more. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, hands intertwined. I love you, Merrill, Maria whispered. Turning to her, Merrill saw her eyes full of moonlight. I love you too. You ready for bed? She asked. I am. He stood, taking her hand. It's been a long day. As Merrill lay beside Maria, he replayed the day in his mind. The laughter, the quiet moments, the meaningful conversations. As sleep tugged at him, a tear fell, not from sorrow, but from the deep well of love he felt for his family, his life, and the fleeting beauty of the time they had shared. Chapter 25. As Merrill packed the egg salad sandwiches into Ziploc baggies, he smiled, listening to Kelton call out orders to his sisters to hurry up and get their bags onto the porch. He couldn't help but hear his own voice in his son's, recalling the many mornings he'd wrangled his kids out of the house to avoid being late for school or whatever activity they were rushing to. He knew all too well the near-impossible task of speeding up 4 women, each moving at her own pace, yet Kelton pressed on. Elaine, are the kids' things ready? I'll come up and get them, Kelton called to the loft. From above came Ove's small voice. Coming, Kel, his special nickname for Kelton. It's okay, Ove. Just tell your mom to hurry, Kelton replied, softening his tone for his nephew. Elaine's voice followed, reassuring but hurried. You can grab Ove's things now. I'll have Dakota's stuff ready in 10 minutes. Satisfied with the movement, Kelton bolted up and down the loft stairs like a man on a mission, offering his father a tired, knowing look as he passed. Merrill followed him outside, carrying the basket of sandwiches, drinks, and chips, which were a family tradition for road trips. He handed the basket to Kelton, who placed it carefully between the 2 passenger captain chairs. I know that feeling all too well, Merrill said, watching Kelton exhale in frustration. I have no idea how you did it, Kelton replied, shaking his head. You're one patient man. Merrill chuckled. I'm glad that's how you remember it. Just then, Michelle and Annalise emerged from the cabin, bags in hand. Here you go, Michelle announced, plunking her backpack onto the steps. Really? Kelton quipped with exaggerated exasperation. You couldn't bring it all the way to the car? Boy, you said bring everything to the porch, Michelle retorted, picking up her bag and marching to the SUV. A girl's gotta do it all. You got that right, Kelton shot back as he grabbed Annalise's heavier bag. They exchanged mock glares of disgust as they passed. Mariah appeared in the doorway, camera in hand. She snapped a few candid shots of the bustling scene, capturing the playful chaos of the moment, including one of Michelle and Merrill walking together. Before they reached the porch, Ove dashed out of the cabin. Catch me, Bubba, he cried, standing at the top of the steps, arms outstretched and knees bent, ready to launch himself. Wait, little man, Morrell instructed, stepping closer to position himself. He leaned in, arms outstretched, shortening the leap. 1, 2, 3. Ove jumped with complete confidence, landing safely in his grandfather's arms. Merrill swung him up and then pulled him close for a hug. Bubba loves you so much, he said softly. Love you too, Bubba, Ove replied, wrapping his little arms around Merrill's neck with all the strength his tiny body could muster. By then, everyone had gathered outside. Elaine descended the steps with Dakota cradled in her arms. Annalise carried her last small bag, and Michelle stood by the SUV waiting for her turn to say goodbye. Kelton continued issuing orders like a conductor managing a symphony of goodbyes. Merrill hugged Michelle first. Love you, little Bubba. Love you too, Bubs, she replied, her voice steady but warm. Elaine handed Dakota to Merrill for a kiss. He cradled her in his arms, gazing into her bright eyes as her tiny fingers traced his trimmed goatee. Bubba loves you, my little precious, he whispered, kissing her forehead before pulling Elaine into a hug.
I love you too, little mama. Keep these little ones safe. I will, Bubba, Elaine promised, though her tone betrayed a trace of hesitation. And you take care of yourself. Morel heard the soft click of Maria's camera in the background. Elaine turned to locate the sound. Maria, she called, let me give you a hug. Maria lowered the camera and stepped forward. As they embraced, Elaine whispered, thank you. She discreetly pressed a slip of paper into Maria's hand. Here's all our numbers. If you ever need anything, just call. Maria held the paper tightly, nodding. I will, and thank you. You're an amazing mom and a beautiful daughter. Tears threatened but didn't fall as Ove tugged at Elaine's leg, ready to say goodbye to Maria. One by one, the children hugged Meryl and Maria, each expressing their love in their own unique way. When Kelton finally approached, arms wide, he boomed, "Come here, old man." He wrapped Meryl in a bear hug that spoke louder than words. I love you, son, Meryl said, his voice thick with emotion. I love you too, Dad, Kelton replied, stepping back only to notice the glint of unshed tears in his father's eyes. You're about to cry, aren't you? Maybe, Meryl admitted. Good, Kelton said with a small laugh, because I sure am. As the two men released each other from their embrace, Maria stepped forward, camera in hand. Let me get a picture of all of you, she suggested, motioning for them to gather together. Meryl, sensing the significance of the moment, nodded toward the sugar maple. Let's take it under the tree, he proposed. The group moved as one, assembling beneath the shade of the maple. Maria positioned them carefully, adjusting for the best lighting. Kelton and Michelle flanked Meryl, while Annalise and Elaine crouched in front with the children. The scene was vibrant with the morning light filtering through the leaves. Maria captured a series of shots, her camera clicking softly. That was perfect, she said, lowering the camera with a satisfied smile. Meryl took the opportunity with the group still gathered beneath the tree to offer a prayer. Forming a loose circle, they all bowed their heads as he began. Lord, thank you for the gift of this family, for the time we've shared, and for your protection as they travel home. Amen. A quiet chorus of Amen followed, the word carrying a shared reverence. More hugs were exchanged, and silent attempts were made to keep tears in check. Once everyone had piled into the SUV, Maria and Meryl returned to the porch, standing side by side as they watched the vehicle pull onto the gravel driveway. The taillights faded slowly into the distance, leaving them alone in the quiet stillness of the morning. Chapter 26. August arrived with an intensity that felt relentless as daytime temperatures consistently edged toward 100 degrees. Evenings offered little relief, lingering stubbornly in the high 80s. But it was the humidity that proved most unbearable, hanging in the air like a wet blanket and turning even short outings into a struggle for Meryl. Thankfully, Maria's cabin provided an oasis of comfort, with 2 window air conditioning units, one in the open living area and another in the bedroom. The cool, steady airflow created a haven during the sweltering hours of the day and ensured restful sleep at night. It was an easy decision for the couple to move into Maria's cabin full-time. At first, the move seemed counter to everything Meryl thought he needed to complete his writing. But instead of being a distraction, the change unlocked something within him. His words flowed with a new ease. He wasn't entirely sure why. Perhaps it was the inspiration Maria brought to his life, or perhaps it was the absence of self-imposed pressure, a quiet acceptance that allowed the poems to come at their own pace. Rather than worrying about when the next poem would be written, Morel found himself immersed in the simple joys of the present moment. Every exchange of ideas, every touch, every kiss, every laugh shared with Maria. Their outings grew shorter and less frequent as the heat took its toll on his stamina, but they cherished the ones they managed, from their once-a-week morning coffee at the cafe to their shared photography adventures. Somehow, all of it seemed to filter effortlessly into his poetry, enriching it with life and love. One significant change came at Maria's suggestion. They began having breakfast beneath the sugar maple instead of lunch, taking advantage of the brief coolness the mornings provided. The shift in routine became another small but meaningful way they adapted to the heat while savoring the quiet intimacy of their time together. On one particular afternoon in late August, Maria and Meryl sat on the porch of her cabin, sheltered by the wide overhang, as the thunderstorm brought torrents of rain. Lightning illuminated the overcast sky in brilliant flashes, as if God herself were capturing snapshots of them watching the storm usher in autumn. "When I was at Maryland U," Merrill began, his voice distant as if they'd already been discussing college life, "I used to climb to the highest point of Byrd Stadium and watch thunderstorms in the distance before they reached campus. I loved seeing the lightning strikes. They felt like brief explosions of glory sent straight from heaven." "Thunderstorms always made me a little uncomfortable as a kid," Maria recounted. "I remember running into my mom's room and jumping into her bed. She'd pull me close and tell me everything was okay, that I was safe." "Do you need me to hold you now?" Meryl teased with a smile. "Yes, but not for the same reasons." They both laughed as Meryl reached for her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "One thing's for sure," he said. "I think this storm marks the end of the heat wave." "You really think so?" Maria asked, her voice full of hope. "Yeah. We might get a few more warm days, but I'd bet on much less humidity and definitely cooler nights." "Now that's something to look forward to," Maria said. "As much as I appreciate the AC, I miss having the fresh air and the night sounds." Just as she finished speaking, a flash of lightning split the sky, followed almost instantly by a deafening clap of thunder that startled them both. "Whoa, that was close," Merle said, his voice alive with the startled energy from the near-deafening bang. "You know, you can tell how close the lightning is by counting the seconds between the flash and the boom." "Get out," Maria said, her voice tinged with disbelief. "No, seriously, this is science," Merle assured her. "What science?" She raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "Oh, ye of little faith, let me enlighten you," Merle said with mock solemnity, laughing as he prepared to share his trivia. "Light travels almost instantaneously to our eyes, but sound only travels about 1,125 feet per second, roughly 1 mile in 5 seconds. So, all you have to do is count the seconds between the lightning flash and the thunderclap, then divide by 5 to estimate the distance in miles." "And why do you know this?" Maria asked, still skeptical but amused. "I have no idea," Morel admitted, laughing. "I'm just full of random knowledge I've collected over the years, like theme songs from old commercials, one-liners from movies, and even lines from cartoons I watched as a kid." He paused, almost reflectively. "Honestly, I think that's why I can't always remember the things I actually need to remember. My brain's too full of useless trivia." "Maybe," Maria said, her eyes soft with affection. "But that's part of your charm." Morel smiled, then shifted his eyes to the tree line, pausing for a moment of reflection. "Autumn is my favorite season," he finally said. "I love the burst of color, the warm days, and the cool evenings. Any day now, we'll start to see the first hints of color on the trees. It's like the entire mountainside catches fire." He turned to Maria, his expression shifting to one of quiet seriousness. "We need to talk about what's next for us." Maria remained silent for a moment, her eyes still on the distant tree line. It was as though avoiding his eyes might delay the inevitable. "Okay," she replied slowly, her voice tinged with reluctance. "But can we just sit here a little longer and enjoy the storm?" Morel, sensing the emotional weight of the moment, softened his tone. "Of course, we don't have to talk about it now, whenever the time feels right." With that, they both leaned back into the quiet rhythm of the storm, letting its thunderous voice and fleeting flashes of light offer a temporary distraction from the conversation they both knew awaited them. Knowing one, if I live in a place with no windows and no time, I would still know autumn. For she is the song of beast and bird, of flock and herd, a melody of flight and sleep. She is the tamer of both the sun and hearts, the painter that ignites the fire in the woods, When we are alone in places great and small, she is the voice, that quiet voice that calls unto us all to bathe in the sweet breath of God. Chapter 27. It had been 3 days since the thunderstorm, and the morning air carried a crisp chill that made the blue and white checked lumberjack shirt Merrill wore perfect for sitting on the porch with his coffee. He had gotten up early to sit alone, to think. The weight of the conversation he needed to have with Maria pressed on him, even as they both silently agreed to live in the moment, untethered by plans for the future. For the past few weeks, except for the occasional calls from his children or Maria's check-ins with Ivy, the rest of the world had ceased to exist for them. But now autumn was here, and Merrill felt a stirring deep within him, a pull toward closure and connection with his children. He adored Maria. Their love was profound, transformative even. Yet he knew their relationship, as powerful as it was, belonged to this place, the forest, the fields, the lake, and the rutted paths they'd shared. As much as he wanted her in his life, he also understood that the remaining time he had needed to be dedicated to offering closure, not just for himself, but for the family he had poured his entire life into, his children. Lost in these thoughts, he didn't notice his coffee had grown cold until its bitter, tepid taste brought his focus back to the porch and the mug in his hand. Rising to pour himself a fresh cup, he was met at the door by Maria. "Good morning, baby," she greeted, her voice a blend of lingering grogginess and tender affection. Morrell loved her voice in the morning. Without speaking, he pulled her into a long, powerful hug, holding her as if it could delay the inevitability of the moment they both knew was coming. "How did you sleep?" he finally asked, his voice soft. Maria pulled back just enough to look into his eyes. "We need to talk, don't we?" she said, her tone edged with quiet anxiety. Morrell felt her words settle between them like the chill of the morning air. They both knew the arrival of fall had marked the time they had loosely agreed upon for their time at the cabin to end. Ever since the children's visit, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. The end was drawing near, and yet, for both of them, it was vital to begin the difficult conversations about what they would do with all this love. "Yes," Morrell replied, looking into her eyes as if he could see directly into her soul and the wellspring of her love. "We do." Before he could add anything further, Maria cut in. "What if we go up to the lake, to our favorite spot?" She tugged at his waist playfully, coaxing him toward agreement. "Let's grab something to eat and head there." Merrill smiled, loving the idea. It was the place where he had first felt the undeniable pull of her energy, and where, as she had once teased, she had decided, "You were good-looking enough, but even more interesting." "That sounds perfect. Plus, I'm starved." Merrill's agreement to talk at the lake bought them both a little more time to prepare themselves emotionally for what would undoubtedly be a difficult and painful conversation. By the time they reached the lake, Merrill was slightly out of breath. Maria, by now attuned to his pace, had slowed her own without needing the pretense of stopping to take a picture. Instead, she would simply ask, "Would you like to rest a bit?" Merrill had grown to appreciate her directness, the way her concern was rooted in a deep awareness of his condition. For his part, he no longer tried to hide his shaking hands or pretend that he wasn't tired. Their relationship had evolved over the summer into something profound, a place of mutual understanding and honesty that some couples never reach, even after years together. They settled into their familiar spot on the log. The air, crisp and cool in the early morning, had warmed to a pleasant 70 degrees, typical of late September. The sky stretched overhead, a crystal-clear blue, interrupted only by a few drifting clouds, their shadows moving lazily over the landscape. The forest, lake, and meadow around them were alive with activity. Squirrels and chipmunks scurried about, gathering and storing food for the approaching winter. The rhythmic drilling of a woodpecker echoed through the forest as it industriously stashed its cache of seeds and nuts into a tree trunk. On the lake, a paddling of mallards performed their graceful ballet of feeding, tipping forward into the water with their tail feathers pointing skyward. Overhead, a wedge of geese honked as they flew in their familiar V formation, heading south toward warmer climates. Neither of them spoke in those first few moments, partially because Merrill needed time to catch his breath, but also because they both felt the profound power of this place. The lake, the trees, the shifting season, all of it seemed to hold the unspoken words between them. Maria felt the subtle tug of change, not just in the crispness of the air or the first hints of autumn's colors, but also in the quiet evolution of their relationship. She couldn't help but reflect on how quickly time had passed. It felt as though it was only last week when she and Merrill had first run into each other in this very spot, the promise of spring blooming all around them. Now, as she gazed out over the lake, with Merrill's hand resting gently on hers, she saw the early signs of autumn, the faint golden tips on the leaves, the soft rustle of change carried by the breeze. Autumn was here, and winter would soon follow, bringing with it the inevitable chill of goodbye. Merrill gathered Maria's hand in his, pulling her full attention to him. "This is so hard for me," he began, his voice low and quiet, as if he didn't want the creatures of the wild to overhear his vulnerability. "I have never loved anyone as much as I've come to love you. From the very start, it just felt right. I thought I came here to be alone, to write my book, but really, I came here out of fear. Not only did I not understand how to be around those I love while dying, I also didn't know how to be with myself. I have never loved anyone as much as I've come to love you. From the very start, it just felt right. I thought I came here to be alone, to write my book, but really, I came here out of fear. Not only did I not understand how to be around those I love while dying, I also didn't know how to be with myself. I'm watching myself fade away, and I don't know if it's the loss of my independence or the act of dying itself that I fear more. Or maybe they're the same thing." He paused, taking a shaky breath. Maria didn't speak, holding his gaze with unwavering tenderness, aware this was his moment to voice his truth. "I always thought I'd grow old, like my mom did, live until I was 100, with 30 grandchildren and great-grandchildren helping me blow out the candles on my cake. Honestly, I was angry, and I realize now that's why I couldn't write. I was angry that life dealt me this card, angry that the payoff for being a decent human being was this. That anger filled me with so much hurt that all I wanted to do was run." Merrill turned his eyes away, looking out over the lake. "This place is special. Somehow, without fully understanding why, I knew I needed to come here. I'm not a man who believes in fate or destiny. I don't think my steps are preordained, or that some great force guides us to where we're supposed to be. But as I sit here, watching nature answer its call to gather food and migrate, I have to believe that coming here and meeting you, well, that was my destiny. From the moment we spoke, it felt as though I'd known you forever. But I told myself that wasn't real, that your smiles, the way you looked at me, were just my imagination, my desire to be loved, to be in love." Merle took both of her hands, turning fully toward her. "When you told me you loved me, I was completely blown away." Maria smiled softly, but said nothing, allowing him the space to continue. "This has felt like a dream. Not only did I find joy and love with you, but you helped me open my heart enough to write again. You showed me a new way to see the world. You used your camera to do that, but I also began to see myself differently, through your eyes. I realized I still had something to offer, even as my life is ending. I realized love doesn't recognize boundaries, not age, not race, not even life itself." Merrill paused, gathering himself for the most difficult part. "In a normal world, there wouldn't be any question. I'd ask you to be my partner for life. But these aren't normal times, and that feels unfair to both of us. I have unfinished business with my family, particularly my kids. I need to close out my life with them, finish what I started 30 years ago." His voice trembled, raw with emotion. "I also don't want to take up your life. I'm dying, and it's not going to be easy. I know you'd be there with me every step of the way, and part of me wants that. But the greater part of me wants this." He gestured to the lake, the forest, the moment between them, "to be our legacy. I don't want you to watch me die. Maybe that's selfish, but it's how I feel. I don't want to die. I want to stay here and have this every day." He leaned into her, and Maria held him as his tears spilled onto her shoulder. Maria's own tears came then, her chest heaving with the sorrow of his words. "I hate this," she whispered. "I hate that our timing only gives us this short time to love each other. I came here to escape life, to escape the pressure of deciding what's next. But the day we talked in the trading post, I knew I'd fall in love with you. I didn't want to let you go, or for our conversation to end. And yes, I fell in love with you within a week." Her voice softened as she continued. "Meryl, I love you in a way I didn't know was possible. Watching you with your children made me love you even more. Your openness, your presence, it's so beautiful. I've never felt more seen than I do with you. You understand me, who I really am." Maria reached for his face, cupping his cheek. "I want to be with you every step of the way. I don't care how hard it gets. I want to love you through all of it. But," she said, her voice steady despite her tears, "I respect your journey. Even if it leads you away from me, I'll support whatever decision you make. I'll love you no matter where you are." They fell into a shared silence, their tears soft but unrestrained, evidence of a love so profound it defied words.
Chapter 28. In the days that followed, the emotional energy between Meryl and Maria shifted, deepening into something raw, honest, and profoundly intense. Every shared moment brimmed with possibility, each interaction rich with unspoken meaning. Autumn's arrival was undeniable, setting the landscape on fire with an explosion of color. The forest seemed ablaze with reds, yellows, and oranges, while the creatures of the wild scurried with purpose. Bees buzzed drunkenly around fermenting crabapples. Chipmunks darted between the underbrush, and the skies were alive with the cries of migrating birds. Though the lake remained as stunning as ever, its mirrored surface reflecting the vibrant trees around it, Meryl and Maria ventured away from the cabin less, and instead they found themselves gravitating more often toward the steadfast sugar maple. Its towering presence grounded them, its rough trunk and radiant canopy a testament to nature's resilience. The tree's leaves displayed a symphony of colors, brilliant yellows in the shade, warm oranges on the mid-canopy, and fiery reds ignited by the sunlight on its highest branches. Beneath its colorful outstretched arms, they spread their blanket across the fallen leaves, savoring the cool of the shifting season. Meryl and Maria lay in silence side by side on the blanket beneath the tree. They watched the leaves gently lift and twist in the autumn breeze, stubbornly refusing to be shaken loose from even the smallest branch. As the leaves rustled, they allowed periodic and brief glimpses of the crystal blue sky, and at just the right angle, sunbeams broke through and danced like angels all around them. To Meryl, the translucent leaves reminded him of the stained glass windows in the church of his childhood. Maria turned her head to observe him. The silence between them felt different today, not uncomfortable, but she could feel Meryl was somewhere else. "Love," her voice was gentle and respectful, "a penny for your thoughts." Meryl didn't look at her as he began to share his thoughts. "I remember when I was a kid, I would sit in the balcony of our church and lose myself in the pictures on the stained glass windows. Pictures of Jesus sitting on a rock or something, talking to the disciples. Or a picture of a young Christ herding sheep. Sometimes I would stare at them for the entire service, imagining I could walk right into the scene, walk right up to Jesus himself and talk to him. I feel that way now, looking into the leaves of this tree. They feel like the stained glass windows, and the sun just on the other side, shining through from time to time, is where Jesus is." Meryl paused,
And when he began again, it was as if he wasn't speaking to Maria anymore. "I want to say, can you just give me a little more time? Because I don't want to leave all of this. I want to be a part of life." Maria didn't sense the deep emotion that might be expected to follow such an insight. Instead, she felt it to be a conversation. A plea, yes, but not one from a man desperate or afraid. She spoke slowly. "When you talk like that, I don't know what to say. I feel inadequate to respond, as if whatever I can offer you will not come close to either what you need or even what I need in that moment." Merrill turned to Maria, lying on his side to face her. His voice was soft but steady. "I get it. I'd probably feel the same way if our roles were reversed. But here's the thing. I don't need profound or lofty language. All I need is whatever you have to give, as long as it's from your heart." Maria turned to meet his eyes, a gentle smile curving her lips. "Now that's something I have no problem giving. Trust me. I've asked God 1,000,000 times just this past week to wake me up from this, to make it all a dream, or to perform a miracle." Morel leaned in, kissing her deeply. It was a kiss that seemed to draw her essence into him, a silent acknowledgement of their shared love. "God already performed my miracle," he said softly, pulling back just enough to see her face. Maria searched his eyes, her voice lifting into a question. "Us?" "Not just us," Morel replied, his tone full of reverence. "Us and this, what we've built, what we've felt. It's something no one, not even death, can take away." He stood and extended his hand to her, helping her to her feet. "Come here. I want to show you something." Hand in hand, he led her into the cabin. Pulling back the curtain in the front room, he revealed the carvings etched into the window ledge. Maria stared at them, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Sensing her confusion, Merrill began to explain. "When Michelle was a little girl, she carved these 2 hearts, and M's, her initial, and another, M, for mine. She was worried I'd be upset, but I loved it. Then, during her visit, she added another heart and M, for you." Maria's fingers traced the carvings as her eyes filled with tears. "Oh my God, Morel, that's beautiful." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit her face. "Do you have a sharp knife?" she asked, her voice urgent. Merrill blinked, retracting his neck. "What?" "A knife," Maria insisted, gripping his arm. "Do you have one?" Yeah, in the kitchen." "No, not a kitchen knife. Something for camping." Still baffled but willing to humor her, Merrill retrieved an 8-inch Bowie knife from the top shelf of his closet. He handed it to her with a small smile. "This belonged to my oldest brother, Paris." Maria accepted it reverently, then grabbed his hand and led him outside toward the sugar maple. Standing before the tree, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's carve the same thing into the tree. That way, it'll always be here." Merrill let out a hearty laugh. "I love you," he said, leaning in for a kiss before taking the knife from her. Together, they approached the tree, their shared love and this act of permanence, a way to honor what they'd built. Something beautiful, something that would last, even as time marched on. Chapter 29. Merrill sat alone on the porch of the cabin, coffee in hand. The morning air carried a chill, enough for him to turn up the collar of his fleece jacket to ward it off. He could see winter creeping into the frame of fall, evidence of time's relentless march. Autumn, though still beautiful, was losing its vibrancy. The forest's colors, once ablaze with brilliance, were now muted. The reds and yellows softened as if by memory. More leaves were scattered about, their edges dry and brittle. Even the maple, steadfast and towering, showed signs of surrender. Its canopy still offered a kaleidoscope of hues, but its brilliance had dimmed, and the growing circle of fallen leaves around its base spoke of change. Winter wasn't coming, it was here. Merrill sipped his coffee, letting its warmth spread through his body. It was a simple pleasure, but recently it was the small things that grounded him. The screen door opened and Maria stepped out, cradling her coffee in both hands. Steam curled into the air like wisps of thought, fleeting and delicate. "Ooh, it's cold," she remarked, leaning down to kiss him. Meryl didn't reply immediately, struck by the way the morning light framed her. The sunlight streamed through her hair, creating a halo that seemed almost divine. "My God, I love you so much," he said, his voice filled with reverence. Maria smiled broadly. "Now that is the way I like to be greeted in the morning." She reached for his hand, her touch gentle but full of connection. "I love that I can see the carving from here," she said after a moment, nodding toward the maple. "Well, at least the shape of the heart." Meryl smiled. "If you can see the M's, you've got amazing vision." Maria laughed softly, and they fell into a comfortable silence, gazing at the tree and the world beyond it. Meryl broke the quiet. "I got a text from Elaine," he said, hesitating. Maria turned her full attention to him. "Oh?" she prompted gently. "She wants me to come home for Dakota's baby blessing." He squeezed her hand. "I feel like I should be there." Maria's hand tightened around his. "You should go," she said, her voice a blend of support and the ache of knowing what that meant. Meryl didn't meet her gaze. "If I go, I won't be coming back." Maria exhaled slowly, her breath visible in the morning chill. "I know." The silence between them was heavy, filled with unspoken truths. It mirrored the inevitability of the season's change, of autumn yielding to winter. The rest of the day passed quietly. They found solace in each other's presence, cherishing every touch, every glance. Maria's embraces lifted Meryl, her strength bolstering him. Meryl, in turn, memorized every detail of her, the way she crinkled her eyes when she smiled, how she held her coffee mug with both hands, the soft murmur of her voice when she dreamed. That evening, they sat in front of the fire Meryl had built. The logs crackled, sending sparks up the chimney. The warmth of the flames wrapped around them as they sat curled together, their bodies fitting perfectly in their unique signature of closeness. On the table, their empty wine glasses caught the firelight, glowing softly. Maria's cheeks glistened with quiet tears as she broke the silence. "I'll stay." Meryl, unsure of her meaning, murmured, "Stay?" She turned to face him, her voice soft but resolute. "Until the last leaf falls. I'll stay until the last leaf of our tree has fallen. I won't leave a moment before."
Hi, this is David Starks, the author of Until the Last Leaf Falls. I want to just say thank you for taking the opportunity to read or listen to this story. It is with great pleasure that I brought it to you. Thank you for stepping into the lives and into the world of these characters and experiencing the love, the challenges, the joy, and the sorrow of this story. Take care and keep reading.